In here?
Yep. He's sleeping. I'm getting ready to go into a workshop here. So I'm getting ready to go into a workshop.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
Hi,
Hi, sweetie. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Oh, hi. So I know everybody's muted when they first come into the meeting. So what's up? How are you? I'm trying to clean off my I'm trying to clean off my camera so I'm clear and I don't look like poo. How are you feeling today,
We're
Telly?
all good. I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good. I am very good. I'm gonna put in my headset so that you guys will have a clearer sound, but I'm still in the middle of pulling my act together because noon is still early for me to have my act together. Who else is in here? Who else is here? Anybody else here?
Hi.
Hi, let's see. Chantel, hi. Oh, look, there's everybody. Oh, there's everybody coming in. Mallory's here, hi.
I'm getting my act together too.
Oh, there we go. How many people is here? Only 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. There must be more coming. There's more people coming.
Oh, there's no way that there isn't more coming. I'm sure of it.
Right.
Oh, I know. There's plenty. Yeah, I'm sure a whole bunch of people are going to come in all at one time. All right. Well, is everybody excited for this little event?
I am. I actually
Yes.
moved some meetings around so I could make it.
Right. I stopped some work.
That's great. So is this the first time that you guys are in this? Did you come to the last one?
I did not. I
I
missed
didn't
it.
either.
Okay. All right. The last
was a
time
good
I
last
did this was a shit show. We went till like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I got to work tomorrow, so we'll have to speed it up. No, I don't mind. I'm excited though. I've been looking forward to getting into one of these with you.
Me as
Very
well.
glad you were able to make it. Yeah, so boy, the last time I did this, I just was I was more disorganized, but after doing it the first time, everything gets better with practice, right? If you don't get better, if you practice something a lot and you don't get better at it, it means you weren't meant to do it. That's just the truth. Does that make me sound more clear to you?
Yeah.
Good.
I'm sorry if you guys hear my dog snore, you can mute me.
Well, I was going to say, when I go into this lecture, because this is going to start with a lecture, I need you guys to have pen and paper, and I want you to take notes so that at the end of the lecture, that's when I'm going to open it up to discussion. But I have to do this as a lecture or else I will not be able to present the information properly. I need to get all the information out of my brain first, and then we can go to town on anything you guys want to talk about. So I will have everybody mute themselves during the lecture part. My back is killing me. Like it's really, really, really killing me. And like, it doesn't matter like what position I sit in, I just can't get comfortable. So if I'm really squirmy today, it's because I want to kill myself. That's okay. I'm sucking on my gummy. So hopefully in an hour and a half from now, it'll kick in. My God, you guys are so quiet. You're so quiet. I've got a quiet group today. The last time I came in here, everybody was screaming and yelling at each other and blah, blah, blah.
Well, I'm just trying to be on mute because I have the lawn guys outside going at it. So I
Oh,
didn't
that's
want to be
okay.
too loud.
No, it's okay.
I'm about to eat my lunch.
That's fine. I just
I'm
had my
trying to
breakfast.
get it together.
Well, it is a Sunday. Oh, you're gonna come say hello? Come here. Come say hello if you're gonna say hi to everybody before this thing begins. Come here. Hi,
Aw.
everybody. That's my little Tate bear. She's feeling much better than she was.
Oh, good.
But look at the feet.
Toe beans.
So cute.
She rules my world. Like literally, she rules my world. She
Oh,
waits
now
for me to
there's the-
feed her.
Here's the MVP in here while working her job, bagging stuff. There's the MVP right there.
Oh yeah, I
Hi,
couldn't miss
everybody.
it. I couldn't miss it. So I'm gonna listen in while I'm working.
Hey, hey, Elise. Hi. Good to see you. Wow, working and watching me at the same time. That's awesome.
I know, she's the MVP here.
I love it. Are most of you guys on your phone?
I'm on my computer.
Me too.
As am I.
I find that I get a much better connection on my phone.
I'm on my computer, but this is how I work every day. So yeah, it's fine.
I usually never use my computer, but I thought I would probably be better off if my phone wasn't, people weren't texting or anything like that. So
Yeah, my husband had emergency surgery yesterday, so I didn't think I was going to be able to make it today. He had to go get his appendix removed in the middle of the day yesterday.
Oh, no.
Oh my God.
But they
Oh.
released him last night. I was so surprised. So he's resting in bed, and I'm waiting on my little guy to come home. So we'll see. How, it might get real chaotic around here in a little while.
It's okay. You guys just take what you can, hang out, you know, don't feel pressured to stick around.
I was
Um,
excited I got to come.
yeah, me too. I last week when he announced it, I thought, oh no, I'm gonna have to shuffle a bunch of stuff, but the weather cooperated. So I'm a beekeeper, so I hurry up and got everything done before so I could make sure I'm here.
Where do you live?
I live in
Talia?
Ohio.
Okay.
I'm right by, I'm about 20 minutes east of Cedar Point.
Cool. You know, I had my appendix taken out in an emergency surgery too. I still have the scar. And
See, I have that big ugly scar. Like
I do
it's
too.
Huge.
I bet you he's got the little tiny marks, don't he?
Sure.
Yep.
no, yeah, they
You-
do it now. Now what they
Yeah.
do is they do the laparoscopic, right? Is that what they do?
Yeah, yeah. So you got one of the big grizzly scars too, huh?
Yeah.
I'll tell
Mine
you
looks
why.
like mine's a giant smile across my groin.
When I was with my
Right.
first partner,
Yeah, pretty much.
we
Medium Lugo hasn't shown up yet.
I was in Canada when I had my appendix taken out.
Oh,
I was with my first partner, and we decided that we were going to go to Canada and get hitched in Canada. And well, it's just everything about that relationship was wrong and a bad idea from the beginning. But we're not going to go into that. But the point is that we're in Canada, and we were walking around, and I said, "Oh, there's something wrong in my stomach." And then I like bent over in pain. I'm like, "Oh no, there's something wrong with my stomach." And it was like, "Oh, you'll get over it." I'm like, "No, I think there's something really wrong." Well, my appendix was getting ready to burst. So finally,
Oh,
I went to the hospital because I just couldn't deal with that. And
I need those 2 double cheeseburgers though.
oh wow. Ryan's got a gummy and he's probably gonna wish he was right down there.
when my gummy kicks in, I'm gonna go to McDonald's and get myself a crispy chicken because I love the new crispy chicken sandwiches.
Yeah.
You know why? because I mean, this is no disrespect to McDonald's, but they taste like Chick-fil-A sandwiches. They feel, they taste, they feel, they've got that Chick-fil-A feel. And I stopped patroning Chick-fil-A when I found out they were such douchebags.
Mhm.
You know what? I will tell you what, if you guys ever want to try something that tastes really like Chick-fil-A too, is Aldi has it's Kirkland brand chicken patties, and they're frozen. Just like them in the air fryer.
I'm writing that down.
Yeah. I saw it on TikTok and I was like, oh, I highly doubt that's gonna taste like that. So I sent my husband to go get it, and we all liked it so much. I went and got it again the very next day, and I made chicken parm out of it. So delicious.
Okay, cool. Thank you for the advice.
Sure.
Here's some advice: McDonald's apple pie, because
Yes.
I
with
don't
some
like-
coffee.
I don't like apple pie. I'm not an apple pie person, but I sure do love those McDonald apple pies. And another thing is those cherry pies. Why did you stop making the fucking cherry pies, man? Because the
We have-
cherry pies, I grew up on those motherfuckers.
We have strawberry now, the strawberry cream ones.
I don't want no cream in my pie. I just want cherries. Because you know what I'm talking about. The outside crust was nice and hot and sweet, and then the inside was bitter and, you know, had a little bitter taste to it. It wasn't. Yeah. All right. Whatever. Yay. I see more people joining. I'm so happy that you decided to spend your Sunday afternoon with me instead of going to church. I'm just kidding.
Much better decision.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure one would burn down if I actually ever made it inside.
I know, right? The reason why I'm daddling over here is because I don't start on time. I do everything late. I'm always late. I'm never on time. I refuse to be on time. And also, I want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to get in here because I made it so that people had to register for Zoom, or at least like have an email address on file, because I can't handle like random people just showing up. I guess you guys know by now I'm really uptight. Do you think that's the right word for me? Uptight?
Yes.
I think that's the right word.
Well, I think you're
I
also
Halfway through-
protective of your knowledge, and I am to a point, I think, but I think you've gotten harassed and probably a bad rap on TikTok. So I'm a huge follower, and I've seen that there's people that just
Yeah.
hassle people for no reason.
Yeah. Fuck those people.
I said
That's-
exactly.
That's me being nice. Fuck them. They don't like what I have to say. Fuck them. Get out of here. I'm not going to curse a lot today because I don't want you guys to think you showed up for a George Carlin concert. So I'm going to behave myself and not, I'm actually going to try to be very professional today.
I put my face in your meeting, and I was like,
I'm going to be as professional as I can be. All right. So let's see. Where are we at?
Working while it's on their Zoom meeting.
Your video made me laugh so hard. Yeah, I love TikTok when it's fun. When it's not fun, I don't like it. Just a quick note on everything. If you don't see me posting on Brujo Ryan, it's because TikTok has banned me from posting for 7 days. So that's why you, yeah, that's why you won't
I
see
went
me.
over to Clapper and followed you there because I'm not even gonna try and get content from you unless it's over there.
Clapper. Oh God, I hope they keep improving the quality of Clapper because they finally have it on Android now. The lives are so much better on Clapper because
Okay.
they don't filter the comments. Like if you do a TikTok live, you don't see all the comments. You only see the comments that TikTok wants you to see. So when you comment on Clapper, it just pops up immediately. It's like real time. You can see everything. I mean, the quality of the video is not as good. It doesn't have all the features, but
Man,
you just you get sick of getting censored.
I still have to figure out a way to get Clapper on my phone because it's not available in my country. So that is fun.
Is it, it's just an app, so you wouldn't be able to get it on the computer? Or I wonder if you can get it on,
Elise, I need you to mute your phone for me. Mute your video.
I'll say it was great. I'm gonna be like, get here.
Good now?
Straight like that.
No, mute it. Hit the mute button so that it mutes. Like press the phone. There you go, honey. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Tata. Oh, look, it's a Tata Lugo.
Yeah.
There's a Tata in here. You just creeped in really, really quiet.
I'm just watching, hoping I can get some of them French fries she's making. What's going on? How you doing, everybody?
Hello.
hi.
So, welcome, welcome, welcome. In sunny South Florida.
Oh,
It's a beautiful day.
Okay.
I'm looking at all the marvelous people you have on here. So,
Yo, they wouldn't be in this room if they weren't spectacular human beings. That's the truth.
I
very
agree.
true. Very much so.
All right, everybody, bear with me. We're gonna get going in a couple of minutes, just like 3-4 more minutes, and then we'll get started. So, that being said, I'll be right back.
So how you guys doing? You guys can hear me?
yes, we hear you very well.
Yes, perfectly.
Good, 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 good. Welcome. I'm happy to be a part of this. Maybe I can learn something new. It's always good
James
to learn.
Dobbs here.
It's always good to learn something.
I agree. You're
Right.
never too old to learn.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So me especially, I'm always
Yeah.
trying to learn. I'm always trying to learn something new. So I'm so tired. Sorry about that. So get down, get down, get down. Oops, I'm sorry. Hey, little fella, come here. Come here. Not you. Oh, you want to see?
Oh, how cute.
Oh,
Oh. Is it a poodle?
Nope, Shih Tzu.
Oh, Shih Tzu. Okay. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I see it. I have 2 dogs. I have a lab, a black lab, and a little chihuahua.
Oh,
So
I got a big fat bloodhound, and if he gets up here, you're gonna just the whole bed, like he's 150 pounds. So
well, I have to log off here for a little bit. I will be back. Okay.
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 Tell Ryan that I have to do something. I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
I really miss having dogs. I used to have dogs when I was still living with my parents, but I found out after moving on my own that it's probably not such a good idea for them to be alone with no one else there to take care of
Aw.
them or look after them. So, but I really miss them. Dogs are really amazing.
Where do you live?
Well, I'm Romanian, but I've been living in Denmark for
Oh,
years. So, yeah.
I love your accent.
I feel very self-conscious about my accent.
Oh, don't.
Uh, yeah, thank you.
People with accents sound really intelligent to me. I mean, I'm from
Yeah.
Virginia, so anybody who has an accent sounds more intelligent to me.
Unless you bust out the southern drawl that I got.
I got one too. I have to work mine. I have to make sure I try and keep mine in check because sometimes people think you're ignorant.
Yeah.
No.
If I'm around people who are Southern, the Southern will continue
Yes.
to come out.
Yes.
When I was a teenager, when I was 13 years old, turning 14, I got accepted into a private academy in Washington, D.C. So I moved from Norfolk, Virginia to DC. And I was sitting in the cafeteria the first day I was there, and some kid came in and sat down and said, "Can I sit here?" I said, "Yeah." So he sat down and we were talking, and I was talking to him, and he was just looking at me like this. And I said, "Is there something wrong?" And he was like, "Are you retarded?"
You.
He
Oh
said,
my
"Are you
gosh.
retarded or something?" I was like, "What do you mean?" He was like, "Because you're talking really slow." I didn't realize I've had to push myself to be able
Yeah.
to talk faster. And when you watch my TikTok videos, you'll notice that I cut on and off and on and off. I cannot say everything I want to say in 60 seconds. It's impossible for me to have a complete thought that I can get out of my mouth in 60 seconds, which is why this takes so long, because you'll find out when you know me in real life, I'm very different than the way I appear on TikTok. And I'm really slow. So that's the only way I can get out 60-second bursts of energy is by click, 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 click. All right, everybody.
Well, we enjoy it.
I'm glad.
Of course.
All right, everybody. Please turn your microphones to mute. I need all of you to mute your channels for me, please. The reason why is because this beginning portion is going to be a lecture. I am going to not rush, but I'm going to move a lot faster than I did last time because I have my act together. I have a greater understanding of what it is I'm trying to share with you guys. Get your pens and papers ready. And if you're taking notes for a friend, make sure you're taking a note for your friends. So I'm not worried about the material I'm going to present to you, but sometimes I get emotional. So if I have to take a minute, just bear with me, because there's a certain level of ancestral grief that comes when you're doing ancestor work, especially if you're working with ancestors that have a very sordid history and a lot of pain, unresolved trauma. So the information isn't easy to get through, but we're going to do it. And this is how I really feel. I need all of you after today to commit to being advocates. I need you to be advocates. The information I'm going to share with you today gives you the license, according to me, to defend these traditions. Tata Lugo, he's a Tata. He's born and raised in these traditions. I'm an initiate in these traditions. I am a priest in the 21 divisions. I am scratched in Palo Mayombe. I receive my elekes. I'm part of a Santeria house. The information that you're getting today is authentic. It's real. It's not bullshit. You're going to find out the real truths about these traditions. So what I expect from you is that when you're on TikTok, you can't be afraid. If you're on TikTok and you see someone say something that is incorrect, if you see someone spreading misinformation about what we're going to talk about today, I expect you and the spirits of these traditions are going to expect you to, in the most respectful way possible, correct them. And if they say, well, who gave you the license to say anything? You send those motherfuckers to me. And you say, because my mentor or my friend or my teacher about these traditions, Brujo Ryan, said so. And if you want to take it up with somebody, you can take it up with him. Do we have that clear? Everybody's cool with that? Good. I'm real glad. So the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to show you all of the books that this material comes from. So if you want to get a more extensive understanding of everything we're going to talk about today, these are the books, okay? So let's go ahead and start with the books. These are the books that you would want to read or get. You can screenshot them if you want. Okay. Starting with the Bantu-speaking people of Africa, starting with the Congo, okay? This is Congo, Power and Majesty. And this is a pretty thick book. It's a big book. It's why I show it first. And it really goes into the history of Central Africa. And it talks about the Europeans that meet the Central Africans for the first time. We will be discussing that. And these people of the Congo, okay, which is now the Democratic Republic of the Congo, these are one of the language groups of people, one of the groups of people that were brought to the New World during the transatlantic slave trade. Congo, Power and Majesty. And you know what I've got in, I still haven't done this yet. I've got a picture of Marie Laveau sitting here right on the inside cover of the book. I'm going to do a shrine for Marie Laveau, but I haven't done it yet. The next book about the Congos is what the hell is up with my, what is going on? I'm sorry. This is like backwards, isn't it? What is wrong with this? Why is this backwards like that? That shouldn't be like that. All right, it doesn't matter. Just if you have any questions, you can text me or send me an email later about the books, okay? Astonishment and Power, The Eyes of Understanding, Congo Imkisi. Okay, so what are the Imkisi? The Imkisi. Well, we're going to be talking about them later. But the Inkisi are a very important kind of doll that's used, or that was used in Africa and the Congo for healing. You'll also be able to see you guys are very special because today you guys are going to be seeing my altars, which is something no one ever sees, but you are very special. So you guys get to see my altar. This book is called Palo Mayombe, The Garden of Blood and Bones. Now, here's the thing about Palo Mayombe, okay? Palo is my jam. Palo is the #1 tradition in which I am a part of. It's what I love. It's my heart. It's my ancestral path. Palo Mayombe, The Garden of Blood and Bones is the only book I would recommend to you to check out. It's got a lot of really good information, a lot of historical information in it. As you can see, there are not a lot of pictures, and that's just fine because you don't need any picture books of Palo. Most of the books that have pictures in them about Palo Mayombe are really graphic. They're not for people who don't need to be seeing that stuff. It's just too much. It's like Hollywood. This is a very good book. It does have some spiritual symbols and things in the background. I want everybody to know you are absolutely not permitted to start conjuring Native American and African spirits right now, okay? Until you get initiated into one of these traditions. So don't try to practice any magic that's out of any of these books. The next book is called Creole Religions of the Caribbean, an introduction from Voodoo, Santeria, Obeah, and Espiritismo, 2nd edition. Creole Religions of the Caribbean. And I'm so sorry that there's something wrong with my camera, but you guys will just write it down. This is a great book. Once again, We're talking history. We're not talking bullshit of people sitting around fingering themselves, trying to make little cute honey jars. This is the real shit. So if you want to really know about these traditions, this is great. Creole Religions of the Caribbean. The next book is called The Study of the Beliefs and Practices of the Kan, Yu, Yoruba, Igbo, and Kindred Peoples, West African Religion by Jeffrey Periander. This is also an older book, but it details the practices of the Africans of West Africa, specifically Yoruba speaking people and Fan and Yu speaking people, which would be coming out of Nigeria, coming out of Benin, coming out of Ghana, Togo, and the Ivory Coast. There's a religion that comes out of Nigeria, and it's called Ifa. And in the New World, we call it Santeria. It's also called Ifa. It's Orisha tradition. And this particular book, Babalawo, The Secrets of Afro-Cuban Ifa by Frank Baba Iyagbe. This is a great book if you are interested in learning about the religion that came from Nigeria to the New World. Last but not least, we have this book called Divine Horsemen, The Living Gods of Haiti by Maya Deren. This is Haitian voodoo. This is the religion of the people that practice the 21 divisions. It's also called 21 divisions, okay? The 21 nations, the 21 divisions, voodoo. Voodoo comes from Benin, it comes from Togo, it comes from Ghana. So if this is Loa tradition, this is also the tradition that made it up into New Orleans, and it's where New Orleans voodoo comes from, because when the French occupied where Louisiana and New Orleans is, they brought their slaves with them up into Louisiana, and those slaves who were they're from Haiti, what would become Haitian people, they brought voodoo into the United States. So that's the part about the Caribbean African traditions, but I also wanted to point out this book about hoodoo, okay? Because we can't talk about any of these diasporic traditions without at least doing an honorable mention to hoodoo. Working the Roots, over 400 years of traditional African-American healing. This is by Michelle Lee. This is if you would like to have an understanding and learn more about the history and practices of the Africans that were brought to the eastern parts, east coast of America, that turned into what we know today as hoodoo practices. There's also a great book called Working Conjure, and it's the only hoodoo book I would recommend to understanding some of the modern day practices. Working Conjure, A Guide to Hoodoo Folk Magic. Hoodoo Sen Moise is the person who wrote this book. It's a very good book. We're almost there, everybody. We're almost there. If you're interested, and I recommend, if you have a heritage that takes you back to the Caribbean, The Tainos and the Caribs, the Aboriginal Cultures of the Antilles by Sebastian, and I cannot say his last name because it's got a lot of letters in it, and I'm not very good at remembering people's names. Tainos and Caribs. This is the book. Actually, we're going to be talking about some of the information that's in this book, because this is everything we know about the Native Americans, the indigenous people that populated the Greater Antilles when Columbus arrived lost in the Caribbean. This book is called Dreaming Mother Earth, The Life and Wisdom of a Native Cuban Cacique, Panchito. This is really a book that covers the philosophy of this particular man. His name is Panchito. He's Cuban and a Taino cacique, modern day cacique. I'm pretty much going to guess that he has passed now, but this basically is the wisdom distilled from him that came down from his grandfather and his grandfather's grandfathers and his grandfather's grandfathers. This is the closest living connection we have to the spirituality of the Native Americans of the Caribbean. The last few books I want to show you is everyone in this mother freaking room should be reading Ancestral Medicine. Ancestral Medicine by Daniel Foor, Foor, Rituals for Personal and Family Healing. Now I'm going to explain something to you. This guy is a white guy who was born in the middle of the country. He was a witch when he was a teenager and a chaos magician, and he ended up going to West Africa and getting initiated into Ifa, which is, like we said before, a Nigerian traditional religion. He's a Babalawo, but this book, Ancestral Medicine, doesn't have anything to do with Ifa or any of those practices. This is a book he wrote for the general public to get in contact with their ancestors. How do we get into contact with our ancestors? We are going to be doing ancestor work today. We are going to be talking about how to contact our spirit guides and our ancestral spirits. But this man has spent a lot of time studying traditional practices around the world about how people honor their dead. It's really great. It's beautiful. It's the foundational book I recommend for every single person I mentor. This book I haven't read a lot of yet. It's called Ancestor Paths, Honoring Our Ancestors and Guardian Spirits Through Prayers, Rituals, and Offerings. This is the only book I haven't read yet, but I can already tell you now that this person definitely goes into what we would call Espiritismo Cruzado, crossed spiritism, or Espiritismo Criollo, creolized spiritism. And in the back, what's great here is in the back, she has baths. Look at that, a bath to remove negativity. She's got floor washes, and she's got prayers to say, lots of prayers, employment prayer, an inspirational prayer, just a lot of good stuff. Okay, so I would say this is a book worth reading. Finally, if you're going to learn about Espiritismo, the spiritism that we practice off the island of Puerto Rico and Cuba, you will never go into an Espiritista home or go to a misa or a spiritual math where they're conducting a seance without seeing this book, The New Devotionary Spiritist Collection of Selected Prayers by Allan Kardec, Allan Kardec. We're going to be talking about this Allan Kardec character more. The thing about this particular book is before the prayers are actually shown and said, it actually has like a paragraph or two explaining why the prayer is actually said. So there are two prayers I recommend to my people, which is the prayer to the guardian angel and the protecting spirits, the good spirits, and also the prayer to distance yourself from negative spirits. So the way we're going to kick off this shindig is we're going to say two prayers. We're going to say two prayers out of the Kardec book. Well, actually, it's not the Kardec book. The thing about the new devotionary spiritist or new devotionary is it's now in modern English. When Allan Kardec first released those books, they were written in French and then they were translated to Portuguese and to Spanish. They migrated themselves from France down into the Caribbean. And the language is very Victorian and very old and very difficult to read and painful. My first madrina, my first godmother in the traditions, told me I had to read all of the books of Allan Kardec. I did not read all of his books because I could not tolerate the level of the language that was used. But anyway, in my book, Brujo, Grimoire of a Puerto Rican Witch, I did take my favorite Allan Kardec prayer. That was a shameless plug. That was a shameless plug. Don't buy my book. It's really shitty. It's a really not a good book. So in the back, though, I did put my favorite selected prayers. And so we're going to say a prayer to the good spirits, and we're also going to say a prayer to distance ourselves from negative spirits to commence our spiritual discussion. Benevolent and thoughtful spirit guides, messengers of the Almighty, loving sentinels charged with the mission of helping us grow in wisdom and love. I ask you to forgive us. I ask you to give us your support as we face each day's challenges. Help us, spirit guides, to have the fortitude of character to resist harmful thoughts and resist the temptation to listen to the voices of evil entities who would induce us to err. illuminate our thoughts and help us recognize our defects. Remove the veil of ignorance from our eyes so that we can recognize our faults. To you who in particular I acknowledge and we acknowledge as our spirit guides, and to all the other good spirits who take an interest in our well-being, we pray that we might be worthy of your consideration. You know our needs. We therefore ask that you help us improve the quality of our life as we become closer to God. And the prayer to distance from negative spirits. In the name of God Almighty, may the negative spirits be distanced from us, and may only enlightened spirits replace them and assist us today in the battle against them. Negative spirits who inspire bad thoughts, treachery, and lies in the minds of God's people, we refute you with all of our strength. Above all, we desire that God grant you his mercy. Enlightened spirits who God has assigned to assist us, grant us the strength to resist the influence of negative spirits and the necessary light, so that we do not become the object of their perverse intentions. All right. Now I can begin the lecture. Jeez Louise. All right, here we go. When talking about the history of the Caribbean and talking about the practices in the diaspora, the religions that come from Africa, and also the religion of the Taino people, the Native Americans that were there when, like I said, Columbus arrived lost in the Caribbean. This class that I'm trying to teach you the most fundamental, essential parts of the religions that come out of the Caribbean. This could be like a 2-semester long college level course. This should be a college level course, and it could take 2 semesters just to scratch the surface of everything. So I'm trying my best to give you a general outline of the essentials of this particular everything that went on. So the question is, when talking about all of this, where is the best place to start? When talking
beginning.
about all of it. The beginning, yes. So we're going to talk about the Native peoples. We're going to talk about the Native Americans, and we're going to talk about just what history tells us, archaeology, anthropology tells us about how the natives got to the Caribbean, okay? We can't escape that. So bear with me here. A little bit of history. Some of the history that's in this particular book, the Tainos and the Caribs, you might have different opinions about it. We'll talk about it later, okay? So just take notes. Well, historians believe that about 30 to 40,000 years ago, the first settlers crossed the Bering Strait and populated the southern cone at a time when the ice sheets covered much of North America. Between 11,000 and 12,000 years ago, given the climate change, some of the first immigrants returned northward, spreading from the Gulf of the coast of Mexico or from Central America to North America, while another group crossed the Bering Strait, expanding their reach along the Pacific coastline. 5,000 years ago, when the last wave of settlers came, they went into Alaska, Canada, and Greenland. Now about Antillean settlers. The first Antillean settlers came around 6,000 BC. They came probably from Central America and settled in Cuba and Hispaniola. That would be today the Dominican Republic and Haiti. They were mainly hunters, settling inland and fabricating objects made of flint or flint stone. About 4,000 BC, the fishermen gatherers started coming into the region. They were the natives of South America and became the first humans to populate the Lesser Antilles and Puerto Rico. They made objects using polished stones, and contrary to the previous settlers, exhibited a preference to live in the coast where they fished. Generally, both the first settlers and the fishermen are called archaic. And the Mona Channel that separates Hispaniola and Puerto Rico seems to have constituted a common border between those two groups. Reading it is a lot easier than trying to remember it. The pinnacle of the Taino culture was between 1200 to 1500 AD. The pinnacle of the historic process is reached before the arrival of the Europeans in the Antilles and is characterized by the formation of a more complex society where the societal hierarchy is expressed in the role of the cacique, and where there are such things as ideology, techniques, and art. Hispaniola and Puerto Rico are at the center of this native Antillean culture. So what happened? Let's talk about the Taínos for a second. Well, you know, when you think about paradise, that's the situation that the Taínos really lived in. Beautiful, lush, green, tropical. They were nude. They did not wear clothing. They did paint their bodies with different colors, and they were very artistic. And the religion that they practiced, or what we could say their traditional practices, okay, because religion is a tricky term, you know what I mean? You can be a spiritual person, or you can be a religious person. I consider myself a spiritual person. I have a lot of spiritual practices, a lot of spiritual disciplines, but I don't consider myself a religious person. There's a difference. So the spirituality of the Taínos was based in Simiism. Simi, C-E-M-I, or Zimi, Z-E-M-I, was basically what they practiced. And it was based in ancestor veneration. It was based in the knowledge of and the veneration of their ancestors. Columbus himself said, after looking at these very hospitable people that welcomed him with open arms, brought him all kinds of gifts, he said, they have no religion, no idolatry, except that they all believe power and goodness to be in heaven. They firmly believe that I, with my ships and men, came from heaven, and with this idea, I've been received everywhere since they lost fear of me. So after the Taínos initially lost fear of the Spanish that showed up, they really thought for a very brief period of time, they must be the gods, or they must be, you know, they must be divine because of the tools that they had. The Taínos did not have swords or iron to fight back when it came time to colonize these people. What's interesting, and we'll get into this later, is that a lot of the practices of the Taínos, okay, made it into the religions of the Caribbean religions, Santeria, Palo Mayombe, Ifa, Voodoo, all of it. The Native Americans have a permanent impression on all of these religions because it was the Native Americans that taught the Africans the medicinal, the herbal, the magical properties of the healing plants. Because when the Africans came to the New World, obviously they had traditional healing practices that they used herbs and herbal preparations in their practices, but they didn't know what the plants were. They didn't know what the qualities were. And it was by the Taínos that they learned these properties. So the Taínos have an indelible mark forever on all of the traditions that come out of the Caribbean. In Voodoo, in the 21 divisions, there's an entire division devoted to the Taíno, Loa. It's called the Sweet Water Division. And we're going to talk about Voodoo more, because this time around in my life, we're really going to hit up the basics of at least 5 different religions that are very, very important. So also, a lot of the native practices made it into a religion called Palo Mayombe. And we're going to talk about that more later. But things went south and sour with the Spanish. Columbus had left men in Hispaniola took off, went back to Spain. And when he came back, all of those people were dead because there were conflict between the natives and the Spanish, and specifically how the Spanish behaved towards the natives. You know, when Christopher Columbus looked at these native people, all he saw were dollar signs and gold. And he thought, damn, these people are going to make great slaves, because what he reported back to the king and the queen was that it wouldn't take but 50 men to subjugate these people into the colonization process. So a lot of the Tainos committed suicide because they didn't want to be slaves. And the men were put into slavery. And then the women, of course, were raped and taken to be the women of the Spanish. Because one of the colonization mindset was you move into a place, you colonize, you take the women, you start taking over the land. You start taking over the inheritance of the land. So the first documented interracial sexual encounter in the New World, and I'm sorry if this is triggering to you, but you need to hear this. One of the Spaniards had sent a letter to a friend in Italy boasting about his sexual encounter between him and one of the Taino women. And he said, I took for myself a beautiful cannibal who was naked, and I wanted to take pleasure with her. She objected, so he whipped her until she finally gave in and he achieved his purpose. Suffice it to say that she really seemed trained as a whore. So the sexuality of the Tainos, of course, was not Christian. They had a much different view of life, love, sexuality, and the world. And so Taino women were given a name called Chiquita. And the men, the Spanish, basically treated the women like whores. And that is how my grandmothers, at least, were treated for a very long time. So there was much disrespect towards the Native American people. And when the Tainos were no longer able to produce the kind of results that the Spanish wanted, they got this bright idea that they were just going to start importing Africans, because the colonization process in West Africa was already well underway. And the Africans were very used to the demands of the colonizers. So they just thought, well, these natives, they're just dying. You know, you get 1 or 2 years out of them and they're dead. You know, the average lifespan of an African slave that was taken to a plantation in the New World was 3 years. Maybe 4 if he was strong. But the Africans that were brought to the New World, they had a lifespan once they got off the boat of about 3 years before they worked them to death. That these people were worked to death until they dropped dead. And then they would drag them and they would throw them in a pit with everybody else. There are different estimates as to how many Africans were brought to the New World. Most of the Africans that were brought to the New World came from Benin, Togo, Ghana, the Ivory Coast. They came from Senegal. They came from Nigeria, Angola, and they came from the Congo and Central Africa. Of course, Nigeria and Benin, Togo, and Ghana and all of that is West African on the Ivory Coast. Some say 5 million. Some people say 8 million. Some people even say it could have been up to like 10 million Africans shipped to the New World over the entire period of slavery. And I just want everybody to take a take a step back for a second and think about that. How devastating that was. They depleted the population in Africa because they drug up to 10 million slaves against their will across the Atlantic and put them to work in the eastern coast of Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, all of that, down into the Caribbean, down into Brazil. So I would consider, in my personal opinion, that the transatlantic slave trade is probably the grossest and most horrific event of all human history. I mean, human history is full of war and bloodshed and violence and everyone killing each other over religion and killing each other over politics. But the idea of transplanting almost like an entire group of people to another place against their will, that I think that kind of like is number one on my list. So what
Can I
happened?
say something to that?
Yes.
The big thing that a lot of people are missing out on that is that with the 15 million, 16 million, whatever million amount of people they brought over from these countries as slaves and that were murdered and were slaughtered. Can you imagine the people that didn't reproduce or didn't get a chance to reproduce? The women, the children, you know, we look at the 14 million, the big number. Well, what about the underlying number that came with that? The generations that were killed, you know, that didn't even get to see children being born and stuff like that.
I got a radio.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I see someone put up their hand, but I can't allow you to speak until I finish my lecture because I cannot get off track. But what I want to say is that Orange Ink Education, I will get to you. Please write down all of your questions, comments, and objections, because we will address them all in a very civil way and talk about it. I'm sure that there are people in this room who are more educated than me, and I want to be educated. If I have not said something correct, I want you to correct me, but not now. So the point is that, and I just want to, we're just going to put it out there like this, okay? You know, when we talk about Black History Month and we talk about Black Lives Matter and we talk about this entire situation, I'm not going to get political on you because it's not my agenda to throw a political agenda at you. But I just want to say that a lot of these Africans that came over to the New World, they don't know a lot of Black people don't know where they came from. They don't have an ancestry. They don't have, a lot of them don't have a clear family line, a delineation. I encourage all of my clients to get a DNA test, to pay that $99 to Ancestry.com. Or if you go to Ancestry.com DNA and you type in, you know, your email address for the subscription to get updates and things on the Ancestry DNA, they will be sending you coupons all the time trying to get you to buy that test for between $65 and $75. And I think everyone should do it. And the reason why, whether you're white, Black, Hispanic, or Native, is because it gives you a really good overview of the migration patterns of your ancestors. To know if you're Black and you don't know exactly where your family came from, or you only know about 2 generations or 3 generations back in your family, to know that you are Nigerian, or to know that your roots are in Ghana, or your roots are in Benin or in Congo, is a very empowering thing. It's very empowering to know what's in you, what's in your DNA, and also where you come from. So in ancestral medicine, we have people that are adopted that don't know who their birth parents are. We have people who have no family, like me, who hasn't had anything to do with their family in 20 years. We have people who only know who their grandparents are, or maybe their great grandparents are. And doing ancestral work, praying to the ancestors, talking to the ancestors, working with your spirit guides, working with the spirits that come down through your family, your ancestral spirits, is a way to heal the trauma, that you have, and also start to help repair the trauma in your family line with those spirits that have been lost or have been forgotten. Okay. The point is that that is why we celebrate Black History Month. That is why Black people should be proud to be Black, because they have become a community out of just an amount of suppression, depression, and all kinds of horrible things that happened, throughout history. And I don't mean to, I'm not sorry for going on and on about it, because, people don't like to talk about it. People don't like to talk about mental illness. They don't like talking about sexual assault. They don't like talking about slavery. They don't like talking about race relations. But you know what? If you don't talk about it, you can't heal it. You have to talk about it. You have to heal it, and you have to recognize it and really understand all the circumstances. Okay, so now let's get to the religions, okay? The first religion that we're going to talk about that came to the New World, to the Caribbean, is voodoo. So when the colonization process started and the first African slave boat showed up in the New World, that boat landed in the northeast section of the Dominican Republic. And the Catholics would have Catholic fraternities. The Catholic Church pretty much ruled over everything for a very long time in the Caribbean, Mesoamerica, and below. And when they first allowed the Africans to have their first fraternity, the first Catholic fraternity for Africans in the New World, it was in Cahuti. That's in the Dominican Republic. And that first fraternity for Black slaves still exists. Now, what happened when these slaves came together is they tried the best they could to preserve what they knew about their ancestral religions and their ancestral beliefs. In the beginning, the colonizers would separate the slaves. They would mix them up, the different language groups, they would mix them up so they couldn't understand one another or had difficulty communicating. They would take families, they would tear them apart. They would put the women over here, the men over here. And so really what happened was there became a bond, a common spiritual bond. And these practices, these traditional practices were salvaged. Some people don't understand. They think, wow, Santeria, Palo Mayombe, voodoo, those religions, they're scary. They're really scary. They're really, really harsh. And you know what? These traditions are based on survival. Africans used these traditions, these practices, and these religions to be able to maintain some kind of ancestral memory with the people they were stolen from, and in order to maintain their identity. Now, what happened? Because the Catholics would not allow the Africans to practice their traditional beliefs, the Africans had to hide their gods, deities, and other things behind the veil of Catholicism and saints. So what happened? What happened was, if a colonizer would go into someone's home, like just burst into one of their slaves' homes, they might see a little shrine in that corner. And the shrine in the corner might have a saint, could have St. Patrick, could have St. Anthony, could have some other saint. And that saint would be used as it would be used as a placeholder or for the actual spirit in which was being honored. So like in voodoo, Dambala, which is one of the popular Loa, he's the great white serpent spirit and one of the primordial Loa, one of the creators of all of this, is syncretized with St. Patrick. Whereas Papa Legba or Legba or Eshua Legbara was syncretized with St. Anthony in voodoo. So when you hear about Santeria and the saints and all of this stuff, that is why you will see a lot of Catholic imagery that is used And it's still used today. There are some religions, like there are people who practice Santeria, or actually Lukumi, they call it Lukumi, that have eliminated or removed a lot of the Catholic components and made it much more African when they're working with their Orishas, or even trying to work with their Loa. But in reality, a lot of people continue to use those saint images because, well, that's what our ancestors did. And that's what they used. And so I honor my ancestors respectfully by continuing to do things traditionally. I don't remove or take away anything. I keep everything exactly as it is when it comes to saints. So that is why you might see a saint statue in someone's home that has a cup of coffee beside it, or has some candy beside it, or has some kind of other little offering out beside it, is because that saint statue, that image, has been dedicated to the Orisha, or dedicated to the Loa that it's been assigned to. So let me see. Voodoo. Voodoo comes from the Yuan Fan speaking people. There is a documentary that I want you to watch on Amazon Prime. It's by Benjamin Hunsu. He was the African man born in Benin who was in that Steven Spielberg movie called Amistad. Do you guys remember back in the 90s? There was a movie called Amistad, and there was an African man who was brought to the New World. He was a slave. Amazing movie. If you have not seen Amistad, watch that. But that particular actor, he did a documentary film, and it's called Voodoo, Voodoo. I think like Stairs to Heaven or something like that. And it shows today in modern times what it's like to live in Benin, and also to be a traditional practitioner of voodoo. If you want to know what real voodoo looks, watch that movie and you can see how they practice it in Africa. Okay. If you're interested in knowing how voodoo is practiced in the real world for real, go to YouTube and type in Voodoo Haiti, and you will see how Haitians practice voodoo in Haiti. And we're going to talk about voodoo. So voodoo comes from the Fan speaking people and the Yu speaking people. It primarily was practiced in Benin, Togo, and Ghana, and farther west in Africa. The deities that are used, when I say deity, it's very tricky, okay? Because the Loa are not gods and goddesses, not in the sense that Western people use the word gods and goddesses. Like they're not like the Greek gods, like Zeus and Aphrodite or any of that. That's not how they're perceived. The word Loa means, comes from the Yoruba word Oluwa. And Oluwa basically is translated as Lord. So the Loas in voodoo are the lords. They are the lords of voodoo, okay? And we call the female Loa, because there are both male and female Loa, maitresses. So in my tradition, and I'm going to be very specific, there are many different branches of voodoo, okay? So the voodoo that's practiced in Haiti that made it up into New Orleans changed because of geographical distance between the people that practiced it in Haiti and the people that practiced it in Louisiana. It changed a little bit. So it's not practiced the same way in New Orleans as it is in Haiti. But then it also has other influences in New Orleans, because Dr. John came from Senegal. Dr. John was the teacher of Marie Laveau. Dr. John initiated Marie Laveau into the voodoos. Dr. John came from Senegal. He was brought to Cuba. He was a cook, a chef, and he got initiated into Palo Mayombe. And when he became free, he went to Louisiana, he went to New Orleans, and brought Palo with him. So Marie Laveau was not only initiated into voodoo, she was also initiated into Palo Mayombe. And if you really pay attention, if you really know what the fuck you're talking about and you know what you're looking for, you will see all of the African diasporic traditions that made it into New Orleans that create that Creole culture, that create those Creole religions. Now, the Loa, they have different divisions. It's called the 21 divisions. And there are three primary groups that we refer to when we're talking about the Loa. We talk about the Rada Loa, we talk about the Petro Loa, and we talk about the Sweetwater division. So there are three primary divisions that the Loa are separated into. The Rada, which is R-A-D-A, the Rada, or the root Loa, are the Loa that come from Africa. Usually in a voodoo ritual, the Rada Loa are called first because they're the oldest. They come from Africa, Dambala, Papa Legba, Aida Widu, and other Loa that come from the old world. Matresi Li. They're very pure spirits. Most of them do not like alcohol. Most of them do not like the smell of cigarettes and tobacco. Matresi Li is a Loa who is the leader of the female division of Loa, because the females have their own division too, but Matresi Li is the leader of the matresses. And when she comes down in possession and trance possession into the head of one of the practitioners, they have to throw a white sheet down on the floor for her to walk on because she's so pure. There can be no alcohol, there can be no cigarettes or cigars being smoked when Matresi Li comes down. And that spirit came down on a mambo when I was at a voodoo ritual one day. Matresi Li, as a Loa, when she comes down, she cries. She cries because the pain of the world is too much for her, because she's so delicate and she's such an elevated spirit. And when she comes down, she loves men. And a lot of gay men love Matresi Li because Matresi Li is the Beyonce of voodoo. She's grand. And when she comes down, all the men gather around her and they hold her up. And she had two Haitian men on both sides holding her hand and holding her back as she was walking through the crowd. And what she loves is Florida water. She loves Florida water cologne. She drinks Florida water cologne. Don't drink Florida water cologne. You can't drink it. But when these spirits come down into possession, they can do all kinds of miraculous things that human beings can't. It's just because they bring down their powers when they come. But what she was doing is she was putting Florida water in her hand and she was rubbing it on the men, blessing the men with Florida water. And one of the people grabbed me and said, Blanc, Blanc, go, go. Blanc means white, right? She's go, get over there. And they shoved me in front of Matresi Li. And I was standing there and she came over and put Florida water in her hands and rubbed her hands over my face and over my chest and down my arms. And when I looked into the mambo's face, because when someone is possessed by spirit, when someone's in trance possession with the spirit, you will know because they don't blink. Their eyes never shut. When someone is possessed with the spirit, their eyes are wide open like that. They will not blink, okay? This mambo's eyes were wide open, but she had this beautiful, delicate smile on her face. And as she put the Florida water on me, she had a smile on her face and she was so cosmic. When I looked into her eyes, it was like I could see the Milky Way galaxy. And Matresi Li, when she comes down, she brings love and energy. And I got an erection, almost, just by her touching my face. Most of the men just go blah like that when Matresi Li comes down because she is love. She is a spirit of love and her presence filled the entire arena that we were in. Anyway, one time I was in a voodoo ritual and Dambala was being called to come down. And it just so happened that I was in the middle of the room and I could see in the back of the room, there are these really asshole people that showed up for the ritual. I don't know why they showed up, but they were pulling alcohol out of this woman's purse and they were swigging like rum in the back and laughing and haha. And some guy had lit up a cigarette in the back and Dambala came down. And when Dambala came down and saw what was going on, he left. He came down, he in ritual, he came down. And the next thing you know, he was like, no, I'm out of here. And he took off. Because that was so disrespectful to be smoking cigarettes and drinking alcohol when these Rada Loa are being called upon. Okay, so we'll talk about it later. Keep your notes, keep your questions. The second division that's very popular, or part of the second division that's not popular, it's part of the divisions, is called the Petro Loa. And the Petro Loa are the spirits of the Haitian Revolution. They're the souls of the Haitians that died in the Haitian Revolution, and they are hot. They are hot. See, we don't have good and bad spirits in voodoo. There's not good and evil. The concepts of good and evil and the polarization of the spirit world, that started in Zoroastrianism. The Jews inherited it. The Christians inherited it from the Jews. The Muslims inherited it from the Jews, the Christians, and the Zoroastrians. And this whole concept of angels and demons, and this is good and this is bad, that is purely a Western concept. In voodoo, our spirits are considered to be hot and cold. So the Radha Loa, the older Loa, are very cool. You can approach them. You can put out offerings for Dambala. You can put out offerings for Legba. They'll accept it. But you absolutely cannot approach Petro Loa without an initiation or having some kind of guidance to work with these spirits, because they're very hot. And when they come down, they grab their machetes and they grab their cigars and they grab their rum and they beat the machete on the ground and they set themselves on fire and all kinds of stuff. And they can be very dangerous. The last division of Loa is the Sweetwater division. And those are the native spirits, the Tainos. The Sweetwater division of Taino spirits is especially honored and revered in the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico, because the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico have a very strong affinity towards the Native Americans and the Tainos. And the branch of voodoo that I practice is called Sanse. It developed in the island of Puerto Rico. When Haitians and Dominicans started coming over to Puerto Rico, they started initiating Puerto Ricans who were espiritistas, or people who practice spiritualism, into the mysteries, into the mysticism of Haiti. Sanse is a mystery tradition and it's Haitian mysticism. And in Sanse, it really comes from a Creole word called Jesus, Ryan, get your act together. The word Sanse comes from the Creole word Zanset, which means ancestor. So I'm a Sansista. Tata Lugo is a Sansista. My madrina, our godmother, is also a Sansista, crowned Anaisa Paye for 30 years. I'm crowned Anaisa Paye Danto. She is my mother. And Belie Bocan, Archangel Michael, who is Havioso in Africa, is my father. That's who I am. That's the 21 divisions. So in Sanse, when Puerto Ricans practice voodoo, they practice a little different, because the difference between the traditions is how the Loa come down into spirit possession. And what you're going to find out about the Caribbean traditions is that working with spirits of the dead, working with spirits of nature, and also the mounting of spirit, meaning when a practitioner becomes mounted by a deity and is channeling the messages of that particular spirit, that's a very primary component of all of these traditions in the Caribbean. Transpossession is a primary component when you're going to a seance with the spiritistas, if you're going to a voodoo ritual, and anything else. These spirits are called on and they are called down, and they will come down. The interesting thing about the spirit possession of these different Loa is, guess what? When they come down, they always behave the same. It does not matter if you're in New Orleans or you're in Haiti or you're in Puerto Rico. When certain Loa are called to come down, that doesn't matter if they come down in the head of a man, doesn't matter if they come down in the head of a woman, they come down as the spirit. And I find that to be a really amazing, miraculous thing. Just as a reminder, please put your microphones on mute so that we're not getting any extra background noise right now. I swear to God, give me about 10 more minutes and we'll be done with the lecture, and then we can talk about all kinds of things. I hope everybody's doing okay so far with everything. Good, all right. I'm doing my best.
Dusty from that box film.
Okay. Hello, somebody's microphone is on and I need you to turn your microphone off. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be a bitch. I absolutely cannot deal or focus with background noise. All right, so let's move on. We were talking about voodoo, and we were talking about the different Loa of voodoo. So we're going to move on to another tradition. The next tradition that is very important in the entire schema of things is called Santeria. Santeria, also known as Lukumi, comes from Ifa. And Ifa is a religion that's practiced by the Yoruba-speaking people, the people who are the Yoruba-speaking people that came from Nigeria. And when you hear someone talking about spirits like Yemaya, mother of the ocean, or Oshun, who rules over the rivers, and Shango, and Oya, and Elegua, and all these other Orishas, that is Santeria, that is Lukumi, that is Ifa, that's Orisha tradition. It is separate from Voodoo tradition. There are overlaps between all of the traditions, but when we're talking about Orishas, we're talking about Lukumi, we're talking about Ifa. So that's a very important differentiation to know. If someone tells you they practice Santeria and they work with Papa Legba, you know they're lying, because Papa Legba is not an Orisha. You see what I'm saying? So it's very important to educate yourself when you're talking about these different spirits, as to know exactly what tradition they come from and what language group they come from. Things can get very confusing, because Ogun is one of the most important Orishas in the pantheon. So he comes down as Ogun in Santeria and Ifa. But in Voodoo, because there were Yoruba-speaking people who are mixed with the Yuan Fan-speaking people, we have a division called the Nago Nation. And the Nago Nation represents the Yoruba-speaking people's deities. So in the Nago Nation, or the Nago division of the 21 divisions of Voodoo, they're all called Ogus. We have different Ogus. There's Ogu Shango, Ogu Batala, Ogu Balanjo, and different Ogus. So the Ogus are a very specific group of Loa that are representative of the Yoruba-speaking people in Ifa. There's even Belie Balkantone, who is my father, is an Ogu, because they're Ogus. That's all I have to say. In Ifa, if you are interested in getting initiated into, let's talk about initiations too real quick. If you're interested in getting into Voodoo, if you wanted to be initiated into Voodoo, like you actually wanted to practice this thing, you would have to find someone who is initiated into Voodoo, and you would have to find someone who is a priest, either a Mambo or a Hungan or a Papa Loa. I'm called a Papa Loa, or a Mama Loa, or a Loasista. They're also called Loasistas or Sansistas. You have to find somebody who's initiated in the religion to pass, who's willing to pass an initiation to you. Just because you get initiated into any of these traditions doesn't mean you have to initiate anyone else. It is not a requirement. Every initiation, everything you receive in these traditions, you receive for you and for your health. If you decide that you wanted to have your own house, if you decided that you wanted to have your own godchildren, as a priest, you could. But if you wanted to practice the 21 divisions, you would have to find someone who's initiated in the 21 divisions and someone who's willing to perform the initiation ceremony and teach you and guide you in the practices and how to approach the spirits. Because in every single tradition, Voodoo, Santeria, Ifa, Palo Mayombe, even though the traditions all stem from the same place, they run parallel with one another, but they never cross. We do not cross pantheons when working with the spirits. The spirits have to stay separate. Matter of fact, some of the spirit groups don't like each other at all. They can't be kept in the same room. So if you went to my madrina's house, you would see that all the Palo spirits have their room, and all the Sanse have their room, and all the Yoruba have their room. And we keep the spirits separate because they can't be mixed. They can't be on the same altar. So if you really get into these traditions, you need to get a big motherfucking house, because every single one of your rooms is going to have shrines in it to many, many different spirits, okay? But the point is these traditions run parallel with one another. And sometimes there's syncretization between the religions, like in Palo Mayombe, Sarabanda is a very important spirit that's worked with. In Santeria tradition, he would be Ogun. In Sanse, he would be Saint Peter. So there's overlap, but we always work with the spirits the way we're supposed to work with them, depending on the tradition and depending on how they're supposed to be served, because these spirits are served. And a difference between a Caribbean witch and a Wiccan, or someone who practices Western European magic, or whatever the fuckery it is that people practice in America, is that when we practice magic, it's very simple. If I need something, I go to my spirits. I go to my pots. And I say to my mother, Anaisa, well, I complain, of course. Man, this person's doing that, blah, 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 blah. I need your help. I need you to da, 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 da. And I say, you know, if you would help me out with the situation, I'll buy you a new fan, or I'll buy you a new mirror, or I'll buy you a nice bottle of cologne. I'll buy you a 12-pack of beer. Like, I will do my offerings and pay my dues. She takes care of everything for me. I don't have to do a damn thing because Anaisa takes care of me. And I serve Anaisa, and that's how the relationships between the Loa and human beings work. So when we need things in our tradition, we rely on our spirits. We don't do the work. When I'm sitting and doing a tarot reading, my spirits are the ones who are working. My spirits are the ones who are going out, doing the investigation. They're the ones that are coming back, telling me what they saw. So I can do 8 readings in a day. And at the end of the day, I might feel a little grumpy, but I'll wake up the next day and I'll do 8 readings again. And I'll be just fine. Why? Because I'm not expending my personal energy when I'm doing spiritual work. I'm working with my spirits. Working by yourself in a tradition and feeling like you're working alone and by yourself is like running off of a pack of AA batteries. When you get connected with your ancestral spirits, when you get connected with your familial spirits, your spirit guides, or you get initiated into a tradition that works with spirits, now you're getting plugged into the wall. There's a big difference between operating a piece of machinery off of AA batteries and plugging it into the source. And when we need something, we go to the source. I will go to the river with a bottle of honey to talk to my mother. And that's where I will communicate with my spirits, because we actually have to go to the places the spirits live. Like, you can't just sit around in your house and expect that you're going to work with spirits, like sitting in your house and never leaving your house. There's places you have to go. You have to go to the cemetery. You have to go to the river. You have to go to the ocean. You have to go to the mountain. You have to go to the forest. You have to go places. You have to meet these spirits. So that's the difference between a Caribbean witch and some other kind of witch. Santeria, Lukumi, and Ifa are all part of the same tradition because they're all Orisha tradition. If you wanted to get initiated into Santeria, Lukumi, or Ifa, you would have to go to a Babalao. And a Babalao is a priest of Orula. Orula is one of the Orishas, a very important Orisha, and the Babalao will do a divination. Everything in these traditions starts with a divination. It all starts with a reading. You cannot enter these traditions without getting a reading first, because the reading is going to define for you what you need in the tradition, what you need to receive, what your path is, who are the spirits that are walking with you. So that's why the spirits choose us, because they want us to be their servant, or their worshiper or devotee, not us deciding, oh, I'm a child of Ochun. That's my mother. I've decided that I want her. I'm going to go to Botanica and I'm going to pick up a big statue of Oshun and I'm going to bring it home and I'm going to put it on an altar like all the other witches do. And I'm going to put out all the stuff. There's nothing, I cannot condemn that, because if that is how someone chooses to express themselves, that's all they're willing to do with themselves. If that's how they're expressing themselves to show their gratitude for the Orisha and have a place for them in their home and honor that spirit, that's fine. But why would you do that when you can go receive Oshun in the tradition? When you can go and you can, if she is really walking with you, if she's really your guardian angel, or she's with you, that why don't you just go and actually receive the stuff? Because what people don't understand, and this is where the whole, oh, this is a closed practice, not, oh, Jesus, let's not even go. We'll talk about the closed practice later. These are closed religions. They're not closed by ethnicity. They're closed religions, meaning you have to be initiated into these religions to practice them. And if you're a Catholic, you still got to be initiated as a Catholic to practice practice Catholicism. I might be born into a Catholic family where everyone in my family are confirmed Catholics. They might even baptize me as a baby. But until I go through catechism or whatever it's called, and until I get initiated, and they call it initiation into the Catholic Church, until I get initiated into the Catholic Church and I am a confirmed Catholic, I'm not a Catholic. So until you get initiated, until you get baptized or you receive your beads or you join a house or you have officially a godmother or a godmother who's helping you in these traditions, or you receive your spirits or you're crowned with someone, then you're not a part of it and you do not have a voice at the African diasporic religion table. And your opinion doesn't fucking matter to anyone that actually practices the religion. So if you're interested in any of these traditions, well, look, you got one person over here and you got Tata Lugo over there that are willing to help you enter the tradition and help you receive the things that you need to receive in order to be a practitioner. And we can talk about that later. But these traditions of voodoo, Palo Mayombe, Santeria, Ifa, there's priesthoods and unbroken lineages of priesthoods that go back to Africa. So there's an actual priesthood. These are religions. There are priests that handle and care for and take care of the Orishas. You would go to a Babalawo. You would get a reading in Ifa. They would tell you what you needed to do to get started. They would tell you which Eshu or Alegua is with you that needs to be made. They would make that for you. You would receive your warriors, and there's things that have to be done in a certain way in order to progress in the religions. Palo Mayombe, that particular religion is one of the first religions to start to evolve in the New World. It's one of the first African-inspired religions to evolve in the New World, and it evolved in Cuba. Palo Mayombe is Congo. The spirits that are worked with are Congolese and Native American. When the Bantu-speaking people came over to the New World and mixed with the Native Americans that were on the island, what ended up happening was there was a hybrid between Simiism and Congo African spirituality. In Africa, in the Congo, if you got sick, you went to the local traditional healer, and he was called the Nganga. I'm almost there, guys. Please bear with me. He was called the Nganga, and the Nganga was the traditional healer. What he would do is he would take a piece of wood and he would carve it into a doll, and then he would hollow out its belly. Then, depending on what the person's malady is, maybe they had a spiritual malady, a physical, or some kind of emotional malady, he would pack inside of the doll the herbs and the other magical incantations and parts that needed to be put in there. And then a mirror or some kind of rock or crystal would be placed on top of the belly, and it would be sealed. Then the Nganga, who is the priest, would sit and he would take nails and he would hammer the nails into the doll while he was doing incantations to make the doll come alive, so that the spirit of the doll came alive to do whatever it needed to do. And that is called an Inkisi. And that would be given to the person who needed help, and they would take it home and they would put it in their home. It could protect their home, it could make them better. But that doll with the nails in it, that is the origin of the voodoo doll. The Hollywood voodoo doll with the person sticking needles into the doll, all that shit. The original doll that was a voodoo doll was called an Inkisi. And that Inkisi was a doll that was created primarily for healing and protective purposes, not for killing people, not for torturing people. And I have one. And so you'll see what a real Inkisi looks like in about 2 minutes. But those Congos that came over, what in Palo Mayombe today is Nganga is the pot in which the Palero or the Yaya or the Tata works with. And in Taino culture, they would actually take the bones of their beloved dead, the skulls, the arm bones, and other bones, and hang them in their home. Actually, it was a practice of the Tainos to keep their dead close to them. I just got to read you this one thing because It's just too cool. Because in the Nganga that a Tata, a Yaya, or a Palero or Palera works with, there are all kinds of ingredients, mysteries. And some of those mysteries do contain human remains, which is why there are articles online of people accusing Paleros of being grave robbers. And it's not like people have not gone to the graveyard and tried to dig up dead people. It happens. But the point is that I can't find it now. No, I suck. Oh no. Anyway, Christopher Columbus actually records that when he was going through the Taino villages and he was going into their homes, that there were dead that were, oh, here it is. We went ashore many times to walk around the towns and dwellings. We found an infinite number of bones of men and also the upper part of the skull, which they hung in their homes as pots to keep their belongings. They must be from men or people they loved, because it is not likely the bones are from people they ate. The reason being that if they consumed that many humans, as some say, the bones and skulls would not fit in their homes. We decided that it was the skulls of the father and the mother, or of someone who they loved very much. So the Tainos kept their dead close to them, and that tradition of keeping the dead close transferred its way into Palo Mayombe. So when you're working Palo, you're primarily working with spirits of the dead and spirits of nature. And that is really the fundamentals of what you need to know about Palo. Now, let's go ahead and go into the last tradition, okay? The last tradition we need to talk about for you to understand is called Espiritismo, Spiritism. And it's the Spiritism that came from Europe. Like I said before, there was a guy named Allan Kardec, and Allan Kardec was a French researcher, and he became fascinated with table tipping that was happening all over Europe in Victorian times. So he started investigating the Spiritism, and he started talking to mediums, and mediums would be channeling spirits, and all of the recordings of his interactions with the dead is what went into his books, The Doctrine According to Spiritism, and all kinds of other books. The book of selected prayers that we use in Espiritismo, that comes from Allan Kardec. And what happened was when Portuguese and Spanish kids, rich kids, were sent from the Caribbean back to Europe in order to get educations, they picked up these books of Allan Kardec and they brought them back to the Caribbean, and they became very popular in the Caribbean and down into Brazil and into South America. And the Spiritism that was brought into the Caribbean started to rival the Catholic Church, okay? Because Spiritism teaches things that are definitely not Catholic and not Orthodox, okay? The thing about Spiritism, though, according to Allan Kardec, it's still a Christian faith, though. It's still a Christian denomination. Heavenly Father, angels, praying in the name of Jesus, all of that stuff stays in the Spiritismo. But the basic core concepts of Espiritismo are not Catholic at all, okay? And what Espiritismo did for a lot of people was it kind of filled in a gap for ancestral veneration and also for working with spirit guides. So in the Caribbean, the major traditions are Voodoo, the 21 divisions, Lukumi, which is Santeria, Ifa, that's Yoruba, Espiritismo, which is Spiritism, European Spiritism that came from Allan Kardec, and Palo Mayombe. Those are the 5 power traditions that come out of the Caribbean. There are other traditions, but that is not the focus of our conversation. So these books encouraged traditional healers and mediums to be more open. Spiritism by Allan Kardec is a worldwide organization. The Spiritist Society, they are straight up Allan Kardec. They have their own thing. They're their own denomination of people that practice Spiritism. You can look them up. They don't have anything to do with really what we do in our traditions. The kind of Espiritismo we practice is called Creolized Spiritism or mixed Spiritism. That means the mixings of the European Spiritism of Allan Kardec with the African and the Native American traditions put together. So are you guys ready to see some of my altars? All right. I hope you guys are okay and you're still with me and you're not dying over here, because I just took what I said in 3 hours last time and packed it into 90 minutes, an hour. But anyway, so let's talk about it. Let's do it this. How in traditional cultures do Native peoples honor the dead? That's really the question, because when you start working with your ancestors, you're like, I want to work with my ancestors. I have no idea what to do. Well, in our traditions, it's basically we will have a place for our ancestors and our spirit guides in our home. It's a place for them to live in our home. And it usually takes the form of an end table with a white tablecloth or some other white cloth on it with different items that are placed on it. Now, I'm going to show you my spirit guide area over here. So in Cuba, there's something called the boveda. And the boveda specifically is a table covered in white that has a very large goblet of water in the middle with a crucifix placed in it and small glasses around it. The large goblet represents God, and the small glasses that are around it represent an individual's spirit guides, okay? And a boveda usually has either 1, 7, or 9 glasses on the table. That's very, very Cuban, okay? So most of it is glasses of water. In Puerto Rico, we do it kind of different sometimes. It's called the Fuente Espiritual. And in the Fuente Espiritual, it is 1 glass of water with a crucifix in it. And the other things that go on the altar specifically represent the relationships that you have with your spirits, and also things that we put out to represent our spirits. So this is my espiritismo. This is the part of my room. There's so much stuff in here. I can't show you everything I have. This is the part of my, okay, can you guys hold on a second? Hold on a second, okay? I have to try to do something real quick. Okay, are you guys still there? Can you see me? Can you guys see me? Yes, you can see me? Okay, good, 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 good. Oh, hi, Regla, hi. Oh my gosh, I see this is everybody, this is my godmother. This is one of my godmothers, Regla. Hi. I can't believe it, you made it. Okay, we'll talk later. So this first altar scene that I have here, this is for my spirit guides, okay? This particular altar right here is the more Cuban style one, okay? So what do I have on here for this particular, well, today I'm going to the grocery store and we're getting fresh flowers because I haven't been here. I haven't been in Vermont because I'm in Vermont right now at my spiritual center. That's not open because of COVID. But this particular altar, I always have fresh flowers. And I actually have one spirit guide who's very important to me. Her name is Madama. That's my Madama. That's a statue I have out for her. And then also I have a candelo out for another spirit guide of mine. But what you'll see is you'll see the large glass of water, and you'll see a crucifix, and you see all of these glasses of water. I like to buy colognes for my spirits because spirits love sweet smelling things. So when I come and I sit and meditate and I talk to these particular guides, I'll spray some cologne for them. So I don't use incense. I use colognes when I talk to my spirits. So you'll hardly ever see me use incense. But that is the boveda. What do I have underneath? Well, I have in Spanish, the collection of selected prayers. I have a really big Bible. I have a book of Anglican prayers, and I have the English version of Allan Kardec's book, and kind of like an Anglican rosary. Now, everybody has seen these guys before, but I'm going to show you again. Everybody say hello to Oya. Everybody knows Oya. She's She's very, very dear to me, very important to me. So let's talk about what a spirit doll is, okay? This is a spirit doll. When people talk about voodoo dolls, they don't understand what voodoo dolls are. What they see or what they think of is Hollywood, bullshit Hollywood. And I can't stand Hollywood, okay? But my friend, a Gypsy Witch 2 on TikTok, she makes these dolls. And so she made Oya for my spirit guide, who requested it. And she's making another one. But look at this. She has this beautiful skirt, this long, beautiful skirt with all these colors. And the best part is her little shoes. Look, she's got Dorothy shoes. Oh my God, what the hell? There. And then also we have over here Papa Candelo, who is, well, let's just say he's very, very, very important. Now let's talk about a more Puerto Rican version of the spirit guide altar is what I have over here. My native spirits, there's a lot less Catholic imagery over here, but I still have the glass of water. I still have a cross. I have a statue for my Native American that walks with me. I have a Native American spirit guide, actually, who's not Taino. He walked with my grandfather, and so he walks with me. I have Saint Teresa, and everybody, this is what a real Nkisi looks like, okay? This is an Nkisi. I dedicated this Nkisi to my Congo spirit that protects me. So as you can see, there's a mirror on the belly, and inside of this particular doll, there's a lot of herbs stuffed. And of course, a lot of nails that have been driven in him, because every single nail represents a pact made with that spirit. This comes from Africa, and that is for my Congo. I also have a spirit guide that happens to be a knight. And then I have my candles over here. This is Just Judge. And as you can see, what else do I have? Well, I have some cascarilla on my altar, because that's the powder that we use for protection. I have some cigars, some tobacco, which is the most sacred plant, most sacred plant in our tradition. We smoke cigars when we do consultations. This is a divinational tool I don't use often, but these are my dice. And then I also have a rosary that's wrapped around my glass, and I have some incense. But here on the floor, this is very important. These are simi. These are my simi. They come from the Dominican Republic. But my ancestors, the Tainos, these are what simi, these are images of simi. They're not replicas, but, well, I'll let you do your own research. But that is a place on the floor for the natives. We serve the Native Americans on the floor. That's where they live. So,
Hi there.
hi, how are you? So let me just show you one thing, because I've told a lot of people this before, that when you have a boveda, or you have the Fuente Espiritual, or you have what we call the spirit guide and ancestor altar up, basically, that is something that you only have for your dead. Those are for your spirit guides. Those are for your ancestors. They're not for anybody else. Now, if there's a saint that you work with, or some other deity that you work with, that would be on a separate altar. So I'm going to show you the shrine that I have for Our Lady of Guadalupe. So this is the shrine that I have here for her. She's in the window over here, and she actually just got some new tea light holders. I have this Mother Mary Oracle deck, which is really nice. But here we have Our Lady of Guadalupe. I don't know why I can't make this camera work. There she is. There's Our Lady. And that is my little shrine that I have up for Mother Mary, you see. So as of right now, that's kind of like a crash course in some of the spirituality that comes out of the Caribbean. What we're going to do is we're going to open this mother effer up, and you guys are free now to ask any questions you want, and we will be answering your questions, and we will be doing the best we can to talk about ancestors, spirit guides, how you can develop your spiritual gifts, best ways to communicate with ancestors, and how to talk to your spirits. So the way we're actually going to do this is you got to raise your hand instead of just talking out. What you guys can do is raise your hand. And I will. Hi, Madrina.
Hello,
everybody.
My love.
Do you
I just
see
wanted
this?
to give you my love and give you blessings.
Thank you, everyone. This is my Madrina. I can't believe she made it to the Zoom to say hello. Hi, I love you.
I love you more.
Okay. I'm so glad that you came in to say hi.
Yes, I just came in to tell you to keep helping people that need it. And I love you. And many
I love
blessings.
you too.
Salam alaikum.
Malaikum salam.
See you later.
Bye. Wow, everybody. Officially, you have met my godmother. That's awesome. So, okay, questions and answer. Let's see. Hold on. Tammy Fletcher has a question, my dear. What's up? Where are you? Tammy Fletcher, you can turn on your microphone if you would like and ask the question. There's so many pages of places to scroll. I need you to unmute your mic and ask the question. Hello?
She typed it in chat. She asked,
Oh,
what is
I
a,
can't.
I know, I got you. It says she wanted to know what is a pot.
Oh, okay, okay, no problem. What is a pot? Well, that's the thing is that when you receive something in or Ifa or so, oh, I see the little message down there. No problem, I see it. I couldn't see the message. When you see people who have things in these traditions in Santeria, Ifa, Voodoo, and also Palo Mayombe, what you'll see is you'll see shrines. Like as an example, if you received your warriors, we call them your warriors in Santeria, which is 4 orishas that are given to you at the beginning of your practice or the beginning of your journey. Those are prepared shrines and items that represent the orisha that you're receiving. You receive the orisha, okay? It is a ceremony in which you receive the orisha itself, and you will collect that orisha and take their things back home with you so that you have your own shrine, your home shrine with the spirits that you received. And the thing about them being prepared by the priest is that what goes into these containers, sometimes they're turins or soup pots, sometimes like in Sanse, what I received in Voodoo, it's actually a flower pot. In Palo Mayombe, it's actually an iron cauldron that things are put into. And what's put into these pots and other things are the mysteries of the orisha or the loa or the spirit that you're receiving. And you receive that and you take it home. Why are receiving pots and things important? Well, just to give you an example, I was initiated into the 21 divisions, okay? My godfather made me my pot, he fed it, and he brought it to life, and I received it. That pot was born from his pot, and his pot was born from his godfather's pot, and from his godfather's pot, and his godfather's pot, all the way back to Haiti. So what happens is when my godfather took some of the dirt that was in his pot and he put it into my pot and made my pot was born from his pot. So my pot has a lineage that goes back to Haiti. That's an ancestral lineage in that pot. Do you understand? It's another way in which these traditions have been able to preserve alive an ancestry, okay, which is a spiritual lineage of the house in which you are born from. Does that make sense? Does that make sense when it comes to how important houses are, especially when you recognize that these Africans who were torn away from their families had to create their own families? So spiritual houses work that way. You join the spiritual house, you met my madrina, you met my godmother. It's her house that I belong to. I have all of my brothers and sisters that are part of that house, and it's a spiritual house, and we're connected by spirit. And whenever you receive something from one of your godparents, you're receiving the essence, the ashe, the energy, the spirit of the energy of the spirit that you're receiving, if that makes sense. Tata Lugo, what would you like to say? Because I just see that Tata Lugo raised his hand and he takes priority.
One thing that you were saying, which is very correct, about how your pot is born from one, from the other, from the other, from the other, from the other. But it's also a way for you to be in connection with their ancestors as well, and their lineage as well. Like if you have a problem, you know, and you call on yours to help you, you not only call on yours, but you call on theirs as well. Make sense?
Yes. Thank you. So when you're calling on the Loa, if you're an initiate into the tradition, you can go to your head, you can go to your Metet, your primary Loa that you work with, that you're initiated with or crowned with. But when you're calling on the Loa, you're calling on the Loa, you're calling on all the Loa, and you're talking about an infinite amount of spirits, because there is an infinite amount of Loa and Orishas and everything else. It goes back, it's deep. It goes back really, really, really far into antiquity, prehistory, these traditions, and they have unbroken lineages and priesthoods that made it all the way to Africa and into the New World. So whenever you receive a shrine from one of the priests in the tradition that you're initiated into, you're receiving something that is a shrine. It is special. It has to be taken care of. It has to be respected. It has to be put in its proper place. It has to be fed. It has to be given its proper things in order to. Tammy, let me mute you, okay? Tammy, can you mute yourself, my dear? Thank you. Let's see. Now, let's see. Who else has a question? Tammy asked her question already, or did you have another question? Oh, let's, after you raise your hand, if you could unraise your hand, if you have a question, comment, or objection. Who else has a question? Let's see, over here. Christina. Hi.
Hi. Yeah, I had a question. So this might be a weird question, but is there any like particular signs that you get when your spirit guides are present that you can notice?
Yes. So let's go ahead and talk about this concept of spirit guides, okay? Because now remember, I'm going to tell you about who the spirit guides are, or what the concept of ancestors and spirit guides are in the traditions, so that you'll have a point of reference, okay? The ancestors in the traditions are considered to be highly elevated beings. God left us under the care of the ancestors. Even though we believe in God, A lot of the traditions, they don't put a big emphasis on God because they believe that God created the world, left the earth under the control rulership of the Orishas, of the Loa, of the ancestors. The ancestors are highly elevated and they don't consist of anyone in your family line that was an asshole. When people come to me and they say, well, I have ancestors that were colonizers, I have ancestors who are murderers, I have ancestors who are bad. Yes, everyone has ancestors that were not good in your ancestry, in your family line. But when we're talking about the ancestors with the capital A, we're talking about highly elevated ancestral spirits that have almost been deified, okay? So whenever we go to do anything in the traditions, we have to make sure that the ancestors are happy, because if the ancestors are not happy, no one is happy. And so we do have ancestral spirits that come to us as spirit guides through our family tree, through our DNA. They could be great-grandfathers, great-great-great-grandfathers. They can go back very, very, very far. And then we can also have spirit guides that are with us that that we call the good spirits, or those would be spirit guides that attach themselves to us or come to us to accomplish a certain purpose. They might not be connected to us through our family tree, our ancestry, or our genealogy, but they're good spirits that will come and help us throughout life. As an example, like I said, I have a Native American spirit guide. That Native American spirit guide walks with me because he walked with my 9th great-grandfather, okay? That became revealed to me. I have other spirit guides that aren't necessarily related to me directly by birth. And I have some spirit guides that don't appear to me in the form of human at all. Okay, so you can, spirit guides, when you use the word spirit guide, that's a very, very broad concept there of what a particular guide is. So sometimes it could appear as an animal, sometimes it could appear as a person, sometimes it can appear as a person that's kind of like dressed like you are, sometimes it can come to you wearing its traditional African wear or its traditional Native American wear or whatever time period in which they lived. So our spirit guides can come from any ethnicity, it can come from any religion, it can come from any time period, which is why there are white people who can have African spirit guides. So this is a very complex thing, because you'll hear people say, oh, well, white people can't do anything in African tradition or hoodoo. Now, here's one of my unpopular statements that people don't understand. If you have an African American woman who has stepped forward to be one of your spirit guides, and in life, she was a root worker, and in life, she practiced hoodoo, okay? And that spirit guide comes to you. She comes to you in your dreams. She appears to you in your mind's eye, or she appears in front of you, or you hear her talking to you, or you get synchronicity with her, or you practice divination with her and you communicate with her. And she wants you to do this, 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 because it's going to protect you, or because it's for your health, or because of some other kind of reason. Then you work with that spirit guide. That doesn't necessarily mean that you practice hoodoo. But if one of your spirit guides practice hoodoo in life and they tell you to make a jar to protect yourself, you do what your spirit guide tells you to do, and you listen to your spirit guides. You rely and trust in your spirits. You got to listen to your heart. You have to trust yourself that the messages your spirits are sending you are correct. You have to trust that with faith in your heart. You have to think about it, meditate on it with your mind, and you have to listen to your gut instinct. When you're working with your spirit guides, you will always feel good. You will always feel happy. You will always feel close to the spirits that welcome you and bring you close to them. You will always feel loved. You won't feel afraid. You won't feel scared. So one of the hallmark moments of working with your spirit guides is that you don't feel unsafe. If you're feeling unsafe, if you're feeling apprehensive, if you feel afraid, if you feel that the energy is off, if you feel like there's something funky coming through, you got to end that communication, and then you got to clean. You got to clean your house. You need to take a spiritual bath. You need to make sure that all of your shrines are clean. You need to go back and make sure that all of your your bovedas or all of your altars are clean. And you need to call on your guardian angel and call on your spirit guides to come and try to help you, because they're not always around. They're not always around you all the time. You don't have 20, 30, 40 spirit guides swarming around you at all times. That wouldn't be possible. They will come when you call them. And so that's why it's important, before you start any spiritual work, you say a prayer to God, to the ancestors, you call on your good spirit guides, and you pray to distance yourself from negative spirits, okay? What do we do at the very beginning of this call? We said a prayer to the good spirits to come down and be with us. We also said a prayer to distance ourselves from negative spirits. And in all honesty, in my opinion, and Tata Lugo is here, he might have a different opinion, that is how you work the spiritual.
I got no opinion on that, bro. You did totally awesome, man. You know, with going back to what you were saying before about the spirit guides, you know, the spirit guide can meet you in person as well. People don't know that. You know, you got that homeless guy standing on the corner and he's asking you for something, and that could be one of your spirit guides just waiting to see what you're going to do. Be careful of that white hair guy standing on the corner. I always say white hair, when you see a homeless guy in the corner with white hair, white facial hair, be very weary of that guy, because that could be one of your spirit guides just waiting to see what you're going to do with all your riches. Number two, you said something before that caught me. It just totally left me, man. But that was one of the things that, you know, and it happened to me in person, and I was blessed by it. I'm glad I followed my intuition, and I was blessed by it, because a lot of people will see the guy and they'll be like, nah, I ain't giving him shit. Yeah, but the spirit guide is going to test you to see where you at, you know. So
yeah, and I think that maybe the other thing that you might be thinking about is spirit guides will come down and mount you. People's spirit guides will come down and mount you, or they will mount someone else in a misa or some other spiritual gathering. If your loa has something to say to you, they will come down in the head of one of the people around, and they will get in your face and they will tell you about it. Let me tell you something.
You know what? I got it. It came to me because you were saying about white people with black spirit guides that want to work with them.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't understand that, you know, back in the slave times, I have to come outside because of music. Back in the slave times, a lot of Africans were white foster mothers to white children. And they created a bond with those children. And, you know, that bond was unbreakable, you know? That bond was really unbreakable, that even in death, that spirit would tend to that children and to that children's children, because that's just the way it was. And that's why some white people say, why do I have a black spirit guide? And it's not an ancestor. But yeah, maybe in one of your ancestors' times, that black spirit was a mother, a foster mother to the child. Because remember, back in the plantation, it was the black lady who was tending to the children, breastfeeding, nurturing, and doing all those things. So take that into consideration when you say there's no way you can have a black ancestor watching over you. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so do you guys see, I don't talk about this stuff a lot on TikTok because I would have every single person that doesn't agree with this stuff come at me and roast me and duet that video and just rail me into the wall if I talked about a lot of the stuff I'm teaching you guys today, that me and Tata Lugo are teaching you today. Like if I say, when someone comes to me for a reading as a sansista, and I sit down and I lay down your cards and I let my spirits go out and do an investigation on you, and they come back and then they bring your spirit guides back and your spirit guides start coming forward for me and I can see them. I'm going to describe them to you the way they appear to me, the way they're showing up in the reading for me, what names, what they look like, a general time from which they come from. And And you might be surprised at what you hear. You might hear that you have a madama. We call them the madamas. The madamas are a class of spirits, which are the ones that Tata Lugo were just talking about. They were the mammies. They were the Black women that lived inside the house, that did the cooking and the cleaning and the wet nursing and all of the stuff tending the children. Those are the madamas. So the madama statue you'll see in a lot of Espiritistas' homes, because she's a very beloved spirit and she represents an entire class of angelic spirits, those women that endured slavery and come back to help mankind. The madamas are like bodhisattvas. They are a kind of folk saint. They're not Catholic saints, but they've been made folk saints by the people, by the common people in the tradition. So when you see a madama on someone's altar, you know that they walk with one of these kinds of root workers.
And let me tell you, I am in my years of practice, all my life, I'm 56 years old. I am so grateful of what I've learned from my grandmother and my grandfather. You know, Ryan doesn't know, my grandfather was Haitian, see, and my grandmother was Puerto Rican. So, see, you know, there's a lot of things that people just don't know. And I come from a house of both. And it was just growing up, it was crazy. I used to be afraid because all the stuff they used to do spiritually, I used to be afraid of it. And I used to try to run out. But other than that, they also showed me the nurturing side of the spirit. You know, you don't be afraid of what you think you don't have. Because when they show up, man, it's a blessing, man. It's a blessing because you're like, well, wait a minute, why are you here? I don't have an ancestor like you. Yeah, but you know what? Maybe your ancestor grew up with that ancestor, with that person, with that spirit. And they made an oath. You know, back in the day, they used to make blood oaths. You remember that? They used to make blood oaths, blood brothers, blood sisters, and that was like to the death, man. I would take care of your family. You know, when they were out in battle and doing all kinds of shit, they would promise me you'll take care of my kids. Remember that? Remember those oaths? Even in the battlefield, they used to make those oaths. Promise me when you get back, you'll take care of my kids, take care of my family. And those oaths were lived on for generations. It's like a generational curse. Those oaths, just like the generational curse, live on forever. So those ancestors, those spirit guides will follow you and tend to you as well as your own spirit guides. So when you get a reading from somebody and they tell you, oh, you have a spirit guide is from Guyana or something like that, and you're quick to say, oh, no, wait, do your research because he might be right. Think about it. What do you think, Ryan?
I think I'm always right. I'm just playing with you guys. I was just playing. I had to be a dick for a second. But no, so yeah, I mean, so it's weird to me because I'll see people come through in a reading and I'll be like, that's interesting. And they could be from anywhere. So please, once again, I hope I answered whatever the last question was. I hope I covered that adequately. Does anyone else have a question? Come on, people, ask questions. Oh, who do I have? Christina. Did I answer your question, Christina? Oh no, she took her hand down.
Yeah, you just answered it. Thank you.
Okay, good. This is such a quiet group today, man. And we had our group. Those people couldn't shut up. Oh wait, who's over here? Elise, hey. You want to ask a question?
Yeah, I was on Clapper a couple days ago, and I came across this woman who said that she had a theory that we all have animal spirit guides. And I asked her, she was like, this is a spirit guide that walks you into this world and walks you out. And I was like, can you elaborate on that? Because I'm not sure what you're saying. I've never heard of like a spirit guide walking you into this world and walking you out. And she was like, she did a clap back, and she was like, oh well, this is the animal that you embody. So I was just wondering if you had any like thoughts on that.
Yeah, okay. So let me thank you for asking the question. Make sure you mute yourself after you ask your question. So let's get something straight about Native Americans, and specifically so Native American spirituality, there's many different kinds, just like there's many different religious groups, different tribal groups had different belief systems about different things. Nothing surprises me, because it might be in some shamanic culture, Native American culture, native to America, like North America and Canada, that there is this concept of a spirit guardian that is your animal guardian that comes into life with you and goes out. Matter of fact, the concept of a holy guardian angel, an Orisha, your crown, your Loa, or your Mama, whatever it is that you want to call it, your holy daimon, whatever it is you want to call it, this concept of a guardian spirit that comes into life with us, walks with us through life, and when we die is waiting for us on the other side. That comes from prehistory. That is a concept that is so old that no one could trace it back all the way to the beginning. Whether or not it's an animal or not really depends on the ethnic group and the tribe and the particular spirituality of that particular group. Now, in the traditions that come out of the Caribbean, mostly they are people, they are persons, not necessarily animals. But like I said, I have spirit guides who have shown themselves to me in an animal form. Maybe they're not animals, but maybe that's how they want to appear to me. Did I see you saying yes? So I guess that answered your question.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. When I had commented on her posts, and I had asked her, you know, what type of paganism her ideas came out of, she told me that it wasn't paganism, and it's not an like, you know, an animal totem like Native Americans believe. She said it's something completely different.
She said it's something completely different, but she couldn't give you an origin of it. That's bullshit. Because if you ask me where my belief in a holy guardian angel is, I would tell you from Nigeria, from my ancestors that practiced Ifa. I have a cultural reference, and I have a priesthood that can trace that shit back to somewhere. So that means that's whatever that is. I'm not gonna touch it. I'm not gonna I don't know. That's what she believes. We'll just put it like that. That's what and if you want to believe the same thing that she does, then you can join that cult.
Okay. I was so baffled by her whole idea with it. And then I asked her to elaborate, and she went around in circles, and I was like,
how much does she charge for readings?
Yeah. Yeah, how much is she charging for reading? She's probably charging like $100 for a reading to tell people which animal is with them. I'm you know, that probably maybe I should be changing professions. Maybe I should be doing that. Anyway, the point is that I can't answer questions about what other people who are not in these traditions believe, because I'm only here to talk about voodoo. I'm only here to talk about Santeria and Palo. I'm not here to, and really the Taino culture, because it's in the Caribbean, was very, you know, detached from North American Native Americans. They lived in a different climate. They had a different culture. So the Tainos and the Caribs did populate the Bahamas, okay, and the Lesser Antilles. They even jumped over to southern parts of Florida. There were Tainos that were in South Florida also at the time that Columbus showed up, okay? But that culture is different. It's just a totally different culture. So I can only speak on like the Puerto Rican experience, because that is what I'm connected to, my Puerto Rican side of the family and those people, the people of Puerto Rico. So all of my worldview is pretty much focused on that spirituality. Oh, Antonio, what's up?
Okay, so I guess my question would be like in regards to a specific tradition, like for example, voodoo, how would you say that when you know you're ready to be like find an initiate?
Okay. Well, let's see. I'm going to tell you about my relationship with Papa Legba because I was talking to him before we had this Zoom, and I put out a cup of coffee for him because I said, I really need your help today because I'm not communicating very well with myself. I don't know if I'm going to be able to communicate with these people. So I was talking to him, and as a witch and as someone who read a lot of books and studied a lot of material, over the past 20 years after leaving the conservative Christian religious cult that I was in for the first 21 years of my life. I always had a place for Papa Legba. When I became a pagan, when I became an animist, I wasn't always someone who was into ancestor work. Okay, that's what happened to me over the past 4 years. But for the first 15 years, 16 years of my pagan practice in witchcraft, I always had Papa Legba as someone who I felt was very close to me. I don't know why. I didn't understand why. This is like way before American Horror Story. And American Horror Story completely disrespected and desecrated and spit on and slapped the real Papa Legba in the face, because the Papa Legba that appears in American Horror Story with the hat and the bones and the red eyes, and he takes a child as a sacrifice once a year and all that, and cocaine snorting and all of that, that could not be more disrespectful to the spirit of who Papa Legba is. Papa Legba is a patron of children. Hollywood literally took an African deity that is the protector of women and children and turned him into a baby snatcher and a child murderer. So what do you think about that? What do you think about how Hollywood portrays these traditions? Okay, I realize it's Hollywood, but that's bullshit, because because people don't do that to Jesus. They don't do that to white and European gods and deities, do they? They don't take Artemis or Zeus or Thor and turn them into demonic entities. They only do that with African spirits, okay? Papa Legba is represented on the 21 Divisions altar as either Saint Lazarus or Saint Peter or Saint Anthony. Now, for a long time, I just put out like things that I thought he liked: coffee, candy, cigarettes, rum, stuff like that. But in one of my darkest moments, in one of my darkest hours, in which I was really at the bottom of my ropes, out of all the gods and goddesses and spirits and angels and demons and archangels in the world that I knew of, in that moment that I needed help, who did I call on? I called on Papa Legba. When it came down to the real core of my being, and I was about to lose my shit, and I was about to off myself and go down a rabbit hole I would have never came back out of, I called on Papa Legba, because that's who I needed to hear me. That's who I wanted to talk to. And let me tell you, he did hear me. He did hear me, because a year and a half, 2 years later, I'm initiated in voodoo. And when I got back to Massachusetts after being down in Virginia, I was talking to Papa Legba more and more. And I was like, okay, I need to understand this connection that I feel with this deity. And I need to understand what I'm feeling here. I need to find someone who actually knows what they're talking about. Then I found a house of Haitian voodoo down in Boston and started going and hanging out with that house, Society Nago. They're on YouTube. But I kind of distanced myself from that house because I didn't feel like Haitian voodoo was quite my jam. And that's when I started learning more about Dominican voodoo and Puerto Rican voodoo, and moving more towards my ancestral roots rather than in Haiti, although I'm sure that I have some kind of root somewhere with Haitian people, up. But the point is that I went back towards like the Puerto Rican and Dominican Republic culture rather than sticking with the Haitian side. And I was sitting on the fence about whether or not I really wanted to pursue this or not. And I took a nap one afternoon, and Saint Martha, Philomena Lubana, came to me in my dreams, and she gave me a dream vision. It wasn't just a dream, an ordinary dream where you come into contact with a person in your dream. I had a vision. And I feel like she had transported me to the realm of the Gede, because that's what she's the queen of. She's the queen of the Gede. She rules over the spirits of the cemetery. And when I woke up from that dream vision, because I knew who she was and I knew what her image was, and she came to me like she came to me, I said, I can no longer excuse myself or put off getting initiated into this religion, because I know that I'm supposed to be a part of it. And for a long time, I didn't have anything to do with it or go anywhere near these traditions because I'm white. And I always thought that these traditions were not for me. I was really wrong about that. But for a long time, I put off coming to these traditions because I felt like, oh, I'm not the kind of person that should be doing that. But Papa Legba sure drugged me right to where I needed to be. And that's how I ended up in the tradition. So when you're asking me, when did I know that I needed to find someone to initiate me? I knew it because I had a very clear message from the spirit that it wanted me to be a part. It wasn't, let me tell you something about the Orishas. Let me tell you something about the Mpango. Let me tell you something about the Loa, okay? They are clear, crystal clear in their messages when they give their messages to people that they want in the tradition. There is no question in your mind of the experience you had. It is not vague. And if you think that you're still unsure about how you're being called, some people say, I feel called by Yemaya. Some people say, I feel called by Oshun. What do? If you feel like, wow, this is really something that I need to be participating in, then find somebody. Just because you find somebody to talk to who's an initiate doesn't mean you have to run and get initiated immediately. Matter of fact, you shouldn't. You shouldn't get initiated by anybody that you don't know and that you don't sit down at the table and break bread with. You know, before me and Tata Lugo decided to work with one another, and he was trying to decide if he wanted me as a godchild, and I was trying to decide if I wanted him as my godfather, we hung out for a long time. And I got to know him as a human being. And when I realized that he was this amazing human being and I trusted him with my life, then I allowed him to touch my head. But that's not a decision that you make lightly. And you also don't make the decision to get initiated lightly, because you know, you might receive your warriors in Santeria, you might receive your Elekes, you might know who your guardian angel is. But being initiated and crowned in the religion is a different story and requires a level of dedication, commitment, and a total change in lifestyle to be a part of the religion. It's not just, you know, this one-off thing that you do. It's serious. And I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you because I can't tell you. No, I just realized that I can't tell you. What I want to say is that when you feel called, like even if you're sitting in this meeting today and you're like, you know what, there's something, there's just something tickling my ear here that's pulling me. That's why I'm here. That's why Tata Lugo is here. If you feel like there's a path for you in these traditions, all we have to do is go to the spirit. And all we have to do is practice the divination we use to work with our spirits. And we can find out real freaking fast whether or not you belong or not. So that's why it's important that you find somebody to help you. But if the spirit is calling you, guess what? You're going to have to follow it eventually, because the spirit is going to become so strong and overwhelming in your life that you're not going to be able to deal with it any longer. And you're going to have to. You're going to have to go down that path, and you're going to have to step into that spiritual path. So there's no ambiguity with the spirits. Who else do we have? Christina, do you have another question?
Yes, I do. So I kind of have a quick one first. So one thing I noticed about my ancestral altar is in my water goblet. I'm not sure if this is like just nature or what, but sometimes it'll get all foggy in there sometimes, especially if I'm like sitting near it. Like, does that mean anything? Or
okay, so yeah, I would like to answer that. you know, for one thing, yeah, you should be paying attention to having quality water in your house, you know, purified water in the kitchen. If you don't think that, if you think that you're, if the water that you have in your house has too many minerals, if there's too many minerals and stuff in the water, it will get weird and cloudy, and it will actually like get crusty, and it gets really, really gross. The best thing is if you have decent tap water or filtered water, or you have a filter that's on your faucet, you know, those kind of Brita water, and you're using purified water. Cold purified water is what you should put in your glass when you're getting ready to refresh the Boveda, and put it up there. So you take your glass, clean it, make sure you have a clean glass, and then use that purified water, cold water, fill it all the way up to the brim, put it out there, and that should be fine, okay? Now, if I put out purified water, clean water that I know is clean, and it turned cloudy, then I would say, okay, we got a serious problem. So that's what I want you to do. I want you to go to the grocery store. I want you to buy a bottle of purified water. I want you to put it in the refrigerator, make it nice and cold. And the next time you refresh your Boveda, clean that glass really, really good, squeak it clean, put it on your altar, and fill it up all the way to the brim, almost overfilling with cold water, and leave it. And if it's okay, if nothing bad happens, if nothing turns or anything like that, then you got nothing to worry about. Okay, that's where me, Ryan, has to distinguish between reality, science, and nature, and superstition. I'm a really superstitious person, but I'm also a really scientific person first. So first I look for the scientific answer, you know, like the reality answer. And if I can't find something concrete, then I will start moving more and more to the occult. I will move towards the spiritual. I'll move towards that, because there are some things that science cannot explain. And taking purified water, putting it on your altar, and it turning dark and murky for no reason, there's no explanation for that. Yeah.
I
Okay.
had one more question.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
So if you are contacted by an Orisha, like in a reading, could that possibly mean that you're drawn towards Santeria, or you're being called towards it, or like
Absolutely.
how? Okay. Because I've
Yeah.
been feeling like a connection with it, and I was contacted in a reading with you. So I was wondering if that's something that I should go towards, or.
Yeah, if you feel like it's something that is calling to you, if you feel like that's a path for you, you know, when you get on the path, it starts out really, really, really easy. It doesn't get harder as you go along, but I'm saying when you start, if, you know, for whatever Orisha or spirit or deity came through for me, for you, which, you know, don't tell anybody, because you should keep those things private and secret. Then basically what you would do is you would get a reading by a Babalao, someone who's like officially a higher up priest, or like my madrina, or someone who would give you a reading about what to do next. And then the first thing you would receive when you walk into Santeria would be your alekes, your beads. That would officially put you in a house. It would officially connect you with the Orishas. It would personally connect you with a godparent. And then you would be able to move forward on the evolutionary path and work on that relationship between you and Yemaya, or whatever spirit approached you. But that would be how you start from the very, very beginning. Mm-hmm. And everything in these traditions, like I said before, starts out with divination. Nothing is done without performing a divination first. And whenever you're practicing any kind of magic, before you light that candle and put that glass of water out, you should be sitting in front of your altar on the floor with your legs crossed. Thank you, Tata. And you should be shuffling those tarot cards and shuffling up your runes, or shuffling up whatever divinational tool it is that you're working with your spirits with, and ask them, should I cast the spell? And if they say no, listen to them. And if they say yes, then do what they tell you to do. And I tell you, people, I'm very scientific, but people would be surprised how many big life choices I make based on my tarot cards. Because I'll tell you something else. And it might be me creating my own reality, but my tarot cards, they never lie, ever, ever. They never lie, to the point that it's really, really scary. And so when my spirits tell me what's up, I listen. And that's why I recommend you listen too. Did I answer your question, Christina, or did I just ramble?
You answered it pretty well. Thank you.
Okay. Just put your hand down for me so that I don't keep asking you. Oh, Yvette, what's up? Where are you at? Yvette, you there? I can't hear you. You have to turn on your microphone.
Hey, there we go. Hi. Thanks so much for taking my question. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you very much. Can you talk a little bit about what your meditation practice looks like? Like, you know, how is it that you start your day? Do you start with meditation? Do you end the evening with meditation? How is this working for you? And great haircut.
You are, thank you. I like it. See, I feel like when men get older, they need to have short hair. Like when you get older, guys, as you're getting older, it needs to get a little bit tighter and tighter and cleaner. I know, but I think this is a good length for 40. It's going to get shorter the closer I get to 50, but
well done.
Until it's gone, until it's gone all the way. So I'm going to be honest with you. I became a yoga instructor. I became a certified yoga instructor. Actually, technically, I'm a 500-hour ERYT and continuing education credit provider with the Yoga Alliance. I've been doing that. I became a yoga instructor in my early 20s, right when I started studying the world religions and Buddhism, and I got away from that Christian cult that I was raised in. I went crazy, you see. When I got out of that cult, I wanted to know everything. I wanted to learn everything. I wanted to read every book by the Dalai Lama. I wanted to read every yoga book on meditation there was, and did so. And I practiced Zazen for a while, for a couple of years, because Alan Watts is a big influence on me. I love Alan Watts and everything that he ever said. And if you don't know who Alan Watts is, W-A-T-T-S, get on YouTube and look up Alan Watts and some of his lectures. He taught Zen meditation, and I always respected his practice, and I tried to do it. I am not a good meditator. That's not how my mind works. And I find most Western people also are not good at meditating because it's really not part of our culture. It's something that's been appropriated from Indian culture in India, and also from Tibet, and also from China and Japan. So those people have been practicing meditations generationally for thousands of years. Westerners are not particularly good at meditation. And I think it's because we're not ancestrally trained. This is very, very important, people. We carry over from lifetime to lifetime to lifetime because we believe in reincarnation, right? African religion believes in reincarnation. Spiritism believes in reincarnation. I believe in reincarnation. That ancestrally, as you're traveling through, and as your soul is progressing and developing each lifetime, that you carry the ancestral memory with you. So I just don't necessarily think Western people have developed to be that way. Whereas I think that we are much more comfortable with like saying prayers and singing songs and dancing and what's the other one? And doing mantra. Like whenever I did yoga meditations when I was practicing yoga, and would still do a mantra meditation, because Ganesh is one of my favorites and also a very important spirit. I would do a mantra with the rosary or with the 108 beads. I do not pray mantras anymore. I pray the rosary. I pray the rosary almost on a daily basis. For the most part, when I want to sit down and feel spiritually cleansed and purified, and I want to feel close to the Virgin Mary, and I want to have that whole folk Catholic experience, because I'm not Catholic, I will sit and I will pray the rosary. That would be the most meditative thing I do. Besides that, I talk to my spirits. That's how I meditate. That's how I communicate. That's how I work with the spirits. I talk to them. So that's why we have shrines, so that we can sit and talk to our deity. So my practice primarily consists of talking out loud a lot, like all day long, especially since I'm alone. Well, they're with me, but like I'm alone a lot. So I'm always talking out loud. And when we go to Target, we go to Target. And when we go to the grocery store, we go to the grocery store. So I keep that constant feeling around me that I have one of my guides with me at all times. And so when I say meditation, the closest thing I can give you for meditation is praying the rosary. The second closest thing to meditation would be sitting in front of one of my pots and talking to it. That's my spiritual practice, really. It's actually not
Great.
very difficult. It's not very difficult. It's actually very simple.
Great. Thanks so much, Ryan. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And all of you can do the same thing too, because all you have to do is, make that Bovida, put out that glass of water, put out whatever religious symbol that you need or want to be there, put out that white candle and sit and talk to that white candle in that glass of water and start building a relationship with your spirits.
Can I add something to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Say me, being the person that I am, as soon as I get up, I always give thanks, to the most gracious, number one. Number two, I talk to my spirit guides from morning to night till I go to sleep. People see me walking down the street talking to myself. Who the hell is he talking to? Because they're the ones that guide you through everything. If you ever get embarrassed to talk to your spirit guides, when you hear them talking to you, let's say you're in a restaurant and your spirit guide talks to you and you don't answer him, what are you really doing? Think about it. You got to lose all of that and put 100% faith in what you walk with, which means when they talk to you, answer them. When they show you something, nurture it. Because 9 out of 10 times you don't get a blessing because you don't answer the blessing. Think about that. So in order to get the blessing, you got to nurture the blessing. And yeah, you can sit in front of your Boveda and stuff like that. But what happens when you're not with your Boveda and you're out there and you really need his help? You got to make that connection. So you can talk to him. Okay? So
yes.
With that being said, Ryan, I love you. I love you guys. But I really have to
you're
go.
leaving?
I got to drive to Miami, brother.
Okay. Love you,
Bye,
Tata.
Tata.
We'll see you later.
Bye.
Bye.
I got a 3-hour ride, so you already know that. But I love you guys, and I will see you guys soon. And it was a great, what do you call it? And we will talk soon. All right, guys? Blessed. You're blessed.
All right, guys. Bye.
All right, buddy?
Thank you, Tata. See you
You're
later.
welcome. Have a great day.
He's a really wonderful man. And if you want to follow him on TikTok, his username is medium_Lugo, and definitely someone that you can go to for help because, yeah. What do you guys think of my godparents? You know both of them now. Aren't they cool? They're really nice. Oh, Laura, you got a question for me.
Yeah, I just wanted to start by praising you for being able, when you're answering a question, to start with a story that at first seems unrelated, and then you go on and you talk for so long and you're still on track. If it was me, I would have gotten lost and just lose track of my thoughts probably 10 times and then be like, what was I talking about? But you're amazing at this, and yeah, it's impressive. So yeah.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much. That's really, really kind of you. Well, that's kind of like how my brain operates, unfortunately. But yeah, so what's your question?
So I wanted to ask you if you could expand on this thing that you talked about, and I hope I understood properly. You mentioned that sometimes when you talk to your spirit guides, you said, I hope I understood well, that you go to a river, for example, or you go where the spirit is. And in my head, that was a very beautiful imagery. So could you describe some of these instances where you went to specific places where you felt that you were called to go to? Because I thought it sounded very beautiful.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, let me put it to you this way. Now I'm going to go on one of those long rants before I actually hit your question. The big question really is, what was the first religion practiced by our ancestors? And when I mean our ancestors, I mean the ones that lived 200,000 years ago, that also shared the earth with Neanderthals, or however long ago it was Homo sapiens and Neanderthals were able to intermingle with one another, including all of the little people all over the world that today are remembered as fairies, okay? Animism is the belief that all things have a spirit, inherently have some kind of spirit in them. It's the spirit of something. And when our ancestors realized that there was this spiritual connection between themselves and objects and other things in the natural world, that's when animism really took off. The second most ancient religion in the world is ancestor veneration and ancestor worship, and the deification of certain ancestors, heroic ancestors that are lifted up in the tribe or in the nation as like a totem for the nation or patron deity. Ancestor worship and animism, in my opinion, are the oldest religions. And then there comes shamanism. And the shamanism, really, for lack of a better word, because the word shaman really technically only refers to a particular ethnic group of people. That word shaman, and I don't remember what it is. I think it might be in Iberia or some other place that they came from. But the word shaman really denotes a particular kind of practice. A shaman is someone who goes into trance mediumship. A shaman is someone who goes into trance. And also does like soul retrieval and will go to the realm of the dead to actually pull back parts of people's souls. That's an entire thing. So whenever someone tells me they're a shaman, I'm like, oh, okay. Well, when you go into trance possession, like what spirit mounts you? Because if you're a shaman, you mount spirits. So that's the point. The point is you guys need to know the definitions of what things are, like who practices what really, and not what you see on TikTok. The next thing that I'm going to say is that in order to connect with the spirits that rule or govern over nature, you would have to go to the place in nature in which they live. Like the spirits of the river, they live in the river. The spirits that live in the ocean and populate the ocean live in the ocean. Same thing with the mountains and with the forest and with the swamps and all other places that spirits linger, because the concept here is that there are spirits everywhere. We live in a world full of spirits, and we live in a multiverse. We might be operating on a three-dimensional plane, but we work with spirits that are still operating on a two-dimensional plane. And we also are working with spirits that are operating in a fourth-dimensional plane, which is where I would put most spirits at, okay, at a different realm. But now it might not be higher, it might be lower. It doesn't matter whether it's a higher or lower dimension. We're working with many different kinds of spirits. And the stoned ape scenario is when our most distant ancestors sat down and started consuming hallucinogenic plants and going into hallucinogenic trances. It's the stoned ape man concept. So another part of shamanism that's very important, a part of a practice that most shamans practice, is the consumption of some kind of psychedelic substance in order to go into shamanic trance. And in reality, the Taínos, my ancestors, they practiced a form of psychedelic trance also. There was this ritual called the Cahoba ritual. They would take the tobacco and they would take the powder of these seeds from a plant that they ground up like cocaine, and basically would mix the tobacco and the powder, and they would smoke it. And when they would smoke it, it would give them the same experience that DMT does. And they would go into these trances with the plant spirits as mediators to take them to the realm of the ancestors. So technically, my ancestors practiced psychedelic drug use and shamanism. Okay. But the point is that if you want to work with the spirit, you kind of got to go where the spirit lives. That's the idea, especially if you're not an initiate and you haven't received something of that spirit. I'll give you an example. If you're a witch and you want to work with an elemental spirit and you want to work with a spirit that is a river spirit or traditionally known for being associated with rivers, well, then you'd have to go out and buy yourself a pot, and then you'd have to find yourself a river, and then you'd have to find you a nice spiritual quiet place in nature where you feel like the spirits are actually living. Then you need to go and you need to take honey, and you need to take milk, and you need to take other sweet offerings and cakes and sit and talk to the spirits and see if you can get the spirits to communicate with you. You have to build a relationship between you and the natural world, and you and the river, and you and the river spirits, in order to convince one of those river spirits to get in your pot and come home with you. That's the whole concept. That's the whole idea behind all of this, okay? Is that the mysteries that go into the pots that Santeros, Poleros, Voodooizants have, they are spirits that are intimately connected with whatever it is that they're working with. So once I get a spirit to get in my pot, that's why I said you can get a fairy into a pot. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. You can get a fairy to get into a pot and come home with you. It doesn't have to be an iron cauldron. It can be a clay pot, like you put a potted plant in. You go to the river, you get in communication with the spirits. You scoop up the dirt, you take some things out of the river, some branches, some grass, blah, 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 blah. You pack it down, and then you take it home and you start feeding it all the other ingredients it needs to bring it to life, to feed that spirit. It can be the herbs, it could be the rum, it could be blowing smoke on it. It could be sacrificing an animal, a chicken, and feeding it and giving it that life force energy so that it can come alive. Then what do you have? You have a fully functioning pot containing the mysteries of the spirit that you want to work with. And that is the core foundation of receiving things in these traditions. When you receive Oshun, you receive a part of Oshun. When you receive Yemaya, you receive a part of Yemaya. So it is a very complex process. And it is a nature-based religion. So like I said, you can do a lot of these practices and inspired practices within the context of your own spirit guidance and also on your own. But you couldn't call it one of these religions if you're not actually practicing the religion. But you guys understand what I mean.
Yeah, thank you. It makes a lot of sense. I think I will definitely like to read more about this.
That's good. That's awesome. Don't be wallflowers. Who else has something to say? Why don't one of you get angry? Why don't one of you tell me fuck you, Ryan. You don't know what you're talking about. Can I at least get I was like, can I get at least one person to get angry at me so I feel like I'm
But also, okay. You said get angry, everything's angry. I wanted to say something earlier, and it wasn't to be angry. It was just when you were talking about the transatlantic slave trade being literally the worst thing in human history. Well, yeah, I mean, the most, violent and grotesque whatever. I just wanted to say even the numbers that we have are not accurate because there were, because before, when people were enslaved and brought from inland into the coast, before they were even put on slave ships, they were put through a process of dehumanization. Before they even went through the doors of no return, they were forced to starve. Women were raped because the doors of no return are very skinny. So any African man who was broad shoulders, they made it so that he was emaciated enough to fit through. And many people revolted in Africa and were killed. And I just wanted to, because voodoo comes from Benin, and I just wanted to highlight the story of Ouida. And in Ouida, basically, it was living hell in every way, shape, and form. But there was a room that had a skull painted over the doorway. And the way that it was set up was people were chained in a big chain, kind of like a chain gang. And if I, someone in the middle, revolted or tried to fight or even curse out the person who would put me in chains, not just me, but the person to the right and to the left of me were put into this room, and they said about us, well, look, this person has a demon spirit. This person has an evil possessed spirit that wants to fight us who are good, who are Christian, who are doing this. So I wanted to say two things. Number one, the numbers are even far higher than we will ever know or could imagine. That trauma is far deeper than we can ever know. And two, when we look at through the Hollywood lens of voodoo dolls and voodoo as this creeping evil practice, and a lot of that energy, right, comes from Palo, even though people have no idea what Palo is. That is literally so important for us to really say, well, where does that come from? Because the traditions that our ancestors used to free us and that were used to liberate us and so that we could survive have been labeled demonic. So anytime we're afraid of like the word voodoo or any of this stuff, we really have to question where that comes from. And we really have to, you know, just do our own research, because what you said was true, that a lot of people who are African-American, our identities have been stripped from us and we don't even know this history. So I just wanted to say, to add that level of historical accuracy.
And I thank you so much for doing that, because I'm so happy that you're here. I really am. I'm so happy that you're here, and I'm glad that you shared that information.
Thank you.
Really. And what I was going to say is you just brought up so many points. And one of them that I was thinking about was you cannot come into any of these practices without decolonizing your mind. You cannot come into any of these practices without decolonizing your mind. And I'm going to tell you exactly what I mean. Animal sacrifices in these traditions. Let's talk about animal sacrifices for a second. Okay. We feed our spirits. They eat blood. That's what they eat. These spirits, they feed themselves off of the vitality and the life force energy that comes out of the animal. What do we eat? Well, we chop it up, we cook it, and we eat the meat. And if you go to Africa and you see a lot of maybe particular cults, because they're all different cults. There's many different cults. There's Mami Water cults and Dambala cults and all kinds of dance cults and all kinds of cults in Africa to different particular deities. But if you go to a ritual and you see animals being sacrificed, they're being sacrificed and they're turning around and cooking them and eating them, because you do not waste food in Africa. Do you think they sacrifice a chicken to a legwa or legba and then throw the chicken in the garbage can? No. And when I see witches or other people putting like Kentucky Fried Chicken on their altar, or like making up some kind of like chicken dinner and something for their altar for their spirits and putting it out there, there's no difference between doing that and sacrificing an animal. So if you've ever eaten a Kentucky Fried Chicken in your life, or Popeyes, or you go to McDonald's or Chick-fil-A, or you eat out, or you eat meat, you got no good goddamn thing to say to me if I feed one of my spirit's blood, period.
And
that is none of your
furthermore-
motherfucking business. Oh, I'm sorry,
And
go ahead.
furthermore, where do you think belts and bags and artisan crafts are coming from? People use bones to throw bones for divination. People use goat skin to make leather to sell to survive. You know, I think, sorry, the Keurig is going on.
That's okay.
You know, decolonization is so important that we look at it in this very broad context, because people think of North American Native Americans as like, oh, they used to use all the animals. Fair, but my father, who's still living in Barbados, lived on a farm, and if they killed a goat, you better believe every single aspect of that goat was used. So it's just like, you know, blood, like animal sacrifice and blood sacrifice are what do you think the killing of all those enslaved people was? That was a blood sacrifice. So it's like, we just need to think about things a little bit deeper before we get scared or judgmental.
Yeah, because it's really easy to sit around on your ass and point your finger at other people's cultures and try to talk about everything you see wrong with it if it doesn't align with your particular worldview. And, you know, everybody has to eat. One of the let me tell you where spirits live, okay? In my opinion. Where do the spirits actually live? Because when I talk about spirits, I'm not talking about some like mental woo woo. I'm not talking about woo woo. I'm not talking about nanu nanu. I'm not talking about the spirits in this realm that's not accessible physically. They are accessible physically. Okay. That's why you can feel something touch you, or someone blow in my ear, or someone tap me on the shoulder, or hear kind of like a voice or a faint voice, or have any kind of experiences with spirits, because they live very close to the physical realm. If you wake up in the morning and you take a hot shower and then you go into your bedroom and spray perfume on you, you can put it down on the table and you can leave. Go out. 8 hours later, you can come back from being out from work or the grocery store, go upstairs, walk into your bedroom. Guess what? Doesn't your bedroom still smell like perfume? Isn't there still like a faint scent of perfume in the air? That's where spirits live, in that realm. When spirits come down into possession, there's lots of things some spirits need in order to stay into possession. They need to ground themselves with physical things. When some ogus come down, the first thing they'll reach for is their machete, because they want to hold their machete, or they'll give it, or the mambo will give him his rum so that he can drink this rum. And when I say that they will guzzle rum, I don't mean like Bacardi Gold. I mean like 151, like very highly flammable, I would say, what is the word I'm looking for? Volatile, a lot of volatile fluids, and also smoke cigars and other things, because it's my belief that the spirit, when it mounts, grounds itself by using some of these substances in order to stick around. But when I say that the spirits are very close to us, I mean, they're close to us. They're not like way out there somewhere. They're like as close as spraying some cologne in the air. They exist in that realm. That's where spirits live. And angry spirits will fuck with you. They'll start ghosting around, and they'll bang on things, and they'll throw things off, they'll throw the things off the wall, and they'll all of that shit, all of that poltergeist activity and ghost activity you find in haunted houses and other places where there have been murders and other kinds of tragedies, and you feel that energy around there, those intranquil spirits. That's how they can do what they do. And that's why it's so easy for someone to pick up a bad spirit. And I understand when somebody says to me, hey, Ryan, I picked up a bad spirit somewhere. I said, well, let's do all of these things. Let's take a spiritual bath. Let's clean your house. Let's say the prayers. Let's light candles. Let's do all of these things. Because if you do all of those things, whatever shit came in is going to go out. Okay. You're going to force it out because you're replacing it with positivity. It's not positive. It's going to leave. If you start having problems more than that, like if you feel like the spirit is trying to possess you, or you feel like you're having some other kind of thing, we can fix that too. But you would have to show up and get cleaned off with a chicken. And that chicken would have to be killed and sacrificed in order to get that shit off of you. So the only level up from doing spiritual baths and cleaning out your house is getting cleaned with animals. That's Palo. So that's why when people are coming to me saying, oh, I did that bath, but I can't get it off. I'm like, well, you didn't try hard enough. Like, you need to go back. You need to double down on your efforts. Well, what else can I do? I'm like, well, you could go call a Catholic priest and they could come over and perform a full Catholic exorcism, or you could come over, or find a Polero or a Santero and get cleaned with an animal. Well, what do you mean get cleaned with an animal? I mean, like, you will get cleaned off with an animal. Like, what don't you understand? So do you guys understand what I'm talking about? Do you guys see what I mean? Do you understand how physical and how rooted in the material world a lot of this stuff is? It doesn't just happen in your head. It's quite real. At least that's been my experience in all of this stuff. Questions, comments, objections? Laura, go ahead.
I think a lot of people find it hard to understand how physical these things can be, because there are some areas, I suppose, where more of these tragedies have happened, and there are other areas where they don't get this interaction with angrier spirits. So I think that's where the disconnect is, where some people find it difficult to understand how physical it can be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're working with the Petro division of voodoo, because when a voodooisant calls on the Petro division of voodoo and they start calling in particular Loa, you know who they're calling on, right? They're calling on the souls of the Haitians that fought in the Haitian Revolution. When the Haitian, what started the Haitian Revolution is when Mambos and Hungans and voodoo from across the islands came together and brought bands of slaves together to have a meeting. And on that fateful night, they declared war on the French. They slaughtered a big black pig and fed Izili Danto and called down Izili Danto, who is the leader of the Petro division of Loa. And they took the island. And it was the first slave revolt in the entire Western Hemisphere. And it shook all the European nations. It shook America to its core. And you know how Haiti has been punished for wanting to be free? Well, people have referred to Haiti as the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere, and they wouldn't be wrong. But no, because those Africans wanted freedom and they got their freedom by overturning, they were completely shut out, blocked, isolated, completely abandoned by everyone else doing trade in America, the Spanish. So what were they done? They were thrown into the pits of despair and left completely, without any support from the rest of the world for a very, very, very long time. So when people say, and when people say, like white people say, man, I don't understand that Haiti, man. Why does it look like a third world country? Really? Because your grandfathers wouldn't buy their corn, or because your grandfathers wouldn't buy their potatoes, or whatever goods that are made and come out, all the spices that come out of Haiti, all those Creole spices. The reason why they suffer like that is because white people punished them for wanting to be free. And that's the motherfucking truth. That's why Haiti is Haiti, and why there's lots of problems in Haiti. And it's pretty destitute. And then there's all this racism towards them, because even in the Dominican Republic, there is, let's just say that the Dominican Republic and Haiti have a sordid history, and there's still a lot of racism towards Haitians in the Dominican Republic. So anyway, we'll just leave it at that. Like I said, I don't want to get
Haiti and Dominican Republic are one damn island and two countries.
Yeah. And so actually, let's use that to jump back to the spiritual, because I don't want to get political. Like I said, it's not my intention to get on a rampage with all that shit today. I can't handle it. Okay. So what's the difference between, let's talk about voodoo. Yay, let's get back to voodoo for a second. What's the difference between the voodoo that's practiced in Haiti, the voodoo that's practiced in New Orleans, the voodoo that's practiced in the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico? Because that seems to be the hotbed for voodoo. You might have heard of a religion called Obia. Obia is primarily practiced in Jamaica, and it actually came with the Akan people down into Jamaica, and also and from the Ashanti people that came from Africa into Jamaica. And Obia is very, very, very similar to Palo Mayombe, and very, very, very similar to Haitian voodoo. They share a lot of the same qualities, a lot of practices. But, for a very long time, the French occupied Haiti and the Spanish occupied the Dominican Republic. And how did voodoo develop? Well, Haitian voodoo is much more French. It's much more Creole. So when they sing their songs, traditional songs to the Loa to bring them down, they're all sung in Creole. And the way they perform rituals and the different ways they serve the Loa in Haiti are different than the way Dominicans will serve the Loa. In the Dominican Republic, everyone is very, very Catholic. So there is still that very strong Catholic component of using the images of saints to work with the Loa. because pretty much every major loa there is in voodoo is syncretized with a Catholic saint or some saint or image of Jesus or image of the Virgin Mary. And the difference is the traditional songs are sung in Spanish. The beats of the drums are different. And then in Puerto Rico, what happened was when Haitians and Dominicans started migrating over into Puerto Rico and they started initiating Espiritistas, spiritists into the tradition, into the mysteries, then the Espiritistas would start bringing down the loa in misas. See, in Puerto Rico, in Sanse, we will go to misa, we will go to Madrina's house and everyone will sit in a circle and we'll smoke cigars and there'll be prayers that are said. Mediums will get mounted by spirits. And if you're a loacista or you're a sansista, the loa will come down on a sansista in a misa. And that's the difference between Puerto Rican voodoo and Dominican and Haitian voodoo. It's the way the spirits come down, within what setting they come down. So Puerto Rican voodoo, also known as the Sanse, is what we would say the coolest of all of the traditions of voodoo. It's the most low key, and the spirits come down a lot softer, a lot gentler than they do in other parts of the world. And primarily they come down for healing and prophecy, And then that Espiritismo that was brought over by Allan Kardec, and the Catholicism, the folk Catholicism and the spiritualism really kind of kept a more Christian worldview around voodoo, or like more of, I don't know, there's still the spiritism plays a very big role in the way Puerto Ricans perceive all of these traditions. I'm sorry, I just went off on a tangent. I don't even know if I answered your question. Did I answer the question?
If it was to my comment, I think it was definitely very much related and very interesting to hear. It was a tangent, but it was one that was very much appreciated.
What was the question again, though? Tell me again.
Oh, it was not, I don't think it was a question. I think I was adding on to what you were saying, that many people probably don't see how physical these things are, because there are some areas where there haven't been this many, or maybe they haven't been at all, recently, this type of tragic or very intense events that would lead to there being more angry spirits, or this type of, sorry, I'm very bad with English.
No, your English is great. That was really great. You know what, you're right. And in Haiti, the spirits come down really, really hard. And when they come down, they come very angry and very, Haitian voodoo is really rough. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty brutal. Some of the practices are pretty brutal for people who are walking the right and the left-hand sided path of voodoo in Haiti. There's a lot of stuff. I'm not gonna lie, it's scary as fuck. I'm scared as the people. Let's just put it this way: the people I'm afraid of fucking with ain't on fucking social media. Okay, the people this witch is worried about offending ain't any motherfucker on TikTok. Not on TikTok. Okay, the people I'm afraid of, they live somewhere else. They're in Haiti, they're in Africa, they're doing some other kind of magic, some kind of magic that you don't even want to know. You don't want to know. So yeah, the whole point of that was Haitian voodoo is very French, very Creole. They speak Creole, and the songs and the dances are done in Creole. And that's New Orleans, also Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico. Spanish music, Spanish drums, Spanish-speaking Catholics, and then also the difference is in Puerto Rico, the spirits will come down in misas and masses. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Thank you for elaborating on that.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you guys so much for, hey, Sassy but Classy, you snuck in here. Okay, guys, I am all yours. So you can feel free to ask me any question you want about anything. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't have to have anything to do with the subject matter. As a witch, I want to try to help you as much as I can. Antonio, what's up?
So you mentioned misas. I okay, like elaborate more on misas.
Okay. So let me elaborate on that. When the books of Allan Kardec came down from France, Portugal, and Spain into the Caribbean, specifically the Spanish and Portuguese speaking, okay, not so much in Haiti, okay, but in the Dominican Republic, especially in Puerto Rico and Brazil and other places, and Cuba, the teachings of Allan Kardec kind of set in as just brought in, incorporated the parts that were syncretized with African traditional beliefs were brought in. And what the Misa consists of is there will be a white table with, a table with a white tablecloth on it, with a big glass of water with a crucifix in it, all of the saints that are put out or any other things representing the spirit guides, and all of the espiritistas, the practitioners of espiritismo, will show up and they'll have a seance. It's really a seance. So everybody will be wearing white or wearing their necklaces and beads or having their head covered, whatever they do when they go out to Misa. Misa means mass. So it's a spiritual mass. It's a Misa espiritual. Everybody will sit down in a circle and they'll smoke cigars. They'll consult. They'll say the prayers from the Kardec book. Maybe they'll just say the Hail Mary, the Apostles' Creed, and an Our Father prayer. And then what will happen is the mediums will start allowing themselves to be open psychically, and they will start trying to give each other messages. It's a way of one medium speaking to another medium, bringing them messages. That's the whole idea in Espiritismo, that when you sit down at a misa, you will be interacting with your other espiritistas on a spiritual level, and you might also be receiving messages from the spirit. That's also the Spiritualist Church of America. There is a denomination of Christians or religious people. I don't know if they call themselves Christians anymore, but there's a denomination called spiritualism, and the spiritualist churches are all over the United States, and in Massachusetts there are, and many other places. And what happens when you go to a spiritualist gathering? At a spiritualist meeting in the United States, it'll be like going to church. Everybody will go in, sit down, they'll sing songs. The primary medium, who would be the minister of the day, would be on stage, and part of that minister's speech would be to call on different people that they're receiving messages from the other world from. Same concept. Misas primarily deal with the dead. They primarily work with spirit guides and spirits of the dead, because our spirit guides are spirits of the dead. So that's why when everyone is sitting down at a misa, any spirit guide might come down and come through, or someone's loa might come down and come through, and then that particular spirit will give the message to whoever it is that needs to hear it. That's what a misa is. And primarily when espiritistas come together for a meeting or to gather, they will come together at a misa. That will be their spiritual get together. I am going to have misas here when COVID is under control. So just wait, we'll be having misa.
Thank you so much.
Exciting. Okay, good. Yeah. So what you'll see is that this is my personal opinion. My personal opinion is that Espiritismo is the foundation of all of these traditions. Like Espiritismo is what should be practiced first. Someone should get in contact with their spirit guides. They should get in contact with their ancestors. Sitting in front of your bóveda or sitting in front of your fuente espiritual and communicating with your ancestors and giving them offerings. The traditional way we show our spirits that we appreciate them, the ancestors that we appreciate them, is simply by sharing our food and drink with them. So putting out an Oreo cookie for them, putting out some chocolate for them, put out a hot black cup of coffee on Mondays with a tablespoonful of sugar in it. if you have some pizza with your family, break off a piece of crust and put it on a paper towel and put it on the altar. Your spirits are recognized. We recognize the spirits when we interact with them, and we show them that we love them and we want them to be in our life. So that's why we put out all of the food and the drinks. Yeah. Who else wants to share something? You can actually share something about yourself. Oh, look, there are people. I've got Laura and Elise. Both have their hands still up. Laura, you're first. Do you have another question?
Yeah, I wanted to actually share something related to this. My family is Christian Orthodox, but these are practices that we certainly also had, that whenever we were eating together, there would always be a cup that is meant for someone who has died, and a portion of food that was also meant for that person, and we would say it out loud that is meant for that person. So that is certainly something that I have been used to growing up, to always assign different offerings to spirits and to people that have recently passed. So yeah, it's familiar in a way.
Yes, exactly. Say hello to me again so I can.
Oh, hi.
Oh, okay, Laura, thank you. Yes, I heard everything you said, but you sounded like you were in a tunnel. And now I can hear you.
I probably have a bad connection, or I'm holding the laptop poorly.
Oh, no, it's fine. Yeah, absolutely. So I just lowered everyone's hands and I didn't mean to do that. At least I know that you're next. But what I was going to say is spot on, that whenever you see cultures that have, I guess you could say, a practice of putting food and drink out for the dead, like especially like in Mexico, right? Like on the Day of the Dead, when there's a big feast, it's a feast day that's given to the ancestors and people in the family. Whenever you see cultures that are continuing these practices of putting food out on the table for the dead, those practices go back into antiquity.
Yeah.
I love it. And you know what's really weird or not weird? And this is where we're getting off of the topic of the Caribbean. We're getting more into Ryan's head, which is it pretty much seems that there must have been one universal faith or one particular worldview that was prominent in, I mean, we're talking about like 100,000 years ago, 100, 200,000 years ago, that got carried across the world. There are certain features of this old religion that I guess you could say Christianity and also Western religions eradicated, which is there was a very, very big idea or concept that everyone had a guardian angel. There was a concept that spirits and the spirit that created the universe was a serpent. There were horned deities or horned gods in many, many different cultures. There are also the spirit remains of what would be the smaller people that were on the earth at the same time we were. What else? Ancestor veneration and putting out food for the dead. And a myth and a creation myth that begins with life migrating out of the ocean and onto dry land. Because what's interesting in Ifa Yoruba, Yemaya is considered to be our mother. And the idea is that all life began first in the ocean, and from what we know about science, if you believe in science, hopefully you guys believe in science, is that our evolution began in the water. And then when our ancestors, because guess what? They're your ancestor too. When those particular animals with a spine and 4 legs started coming in and out of the ocean and moving on to dry land, that is how we emerged and grew out of this earth. If you choose to believe that, however many billions of years ago that process began, there is this idea in most cultures that life begins in the ocean. Because the Taínos also had that myth. The Taínos believed that the first people came out of the water, out of a cave, and onto dry land. So I think that's pretty phenomenal and fascinating. There are other weird anomalies in what I would say comparative religious studies, where you'll see the same myths all over the world, cultures that are separated by being on the opposite side of the world with completely different ethnic group, completely different language. That was just a Ryan rambling. But the point is that, oh yeah, and then also women that were pregnant, like the Venus figurines or some of the other matriarchal goddesses, like even the Taino image of the goddess is Atabey, mother of the earth and mother of the oceans, is a woman that is pictured as being pregnant. Yeah. So that's where a lot of Wiccans and witches like to point to their roots. They like to point to their ancestral roots being rooted in those cultures, in the serpent cult culture, and the horn god culture, and the fertility cults, and the goddess cults.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I want to dedicate more and more time reading about, because it's amazing. And I feel like you only get snippets of it growing up and going through life. And sometimes you feel this pull that you not necessarily to practice, or like you said, to become initiated, but just to learn about it and really understand all the connections, because they go so far and they're so interrelated. That, yeah, I think that is where I am now, just reading a lot about everything.
I downloaded and bought a Kindle book called Slavic Witchcraft, because to be honest with you, Slavic witchcraft is still a thing, and it has always been a thing. And there are traditional practices from the Baltics and that part of the world that never really got Christianized. They never just, Christianity never really was able to. But that's the thing, like Christianity came in, and it, for political reasons, kings would convert their kingdoms to Christianity for political purposes, which is an interesting thing. In 1484 in 1484 or so, King Nzanga Nkuwu, who was the king of the Congo, converted his kingdom to Catholicism. I think it's one of the most brilliant political moves any king or monarch ever did in history, because what it did was it allowed the king of the Congo to remain king of the Congo and have dominion over his people. The Portuguese had come a few years earlier and arrived in the Congo and discovered the kingdom of the Congo. And when the Congo king, he got baptized and converted to Catholicism and aligned himself with the Roman Catholic Church. And the Dominican Republic of the Congo has been a Catholic nation for a very, very, very long time. And people don't understand the syncretization between Catholicism and saints and all of that. That didn't start in the New World. That actually started in Africa. Because what happened were the Portuguese were coming down and they were building like churches around the villages with the people, and the people would go to church, or maybe they wouldn't go to church, but they never stopped going out and venerating the ancestral spirits and the spirits of place. They never took down their shrines. They never really stopped practicing, and they still practice.
Yeah.
So Yeah.
I think there's also a big difference between Catholicism and Orthodox Christianity.
Big
In the
time.
Slavic countries that practice Orthodox Christianity, they are a lot more pagan, from my experience coming from a Slavic country. There's a lot more pagan rituals that are still alive, even though the people who practice them don't realize they're pagan, than in the Catholic Christian countries.
Yeah.
For
It's
example.
interesting how in some countries they're like, okay, we're Catholic, but we're just going to keep doing whatever we want. You know, there were countries like that, you know, that maintained that, those ancient practices. And so whenever someone comes to me and they're asking me about what their spiritual path is, well, quite simply put, your spiritual path is whatever you're experiencing spiritually. Your spiritual path is some life experience.
Ryan, could I ask you what is the name of this book that you ordered that has to do with Slavic practices?
It's called Slavic Witchcraft.
Oh, okay. So that was also the name of the book. Yeah.
Yeah, Slavic Witchcraft is the name of the book. It's a new book. It was only published in the past like 2 years, and I downloaded it, and I was trying to I'm always trying to read like a book about everything all at the same time, and I fail miserably. So it wasn't that the book wasn't good. It was that it didn't keep my attention long enough because I was probably busy doing something else. But it's about Slavic witchcraft, and I think it's the only book really like it that explores that culture, that tradition.
I have to look into that, seeing that it has to do with my culture.
And where are you, Laura? I mean, where are you?
Living or?
Yeah, where are you living?
Oh, okay. I'm living in Denmark, but I come from Romania, which is a Slavic country, but with very heavy Latin influences because we were colonized by the Roman Empire very long time ago. So yeah, it's a fun intersection, I think. So,
I've been to Bulgaria.
yeah, they're very similar countries actually.
Well, actually, I went to school with several Romanian boys that came over from Romania into my school. So I had Romanian friends when I was a teenager. Sergiu Grindusa, Dragoș Mahalcha, and Constant Radu. I still remember their names.
Yeah, and you pronounce them also very well. Wow.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they were so funny because they were obsessed with the movie Pulp Fiction.
Oh,
because I don't want to put my age out there, but let's just say I was a teenager when Pulp Fiction came out. And everybody wanted to be John Travolta and Samuel L. Jackson. It was so stupid, so stupid. But the Romanian boys, boy, they love that more than anything else.
I can't blame them.
Oh, look, I've got a question from Lindsay. Hey, Lindsay.
Hey, Ryan. So this is a little bit of a question and I haven't done my own research on it yet because I actually just found out this morning, but I was wondering how much you know about Chinese spirituality, specifically Han Dynasty.
Oh, yeah. That's Taoism.
It's very, very scarce, but I have 2% Han Dynasty Chinese. And a couple other very interesting things. Sri Lankan, I think it's like 0.2% Sri Lankan, 6% Puerto Rican, 6% Peruvian, Colombian, and Mexican. I don't know what they classify as Mexican, but
damn,
that was 6%.
Your ancestors got around, girl.
It did. It was like 89% European. Obviously, I'm extremely white. unfortunately. But there was a lot of German stuff like that. And I'm trying to think, oh, I'm 0.2% African as well. But I think the one that struck me as the most interesting was the Han Dynasty. I was like, that is just the weird, I don't know. I feel like I've never met anybody who, I didn't even know that was a race, Han Dynasty
So
type.
the Han Dynasty specifically refers to a particular period of time during the rulership over that particular dynasty. There are many dynasties throughout the history of China. The Han Dynasty was one of them. During the Han Dynasty was really, there are three traditions that come out of Asia, specifically out of China, that are important. The first one is the indigenous religion of the people of China. That's Taoism, spelled Taoism. Some people in martial arts who practice martial arts call it Taoism, Daoism. But it's from Taoism that Tai Chi comes, that comes massage therapy, acupuncture. Chinese traditional medicine is born out of Taoism. The Yi Jing, which is the only other divinational tool of antiquity, like the Ifa that comes from the Yoruba-speaking people, is from antiquity. Taoism is an amazing religion, and it's also where all the martial arts come from. I mean, whenever you think of the great classical period of China, you would think about Taoism. Then there's Confucius. Confucianism, after the philosopher Confucius had his impact on Chinese society, Confucianism and Taoism were the two rivaling spiritual traditions until Buddhism arrived and came up out of India into China with a monk named Bodhidharma. So Buddhism, Confucianism, and Taoism is pretty much the three major religions that spread throughout all of China and also Japan and all of that. And where does Zen Buddhism come from? Zen Buddhism comes from when Buddhists migrated down and onto the island of Japan and mixed with Shinto, Shinto being the indigenous religion of the people of Japan for at least the past 14,000 years. So what you have there is, if you say Han Dynasty, you're talking about Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
That was my first one. I got I think it's cryogenetics, and then I'm gonna compare it to ancestry. So yeah, we'll see what the second one says. But yeah, like you said, my ancestors got around, man.
I was just playing with you.
No, it's totally fair. And it's like I said, little tiny traces, the randomest stuff. The rest of it is what you would expect a normal Caucasian,
Yeah.
have.
Well, that means that you must have a rich ancestry in England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Switzerland, Germany, and all of those places. White people, God, what I have to say. White people have a wonderful history and culture of our own. That's why it always confuses me when I see white people who want to practice Black person magic so much, because I just don't understand why, when they already have an ancestry and a lineage and a rich DNA full of many, many people from many different places with many different practices, that they have to try to force themselves into something that they don't belong.
Exactly. I agree with that.
But then at the same time, it really doesn't even matter, because you might be 15% African and go try to get accepted in a particular house of Santeria, and the spirits won't want you there because it don't matter. Like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I don't understand. I try to make it not too much about ethnicity, but ethnicity was never an issue with me my entire life. I never had these conversations with people about race and ethnicity until I got on TikTok. And there are people that hate me on TikTok because they think some of the things I say are controversial, and people call me racist, they call me homophobic, and they call me transphobic, and they call me this and that and this and that, and they haven't even spent like 5 minutes to really talk to me. If somebody really wanted to talk to me about something I said, they should send me a message on TikTok, and they should say, you know what you said really offended me, it really bothered me, it really tore me up, I don't agree with you, I would like to talk to you about it. I would call that person on FaceTime and sit there and have a face-to-face conversation with them if they wanted to talk about these things. But It is what it is. I can't change the traditions. You're either supposed to be in the traditions or you're not. And it doesn't matter what your ethnicity is, because it's not up to you. It's up to the spirit.
Exactly. And it's not our place to question what they want from us.
Yeah, because you don't have a choice. Once God or the spirits have decided that you're going to do this or that, you're going to eventually have to do it anyway. So you can't fight with it, you know, and it's nobody else's motherfucking business. Who are you? How much, what your blood quantum is, who's in your DNA, what country your ancestors migrated from. It's nobody's business. It's just like it's nobody's business to know what kind of vibrator you own. I'm sorry. I had to. I'm so bad. I should say that. All right. Elise has a question though. Where are you? Elise, where did you go?
So I know I already told you this, but the countdown is like 2 weeks until New Orleans for my vacation.
Oh, good.
And I decided a while ago that I was just gonna kind of go down there and like I'm going. My hotel is in the French Quarter. I'm just gonna park my car at the hotel and just go where my spirit guides tell me. I'm bringing an offering for Marie Laveau, because I've always felt a very strong connection with her. And, you know, she has an altar on the outside of the St. Louis Cemetery that she's in. So I'm bringing something for her. But do you have any like ideas of anything that I could do spiritual wise while I was down there?
Absolutely. Yeah. Go to Crescent City Conjure and get a reading from San Elias. He is the man. He's a Palero and he's a voodooisant and he's a hoodoo. He's the hoodoo man. And he has a YouTube channel. And if you look up Crescent City Conjure, his YouTube videos will come up. He's talking about hoodoo. He's talking about voodoo. He's talking about the ancestors and how to set up a boveda. He is amazing spiritual practitioner and one of the people I am afraid of pissing off. And I would recommend, if you are in New Orleans, that you book a face-to-face reading with him and let him read you because he's the real deal. He's the real thing. So.
And you said Crescent City what?
Crescent City Conjure.
Okay. All right.
Crescent City Conjure, yeah. And look up Crescent City Conjure on Instagram and YouTube and you'll be able to see him.
Okay.
And he's
I'll
really.
definitely do that then.
Yeah. I'm jealous.
Okay.
I love New Orleans. The problem was the last time I was in New Orleans, I was still like actively alcoholic, and you can buy alcohol at any time of day in New Orleans. It can be 2:30, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. And you can buy liquor on the side of the street from people making margaritas and yeah. Not a great
I already have anxiety about leaving. Like I just don't want to. I know that I'm going to be down there for 4 days and I'm just like, oh, does it have to be just 4 days? Can I just stay? And you know, I'm planning on possibly moving there. I definitely, you know, like during the reading with you, I confirmed that I need to get the fuck out of Ohio. And I've always felt like that, but you know, and my family is from New Orleans, or my mom's side is from New Orleans or from Louisiana, really close to New Orleans. So New Orleans is definitely like at the top of my list of places to move. And I just have this feeling. I'm like, I don't want to even leave, and I'm not there yet.
Yeah. You know, New Orleans is just like, it feels like a place like no other. It's one of those places that cannot be duplicated. You will never find another place like New Orleans anywhere. And it's because of everything. Because of everything that went on. And let me tell you, you will feel the spirits when you're walking down Bourbon Street.
Yeah, my hotel's 3 blocks away from Bourbon Street. I want to be able to walk anywhere I want in the French Quarter and just walk back to my hotel. So
I love it.
Extremely excited about going.
You better take pictures and text me pictures. I can't wait. I would love to.
I will, and I'm also planning on probably making a couple TikToks and tagging you in them. So
Yay, yay, tag me so I can see. That's great. Wonderful. That makes me
I
so
will.
happy. Wow. I thought about moving to New Orleans once, and then I was like, ooh, no, I belong on the East Coast. I'm a New Englander. I was born and raised in Virginia, but I moved to Massachusetts 11 years ago, and this is where my ancestors want me, and I can't leave. This is where they want me, so this is why I'm here. Hey, Becky. What's up, Becky? Oh, no. Press your phone and tap your phone.
There it
Oh, there you go.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So I'm so sorry that I'm not used to this sort of thing. Anyways, I totally share your love of New Orleans. Totally go. If I have you ever been?
Do it.
No, this is my first time going.
Okay. So you absolutely if you want like a really cool feeling, okay, you definitely need to go to there's a hotel. If you can get like um a little tour or look around or something like that, it's the Bourbon Orleans Hotel. Okay, it is at the corner of Bourbon and Orleans Street. Okay, it actually was like a really it's been many things over the years, of course, but it was also a nunnery, orphanage, and you want to talk about a very highly active place to go. Okay.
Okay.
And we'll totally, we can talk about that later. But anyways, that and I really want to know whenever you go, if you go by, go stand outside. Oh, what's her name? Ryan, what's her name? The
Marie Laveau.
Not Marie Laveau, the one that tortured her slaves.
Oh,
I think I know who you're talking about. I can't remember her
Lola
name.
Ree.
Gotcha.
Yes, Lola Ree. Go and her house. It's gray with black shutters. There and the upper left hand side, the window is still boarded up from where one of the slaves jumped out. That is someplace whenever you stand outside and you look up at those windows, there's just, it's deep. It's very deep. And, I could stand out there and just feel it, for a while. And, I wonder, I want to do a little bit more research on that place, just because, I would like to know, I'm sure there's no amount of cleansing and trying to heal, in that house. I know some of it is actually, made up, to be more gory, but, just enough of the gore that probably went on there. It's there. The stamp is definitely there, so I mean, I definitely, you can just feel the sadness, and I don't know. It's something to experience, So go by there, the LaLaurie Mansion. It's something else.
Okay, thank you.
And my daughter's over here. She was, the cathedral, I'm very drawn to New Orleans for some reason. I don't know what it is. I can't stay away from that place. I always have to, anytime anybody asks me where I want to go or if I want to go somewhere, it's New Orleans. That's my heart.
I've always been the same way. And like, I've been telling everyone, I'm actually going on vacation for the first time in my adult life. And they're like, where are you going? And I'm like, I'm going to New Orleans. And they're like, why? Like, what do you mean,
awesome.
why?
Hell yeah. And
what do you mean, why?
And,
out of
and
every
go,
place in the US, that's where I'd want to go.
And just, go get one hand grenade. Just drink one hand grenade for me.
I will.
Try and see if you can go to the cathedral while the choir is going.
you know, I had like an emotional and mental breakdown when I was in New Orleans, actually, to be honest with you. I went down there once, and I went there for a particular convention that I was doing, that I was dancing at. And I don't know why, but I had a massive meltdown, like on the street somewhere. I found in New Orleans, I found a place that was quiet, that there wasn't a lot of crowd. And I just, man, did I break down? And I had a massive meltdown when I was in New Orleans. I don't know what that was all about, but New Orleans has the ability to pull out some very, very strong feelings in people. That's for sure.
That's actually something that I'm a little worried about when I go down there, because I'm such a strong empath. And it's so draining for me to be around such strong energies. I've been veiling a lot lately, which helps me so much. Like today was like the first day since I started veiling. I didn't go to work with a veil on, and I was like, oh, I can't do this. I can't. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be bringing a lot of protections with me and everything, so that I don't have a mental breakdown, because that's something I'm definitely worried about.
Yeah, but you know what? Breakdowns are good. Breakdowns are cathartic. Breakdowns help your body cleanse. You have to have meltdowns. If you didn't, your body wouldn't be able to contain that. It would make you sick. That's why it's important to cry. That's why it's important to feel. That's why it's important when you're in that state that you talk to your spirits and tell them exactly what it is you're feeling, because it is a way of processing through trauma. It's a way through processing through ancestral pain. It could be that a spirit in your court that's intranquil, that is sad, terrified, afraid, upset, because we believe spirits can be elevated. We believe that spirits can elevate, that they can be elevated through prayers, and they can be invited to come back and reincarnate in order to try again, because there's a lot of people, like I said, that might be in your family or spiritual court that were not good people, that need to be elevated, that you need to light a candle for, that you need to say prayers for, that you need to call down your other ancestors and spirit guides to try to repair this soul or try to lift it up and take it out. It could be one of those ancestral spirits that did a lot of harm to other people. Oh, hey, Jamie, what's up? I'm just running on at the mouth and not even looking at my screen.
Hi,
Hey,
how are
honey.
you? First of all, I want to say I really enjoyed your these 2 Zoom meetings you've done. I think there's been great information from both of them, so I'm glad I got to be part of both. And I just wanted to ask a question about one thing, because I want to clarify it. I'm not sure if I'm understanding it correctly. So in the first Zoom meeting, you said that one of the most important things you can do is to identify who your holy guardian angel is, because they're like the head of your spiritual court. So I was wondering, is that the same as when people get like their orishas, or
No.
are they different?
Okay. So,
That's where I'm getting confused. I'm like, because
right.
they're
So
both
let me
like the
tell you.
head.
Okay. So I'm going to tell you what I learned from the beginning, and Tata Lugo is not here, so he cannot confirm that. But I'll tell you what I believe. Your holy guardian angel and your spiritual court, they're all spirits of the dead. Okay. But we would say spirit guide. Somebody would say primary spirit guide, or primary guardian, or holy guardian angel, because someone can practice Espiritismo and not practice any of the other traditions, and they are still going to have a guardian angel. Okay, so Espiritismo teaches that you have a guardian angel and you have other spirits in your court from the dead that help you. Whereas if you're a Catholic, you have a holy guardian angel and you have all the angels and archangels and saints that can help you. Okay, those 2 traditions, those very Christian-based traditions, that is the belief. Now, because of the syncretization between Orishas and saints in Santeria, Orishas were also called guardian angels. So an Orisha and a guardian angel to a Santero, to a Babalao, mean the same thing. Okay, so I believe that you get a guardian angel And then you can reach that guardian angel through your work with them through Espiritismo, okay? Now, when you receive your guardian angel in Orisha tradition, they will pull down the spirit and they will crown you. Because when they do the divination, they will find out which spirits are walking with you. Though there's special ceremonies that are done to find out who your guardian angel really is. And that can be officiated by an Oba in Santeria, or it can be officiated by a priest in Ifa, a Babalao. But the point is that every tradition that you're in, though, you're going to receive a father and a mother. You receive a father and a mother Orisha. In Palo, you will receive a father and a mother Mpongo. In Voodoo and in Sanse, specifically Sanse, you will receive a father and a mother Loa. So as an example, I'm crowned Anaisa Paye Danto. She is my Loa. She is my primary Loa that I work with in the Sanse. I am scratched over a particular Mpongo's pot. And my mother is Mama Chola in Palo, okay? If I do not know who my guardian angel is in Orisha tradition, I have not gone that far into Santeria, and I do not know how far I'm going into it. But I would have to have a ritual done, a ceremonial ritual that would pull down my Orisha, and I would find out who my mother and father in Orisha tradition are. So they're not always the same. Each
Okay.
tradition has its own spirits it works with, right? So in Palo, but they also syncretize sometimes with one another. Like in Palo, Lucero is a Legua in Santeria. In Palo, Mama Chola is Oshun in Santeria. So there are spirits that are syncretized with one another, but it doesn't mean because you have Mama Chola in Palo that you will have Oshun in Santeria. It might be another Orisha, it might be Shango.
Okay.
But see, the point is that all of these things are divined. And within the traditions, the differences in Espiritismo, when you're working with your dead, when you're working with the Eguns, then you need to work with them until you come to some self-realization and you come to an understanding of who your spirits are. But if you're like practicing Palo and you're practicing Espiritismo, you have your spirits to call on, your good spirits and your guardian angel, and you also have your Mpongo to work with. So do you see how it balances itself out?
Yeah.
These traditions are very spirit heavy. Like your mind will explode when you find out how many spirits are in the traditions.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm not like I've told you in one of our readings, I'm not part of any like religion and I'm still kind of just learning about everything. So it's not like I'm in Santeria or Palo Mayombe or anything like that. So I can just call on my holy guardian angel without like naming a specific name.
You can pray to any spirit that you want to. If you want to pray to Oshun because you believe Oshun is with you and you want to talk to her, no one's going to stop you from doing that. No one can stop you from trying to reach out and communicate with a deity. You are going to communicate with them however they want to communicate with you. And I can't be the answer of that for you. You have to make the decision. Because there are some of us, I'm just going to say this, there are some of us who just pretty much know who our guardian angel is. We just know because we were either raised around the traditions or because we came to the traditions and we got initiated into one or two, and we kind of have an understanding of the spirits that are with us. Some people might never have their guardian angel pulled down in Santeria, but they might have a very strong feeling of who their Orisha is, and you can't make anybody do anything about it.
Yeah. I mean, you did name in the reading like who you saw with me as an Orisha. And I did some research into it and I was like, well, I kind of see how that would be for me. But I haven't touched it to respect the whole ritualness of it and all that. But yeah, I just wanted to clarify on that. So thank you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And for me, as an espiritista and a sansista, when I sit down and I start reading somebody's spiritual court and I feel that I'm getting a very strong message and an Orisha or a Loa is coming through, I am bound to give that person that message by the spirits. Now, there's no way I could ever initiate you into Santeria because that's not my tradition. That's not what I'm initiated in. But if I tell you, look, you need to go see a Babalao because I have a very strong feeling that Oya is with you, or someone else is with you, like you need to receive a Legua. A Legua is stepping forward and saying you need to receive your warriors. Then you got to find a priest in that tradition and you need to find out. But as spiritistas like me, we practice a lot of divination, and it's our responsibility to try to identify spirits.
Okay.
Primarily, that's what I do.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing about these traditions, everybody, is they're not cheap. Whenever you get initiated into something, you might have to fly. Every time I want to receive something from my house, I have to fly to Florida. To receive what I want to receive, I've got to fly to Florida. Of course, my family and my house takes very good care of me while I'm down there. You know, expenses are minimal, but still, you know, the initiations, they some people charge $3,000 or $4,000 to crown someone in Ocha, Santeria. And there are other people that will charge $20,000 or $30,000 to crown someone in Orisha tradition. Like ridiculous amounts of money to get initiated into these traditions. If you're going to receive your elekes, or you're going to have the ritual to formally be introduced to the Orishas and be able to work with them, that's like a $350 to $450 ritual. If you're getting initiated into Palo Mayombe, you might find somebody who will do it for like $1,200 or $1,300, but some people charge $2,000 for getting scratched in Palo. So these things are not cheap. There's a lot of things that go into it. People have to be fed. Several days at a time have to be marked out of a lot of people's calendars in order to show up and do the work, because there's people who come and work during these initiations. The mambo or the hungan or the madrina or the padrino might be preparing to do the spiritual rituals, but there's got to be people there to do everything else. And there has to be animals that are bought that have to be sacrificed. There's all kinds of things that have to be paid for when you're getting one of these rituals done. So if you want to get initiated into one of these traditions, start saving your money, because you have to pay for these things. You can't get them for free. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work that way. We're not the Roman Catholic Church. We don't have that kind of funding. We have to buy everything that has to be made, including clothing that has to be made in order to do this. So if you want to go bare minimum, you might find somebody who will crown you in Ocha for like $2,000 or $3,000 with 1 or 2 people there, no drummers, and the bare minimum. Or there are some people like Beyonce and her husband, I forget what his name is. She's crowned Ochun. I think that she is crowned in Lukumi, and he is too. But I'm sure that they didn't drop any less than $100,000 for each of them to get crowned. I don't know. I know that to get a head rogation or get a baptism in voodoo in the house in Boston cost like $2,500. I think it costs like $2,500 to get baptized in voodoo in Boston. So that's a lot for a baptism. And to not actually be initiated to like receive to receive your loa. That's why it takes people so long to get these things, because, you know, a couple of $100 there, a couple of $100 there, you might say, okay, this year I'm going to spend, you know, about $1,000 out of everything that I have in order to receive another Orisha, or that I'm able to receive another item that I need. But it is a commitment. And remember, once you receive something in these traditions, they have to be taken care of. They have to be taken care of. And some of them require to be fed. They have to be fed with animals. So you have to be able to feed them, either feed them yourself if you're a priest, or find somebody else who will feed them for you. But they have to be fed all kinds of stuff. So like I said, nobody should be running to get initiated into the tradition, because everything you do and everything you receive has to be taken care of. You guys are so quiet. I scared you away. I scared people away. Oh, really? Really? You decided you wanted to come over here and say hello to everybody? Oh. Little Tate is here to say hello. Hi.
Hello.
Hi,
Just-
Tate.
I just woke up. Look at my little ferret feet. Look how cute my little ferret feet are. Here, baby, go. I know what you gotta do. Go. She's my sweetheart. She rules my world. Women and girls rule my world. Said they rule my world. And ferrets. And ferrets. Ooh. You doing okay? I know I could have left you in Boston, but I brought you to Vermont. Can I have a kiss? Ah, thank you. Thank you. Ferret love. Sorry for that gratuitous ferret love session. Oh, Rosa, what's up? Where are
Hey,
you?
I'm right here. I just had like a quick question because I'm sorry I missed most of the class. I just wanted to know, can I just practice Espiritismo Cruzado without going into Santeria, based on my experiences in the past with everything? Can I just stay on that path, or is it just based on
Oh,
what
yeah.
I want to do?
Oh no, Espiritismo is a tradition in of its own. It is, Espiritismo is a path in of its own. You mean that the interactions you've had in Santeria and Ifa have really put you off towards being a part of the tradition, right?
Yeah, it's like the reading is way too straight up. Like it scares me. Like things such as like, I know it's like Ifa advice, like your leg's gonna fall, like you're gonna lose a leg and stuff like that is kind of like the most scary thing. I don't know if I should just approach it in a way where I should just like be careful from hurting your leg, or like ways to prevent it. I don't know. Like it's just like I keep reading it over and over again sometimes, and it's scary to think like my life is that messed up. Yeah. Like I don't know
Did
how
you
to.
did you get another reading from someone else?
This was from my padrino, that I spoke to you about in Cuba.
Yeah.
He's helped me a lot. It's just that reading still kind of messed me up.
Oh yeah.
Like I'm still like thinking, okay, what's the point of me? What's my actual purpose here if all those bad things are gonna happen? Like they already said something about a parent passing, gotta do something, give them an offering. And yes, my mom did pass, and so then they did the offering for her. But then the other sequences of stuff like that could happen, I'm kind of like, if my mom passed, well, then these other things are gonna happen too. That's where it's just I still like don't understand it.
Yeah, and the thing is that's why I've received one or two things, and I am not going to be going into Ifa and Santeria tradition. It's not my traditions. It's just not. See, I was meant to work the 21 divisions. I was meant to do voodoo and Palo Mayombe, and I realized that. Now you can receive things like Elegua and other things in Ifa and Santeria to like balance yourself out or have something from the tradition. But like, if it's freaking you out or you're having problems with it, it might not be for you, and that you need to be going down a different path.
Yeah, it's probably that. It's just when I talk to my padrino, he just kind of says those things, and I'm kind of like,
He's super
yeah,
cryptic, right? And you feel like you
he's
feel
so
like as soon as
straight
you
up.
walk outside,
And it's kind
yeah,
of like, dude, don't scare me, please.
yeah, okay. But didn't you talk to my madrina?
Yes, I spoke to her. She explained, told me what I had to do, because she gave me stuff to do, which I'm still getting ready to do that right now. Because I was doing what you recommended, and then I'm just gonna go on to what she recommended to complete.
Absolutely.
And but yeah, it's like I have my Padrino support. He helps me, like he kind of tells me like you need to be careful with starting war with people. You can get into problems.
Well, let me ask you a question.
It's kind of
I,
hard.
I understand, you know, you can always walk away from a godparent if it's not working for you.
Okay.
Okay, it sounds to me like the relationship you have with your godfather seems to be kind of toxic, because you shouldn't be feeling dread after talking to no one should feel dread like, oh my God, I'm gonna go outside and you know, the
Like
sky is gonna fall on me.
avoid that conversation about like being in a relationship with someone or anything like that. I just talked to him strictly about a friend because my mom were her clients, and I just passed them to him so that they can take care of them. It's just I avoid it at all costs from him mentioning anything about that, because it's kind of like the sign is Irete Ansa, and I think if you look up all the signs, everyone has their own little like advice that Ifa gives you, but the one I have is like the most, like I don't know what to do.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you what you need to do. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what you need to do. You need to find another Babalao to get a reading from, because it is not like there are people that take advantage of other people in these traditions. They do all the time. And I'm not saying that your godfather is trying to control you, but you need to find a Babalao and you need to go talk to Orula. You need a priest of Orun Mila to sit down and throw Ifa, because you need to find out what Orula has to say through another Babalao. That's what I'm saying. Because this guy could be, you don't know Ifa, you don't know how to throw the divination, and you've been working with this one person, and how could you really ever know whether or not this person is telling you what Ifa is actually saying? It's my opinion that you should get a reading from another Babalao.
Yeah, that day I was around 4 different Babalaos. They were telling me that I spoke to you about the issue of a palero that was putting me into problems. They were trying to save me from that guy. They did all that, but it's like, I'll like show you, I'll send you a picture of what he gave me of all this stuff, and you can like look at it. But yeah, even talking about it makes me nervous. I think it's time to, yeah, it's like I don't want to think my life is that messed up. Like I want to be able to determine and make decisions on my own to make my future better. Like I don't want to like know there that, oh, possibly something's gonna happen to me, that bad thing's gonna happen to me. Like I don't want to sit here scared in my like.
And for one thing, here's the thing that I can say. For one thing, you don't need to sit around scared for your life. Okay, you don't need to do that. That's not helpful, because if you went to a Babalao and he threw down Ifa and Orula gave you a message, if there was something that was going to be hazardous to your health or something that could be harmful to you, Orula would tell you, and then they would give you the recommended advice to avoid that calamity. See, that's the purpose of being a priest. The purpose of being a priest is being able to see problems in advance and being able to help people prevent themselves from having problems. So let's say you go to a Babalao, they say, okay, it's been determined by Orula that someone has done work on you. We have to do a ritual on you. We have to clean you, and we have to get this trabajo off of you. Okay.
Yeah.
So then what do? You go ahead and you do the cleansing and you do all of this, and you do what you need to do and you move on with your life. Like there should be no clinging, hanging sense of doom, dread, or any kind of like that going on. There's also, like I said before, the Orisha and the Loa are not ambiguous on matters. They are not ambiguous. You will get real answers and definite answers from the spirits. And then you have to like determine exactly how you're going to work with that. But I have a bad feeling about the person you're working with. That's what I'm getting here. And we can verify that in a divination session. If you want to talk with me privately, just text me, okay? But the spirits are not ambiguous about things. So, you know, you need to go to another Babalao and get a second opinion. You know, nobody goes to a doctor, and when a doctor says, oh, well, we have to completely disembowel you because you have cancer and all of this, and if you don't do this within a week, you're going to die. Wouldn't you go to another doctor?
Get another opinion, yeah.
You would go to another doctor, right? Before you let somebody else completely hack you to death or near death. Do you see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is I want you to see my Madrina's Babalao.
Okay.
I think you should, I think for you, it would be very important to go and sit down and talk to someone and get a second opinion.
Okay.
And I mean, show up, don't tell them about anything, just sit down and let them throw Ifa and tell you what they say without giving them any previous information about what's going on with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Go in and say, I just need a reading. I need to see what Orula has to say to me, what message, what it is I need to do, what Ebo, whatever, and then see what they have to say. Or you can choose to avoid all of it 100% altogether and just practice the Spiritismo and call on your spirit guides and your guardian angels and work with them and move forward with the Spiritismo only. And either one of those choices would be correct.
Okay.
So you got to decide what you want to do. If you want to do a Spiritismo and straight up a Spiritismo because you are an Espiritista, then you can do that and run with that. If you do want to like try to figure out what the fuckery is going on with you and the godfather that you've been working with, then you need to find a second opinion, because I think you definitely need a second opinion.
Mm-hmm.
You are an Espiritista, okay?
Yeah.
I just pulled a card for you.
Oh.
It's 100% you're getting a Spiritismo.
Yeah. When I went there and my padrino was saying that I will follow the path of my mom and stuff like that, but it's like, that's not the path I want. I just don't want to, like, I've seen all this stuff my mom had helped people with, and it's kind of like, I don't want to do that, because she literally spent her entire life helping people and then she forgot her kids. So I don't see why he's saying that I need to be like her or that I have to get crowned. I'm like, I don't want that. That's not what in my heart I feel like I don't need in myself.
And that's what you should do. You need to follow your heart. You need to, I just pulled a card for you, and guess what the card I got was? The card I got from you was a card that represents a Spiritismo whenever I give readings. It's the 3 of Cups. Okay, so here's the answer from your spirits right now. You need to stick with the Spiritismo. And you need to do that, and you need to focus on the prayers and the Boveda and all of that, and just leave everything else alone, and also do not freak out, okay? Because there's a lot, because whenever you go for a reading and you sit down, Ifa will always tell you that you have a lot of enemies. Like, there are just some things Ifa will always say when you go to sit down. It's part of the culture. It's part of the attitude. It's part of the spirituality. So like, you won't always get a good reading with Ifa. There will always be things that are wrong that have to be corrected. But to use that as like some kind of like power thing over someone, because that sounds like he's trying to control you and manipulate you and
try to come back and stuff.
And gaslight you. It's a gaslighting technique. I need you to be real careful of that. I think you really need to not work with him and not contact him anymore.
I'll just let the friend talk to him, and I don't have to worry about it anymore. But yeah, I'll stop, because that was
Oh yeah, I know. When I sat down with the Babalao who read me, the first thing he said to me is he looked at me and he said, Orula says, your days are numbered.
Oh shit.
And I said, okay. And then he went on to tell me the messages that Ifa gave that I need to get another reading by another Babalao. But the point is that you can't allow stuff like that to shake you and to rock your world, because a lot of it is cultural. You know, Ifa will always tell you something to the extent of you have a lot of enemies. Oh, you have a lot of enemies. And you have to remember that the religion is based in the culture in which it was practiced.
Okay.
And it doesn't translate. Sometimes the stuff doesn't translate culturally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you're an espiritista. You should be working espiritismo for yourself, and then and do that and see how you feel, and continue to take care of yourself and do your cleansings and do what my Madrina told you to do. She knows what she's talking about, and
Yeah.
see how you feel after.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good luck, Rosa.
Thank you.
Let me tell you something, everybody. I'm not going to say anything about Rosa, but I'm going to tell you that she's had a real spiritual, she's been through spiritual upheaval, and she is in a process that if you guys want to look to where this will lead you, Rosa is a perfect example of someone who has come full circle and facing those big questions about what do I do with myself. That's really, we all support you 100%. We are all giving you our support. And if anybody else besides me wants to light a candle for you, we will light a candle for you to give you protection, to give you love, to give you healing, because you're in that place where you're making big choices.
Yeah.
And you should never make rash decisions when you're making big choices.
Yeah. Your Madrina said also to think about like if I want to be into this religion or not, into Santeria and stuff. So that's what I'm sitting down and thinking about, because I don't know. I didn't know where to go. I felt more comfortable in Espiritismo because it's more just calmer, and you just sit with your guides and you're just at peace and there's nothing else going on.
Yeah. And I just said, that is definitely your path. You know, that was just confirmed through divination. The only one and only card I pulled was my Espiritismo card. So that is your answer, if that's the answer that you needed confirmation on today.
Yeah.
And I'm not joking. Yeah, I get it. Well, it's the same thing with me. You know, people have been saying and throwing around with me around the house, and also with my godparents and stuff, about me being crowned. Oh, when you get crowned, or, you know, you need to save your money or stuff like that. To be honest with you, I'm never going to be crowned in Santeria. And I'm not going to be crowned because I don't want to be. And it's not because I don't love or have appreciation for the spirits, but I cannot make that kind of commitment to any spirit, period. I cannot make that kind of commitment level. I would not be able to maintain my part of the bargain.
Yeah.
And so before I completely smite myself and knock myself out of this world, I have got to work with what I have. I am not meant to be crowned in Santeria. I'm meant to work voodoo. I'm meant to work palo. I'm meant to do espiritismo. But, you know, I've received my beads in Santeria. I'm probably going to receive my Eshu and my warriors, but there's going to be a point in which I stop receiving. And that point in which I make the decision to stop receiving, that's on me.
Yeah.
But I already know that there's no way I can make a commitment at the level that you have to be committed to a religion to do Santeria. But I would never join the Roman Catholic Church. I would never go back to being a Jehovah's Witness. I would never go back to doing a lot of things or getting initiated into a lot of religions, because I wouldn't be able to fulfill those commitments. That's why people that run into this and do this rashly because, they think Yemaya is their mother, they don't know what they're getting into.
Yeah.
People don't understand how dangerous it can be working with spirits and giving them offerings. And also, I knew a girl, I'll just put it out there like this. I knew a girl who told me that she had a goddess that she worked with, and that she was having her period, and she put out some period blood for this deity that she was working with, this goddess. And then she was telling me about how she was having complications with her period, and that her period cycle completely got thrown off, and her period cycle has been off since she did that ritual act.
Yeah.
That's why you don't give your own blood to a spirit. That's why you never give your blood to a spirit. If you're going to feed your pots because they need to be fed in order to work or be charged, or because that's part of their yearly ritual that you give them, their whatever it is that you give them, that's one thing. And that's why we use animals and not, our own blood, because it's just, you're working with next level shit when you start putting out your own blood for spirits to consume.
Yeah.
Or vaginal fluids, or semen, or anything else. Yeah. I know I'm talking about like all the things, but we need to talk about all the things, just so you guys know.
Ryan, can you
Yes.
elaborate too on tattoos? That, or are people talking about that? Because I know people have instructions about getting a tattoo devoting to that.
Oh,
Do you understand what I'm saying?
so you mean getting religious iconography on your body, or sigils, or other gods and goddesses?
Yes, and
Is
how
what you
that
mean?
kind of correlates to giving the blood, since you're actually
Oh,
bleeding. Yeah.
no, because you're not getting a tattoo. I mean, not unless you're doing a big ritual ceremony where you're, doing a sacrament and constantly wiping off blood of the tattoo and throwing it into a cauldron or something like that. Doesn't matter. I mean, if you get a tattoo, what it means is that symbol of that religion is going to be on your body until you die. That's what that means. Or if you get someone's name or something else put on your body, it's going to have to be covered when you decide that you don't want to do it anymore. But as far as like blood is concerned, no. A tattoo is a tattoo.
Okay.
Someone asked me the other day whether or not they should get religious symbols tattooed on their body. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Once something goes on your body, it's always there. I know that.
I'm gonna go to sleep, but I wanted to say thank you everyone for
Thank you,
different
Laura.
yeah, it's a different time zone, so but
Yeah. Okay, my dear. Thank you so much for being
yeah,
here. Thank you.
thank you so much for the nice discussions, and thank you, Ryan, for everything.
All
And
right. I'll see you
yeah,
soon.
I'll see you. Bye bye.
Bye. Like it's probably like 4 o'clock in the morning or something crazy over there.
I think it's only like 10 p.m. actually.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
It's 9:30 in London, and she's only like 1 hour away.
Oh, cool. Awesome. What's going on, London? Where are you at?
Just chilling, taking all the knowledge in.
There you are. There's Marta.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
Oh, good. I'm good. I wasn't feeling totally mentally clear when I woke up this morning, so I was concerned that my brain fog was going to somehow screw up this get together. But so far, it's gone pretty good.
I think you did really well.
I just start rambling, and then when I start rambling, I can't remember what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but when you're rambling and still spitting out knowledge, then that's not really rambling, is it?
That's funny. Yeah. Well, I was going to take any other like questions. If anybody has any more questions, or if you guys are all set, then I'll wrap up the meeting by saying thank you. If you guys are all set and there's no more questions. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see. Jamie P. and Rosa, did you guys ask your questions? You asked your questions already, right?
I just
Jane,
have.
you can ask
Oh,
first.
go ahead.
No, go. You go first. Yeah.
It's okay. I just have one more clarifying question. Ryan, if you can clarify why your ancestors would need help being elevated if they're already elevated
Because there are two
beings.
different groups of ancestors that I'm talking about.
Okay, so when you
Two
say they
separate.
need help being elevated, you're talking about separate from the ancestors.
Correct. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that, you know, our ancestry, or the ancestors that we have that are, I guess you could say, in our family line, connected to us through DNA, blood. We have ancestors in our line that might not be elevated, that might need help, that might need elevation, that might be coming to us for elevation to help to rise above in order to try to reach out to the ancestors, the higher level ancestors, with the capital A. That's why in my book, when I'm referring to the ancestors, I always use a capital A, opposed to a lowercase a, because we do have ancestors in ancestry, but not all ancestry in our bloodline are deified.
Okay.
Because the ancestors, for the most part, are kind of deified. They're highly elevated in the sense that they rule over us. They rule over their children. And so that's why people might, you know, have a really crappy life, and they might end up on the other side, and they might end up alone. You know, maybe they completely pushed away all their spirit guides. Maybe they completely pushed away all their ancestors in life. So they end up on the other side and there's nobody there.
Okay. So that's what can cause you prevent a spirit from being elevated, is something like that, regarding them having abandoned their spiritual side and not being connected to the divine,
or just living a really horrible life, being liars, cheaters, narcissists, murderers, rapists, colonizers, or anything else that's damaging to humanity. When there's still this concept of right and wrong, good and bad. And if you want to come into the realm of the highly elevated ancestors, your spirit has to be purified. It has to be, it's what we would consider saintly. There are similarities between Catholicism and traditional ideas in Africa because, well, to be honest with you, most of all of these concepts came out of Egypt. So it kind of makes sense, right? If Egypt was the beginning of this understanding of good and bad, and going before Anubis and putting your heart on the scales, and him putting the feather, and whether or not the feather was lighter or your heart was lighter than the feather, which would allow you to go into the realm of the ancestors or go into a realm that was like purgatory. These are Egyptian beliefs. And they made their way right into Christianity, and they made their way all over Africa. So there's a shared belief in the immortality of the soul, the realm of the ancestors or the saints, and also that purgatory, or that place spirits will go when they leave the body that have not been elevated somehow in life. The Buddhists have the exact same idea. It's called the Bardo. The Buddhists call the Bardo the place that the spirits or the souls of bad people go. That's called purgatory in the Catholic Church. These concepts of purgation of the soul for bad deeds in life, that phenomena is in a lot of different cultures. So yeah, when we say that you might have an ancestral spirit in your court that needs to be elevated, we're talking about an ancestor that's sitting around in purgatory, that's sitting around in the Bardo. Scary, isn't it?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on that. But yeah, that makes sense now. But I guess what about like if they passed and they were young? So how much wrong could they have done? And then why be abandoned?
And the answer is, I don't know.
Okay. Fair enough. All right, thank you.
I mean, it's because but I want to explain that. Okay. Let me just tell you why I say I don't know.
Okay.
I need to give you a reason why I say I don't know. The reason I say I don't know is because it's completely unverifiable and I have not experienced it. So unless I was dead and on the other side, I couldn't tell you. Like for sure, because obviously I'm not dead. And I do not remember my past incarnations. And I don't know, you know, everything is, all this phenomena is happening in my mind and in your mind and in the mind of the collective consciousness. So I don't know the answer for that. There's got to be some kind of reason for it. If there are child spirits that are still around, maybe those child spirits are waiting for the opportunity to come back into the world. If a child isn't able to make it in, maybe the child spirit will try to make it in again. I don't know. These are highly speculative answers. But the basis in the stuff that I say is, when I say something, I'm usually spitting out truths that are cross-cultural, things that you'll find in Africa that show up in the Americas, or things that you'll find in native traditions that will also pop up in random things in Judaism, or random things in Arabic culture or Muslim nations. So I do a lot of comparative religious studies. Okay. Most of my time studying spirituality over the past 20 years has been doing comparative religion, because I'm fascinated about the cross-cultural phenomenon of the belief in the immortality of the soul, or the belief in reincarnation. Where the fuck do those come from? Where the fuck do those concepts come from, you know? But they've been around for a very long time. So then you have to ask yourself the question, well, usually things that are real endure. Some of these beliefs are so instilled in our collective consciousness, they absolutely cannot be eradicated. And they come back even if you try to cover them up with something else, which is why people are returning to indigenous spirituality opposed to Christianity that was enforced on them. But the thing is whenever I say I don't know, it's because I can't speculate on something I don't feel comfortable talking about. And anything that I feel comfortable talking about usually is because it's a belief that I have researched and I have thought about deeply, that comes out of multiple cultures. That means they all have a shared common source. What that common source is, I have no idea.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess we just call it God, right? That's what Christians do. They just say God in general. It's God's will. It's God's will. Yep. Tammy, what's up? You got a question for me?
Hey, Ryan, can you hear me?
Hey, I can hear you now.
Oh, awesome. Fuck this thing. I'm sorry, I probably can't say the F word, but I just got my iPad and it's fucking with me. Anyway, my question is, now we have more levels of ancestors than like just the normal ancestors. When you said that we had different kinds of ancestors, I was lost. And I can totally see that you're just wore out today. I'm sorry.
That's okay, because I got all afternoon tonight and all day tomorrow to sleep, because today and tomorrow are my day off. So I'm gonna be chilling. No, I'm not tired. I'm just fine. But what did I confuse you on? Because I want to clarify if I confused something for you.
No, I was just wondering, like what levels, is there different like hierarchy of ancestors? Like, you know, my lineage of bloodline ancestors, and then there's other ancestors. I don't think you confused it. I just don't think maybe I'm educated about it.
You have to remember that everything that I'm teaching you guys today comes from traditional African beliefs.
Okay.
So if you have not studied traditional African culture or traditional African philosophy, that a lot of these concepts are going to sound very foreign to you, because they don't fit into the context of Hinduism and yoga, which is where a lot of New Age spirituality draws its inspiration. And it's not going to fit into the colonized Jewish, Christian, and Muslim worldview either. It's a completely different, separate spiritual system. And is there this concept of hierarchies and levels of dimensions, beings, spirit guides, ancestral spirits? Absolutely. Yes, they are. They are divided into divisions, and they're divided into classes and groups. And that's part of what all of this is about.
So even with your own lineage ancestors, they're different. They're divided into different groups.
Oh, well, I mean, I would primarily two. Or actually primarily, I guess you could say three. If you want to say the ancestors with the capital A that died a long, long, long time ago and are much farther, farther, farther ahead than us, then I would say that would be a particular class or group of ancestors. Okay. Elevated ancestors are ancestors that have traveled well beyond our realm. Because remember, your ancestors are your future, they're not your past.
Right.
Your ancestors are your future. That's where you're going. Your ancestors have arrived at the destination that you're working towards getting to. Okay. So the ancestors, they're way ahead of us. So I would put them in their own class. Then you've got the other spirits of the dead that are in our ancestry that that we interact with, that haven't necessarily moved on to the realm of the ancestors, have consciously chose to stick around, or even ancestral spirits that need help, that need guidance, that need direction. They need to be elevated, or they need to be motivated to get to where they need to go. That would be a second class of spirits. And if you wanted to divide spirit guides into their own class of spirits, then you could do that too. So there are many different ways of categorizing these entities.
Okay, what about like aunts, uncles, brothers, cousins, things like that? Like
They can
those
come back as spirit guides.
So they're not elevated ancestors, they're just the ancestors, right?
Well, I mean, the ancestors, as far as I know, in traditional African culture, they work together as a collective. You're talking about elevated ancestor would represent deified ancestors.
Just
Not
ancestors
like,
work, like nothing that has to do with, you know, any kind of culture, just ancestry work or ancestors, period.
yeah. So ancestor work that you can work with to work with those spirits that are most closely associated with your family would be putting out a place in your home for your ancestors. You can put out pictures of them on the ancestor shrine. You can put out food offerings for them. You can put out drink offerings for them, and you can take time to sit in front of that altar and meditate, or you can pray. You can pray for them, or you can even talk to them and ask them to give you signs, come to you in your dreams. That's ancestor work.
Okay, and my own other question was that, so when we do talk to our ancestors and things of that, because I do that work daily, now do your ancestors, do they go to bat for you? Do they help you out in the spirit world and in this world that you live in? The ancestors to you in your bloodline.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So I just wasn't like sure if you had to go up through a hierarchy of ancestors in order to, you know, kind of work your way there, or.
No, because in our spiritual court, that's what we call it, the spiritual court or the spiritual constellation of the primary spirits. As far as being a witch or any other kind of spiritualist is concerned, the most primary spirits you should be considering working with is your holy guardian angel, first and foremost. Trying to obtain conversation and knowledge of the holy guardian angel is what Aleister Crowley called it. But becoming aware of and knowing your daimon, your guardian spirit, is pretty primary. That should be the first thing everyone's working on, really, their holy guardian angel. And then after the holy guardian angel, or while you're working with your holy guardian angel, working with the spirit guides that are closest to you, that you have the most interaction with. And then primarily, to be honest with you, those are primarily in spiritualism, the people you're going to be working with the most.
Excellent. All right.
And when you get a divination session with like a medium, or you're talking to a spiritualist or other people that can see spirits, they might recognize or see a spirit that's with you and coming forward as a guide for you. And then it's your responsibility to try to reach out and connect with that guide, if that guide is coming around for you.
Right. How old do you perceive a holy guardian angel to be?
Oh, It can be
Like
an
yours.
elevated ancestor. It can be an elevated ancestor, or it can be a spirit of the dead that has taken the role as primary guardian over you. The idea of the holy guardian angel is that one of the spirits in your spiritual court steps forward as the primary guide. They're the leader of your division of spirits that walk with you, and that holy guardian angel comes into this world with you, walks with you through life, and when you die, is with you when you pass. If that guardian angel could be any spirit of the dead that steps forward to do so, to act as a guardian.
Oh, right on. Well, thank you for that. I was really.
Yeah. I want to clarify that when we use the word angel, that could be synonymous with Orisha, that could be synonymous with Loa, that could be synonymous with spirit guide. So the word angel might be deceptive because you might hear that word and you might be thinking of it within a context of Catholicism. It's not. The holy guardian angel is whatever the primary spirit in your life is that walks with you is.
Right. What kind of work can we do? Is my last question, I promise.
Yeah.
What kind of work can we do to, or read or listen to or whatever, to get in tune, get in touch with our holy guardian angel so we can have a closer, relationship, or even to really know who they are?
Yeah.
I feel them, but I it's still blurry,
Oh yeah. And you know what? Trying to communicate with the spirit is like trying to talk to a friend underwater. When you were a kid, you ever jump in a pool and you both went like this and you went underneath the water and then you started yelling at each other underwater? Yeah. So a very, very, very well-renowned spiritualist that I respect dearly said once that trying to communicate with the spirit world is like trying to talk to someone underwater.
That's
So
because we're
there
in
is
such a murky place, I think,
it's really not easy to do. So how do our spirit guides communicate with us? Well, they communicate with us through our dreams, or they might send us a thought telepathically, or we might get a visual image in our head, or we might hear a voice whisper something, or hear a voice in our head that feels very foreign to ourselves, or we might be empathic. We might feel and sense things that other people don't feel and sense. Our spirit guides sometimes can set us up with synchronicity where we'll see the same thing over and over and over again, just like Rosa. I just pulled a tarot card for her, and just using her as an example, the card I pulled answered her question. The card that I pulled out of the deck answered her question for her. Just boom, like that. Who do you think did that?
Right.
Her
right.
guides did that.
Right. So I got a story to tell you real quick.
Please.
I was doing my online shopping. I bought some stuff at Walmart, and I said, you know what? I'm going to go over and I'm going to grab some fresh herbs, because I want to take a spiritual bath. It's my birthday today. I'm 47 years old. Young.
Happy birthday, baby.
Thank you. And so I thought, you know what? I'm going to take a spiritual bath today. I'm going to go get these herbs or order them and have my wife pick them up and whatever. So she's there and she's like, you know what? I just grabbed a cart and it had a mint plant in it. I'm like, that's amazing. I was looking for mint and they were out. I was like, bring that baby home. So she brought it home, and then my son had come and said, look, Mom, I brought you some white sheets for your birthday. I was like, are you kidding? I got white sheets, a spiritual bath. I'm ready to align, baby.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like funny, amazing, not like funny, haha. I mean, it's just really ironic, really.
It is. I couldn't even believe it. I was on my birthday. You gotta be kidding me.
That was a little gift they threw at you. Sometimes I think it can be difficult for them to try to achieve these feats in the physical world. Whenever I see a message from my spirit guides, I always think, wow, that must have taken a lot of effort for them to put forth to try to bring me that message. I'll give you one of my miracle situations. I had to take my rent check and drop it off from my business, and I didn't have an envelope. I had forgotten to get an envelope for my friend. And I was like, God, I've got to put this into an envelope. So I need to stop and buy, a box of envelopes, because I'm like, I guess I just should have that. Well, I got out of the CVS parking lot to go in, And as I'm getting ready to walk into the building, I look down and there is an envelope on the ground, just laying on the ground in the parking lot. And I was like, oh, and I reached over and picked it up, and it was like the kind of envelope you put the cards in. So somebody had a card and dropped the envelope, but it was just sitting on the floor on the ground. And I picked it up and I said, somebody lost an envelope. Hello, does anybody need this envelope? And it's like nobody answering. So I'm like, thanks. Damn, you guys are awesome. And so then what I used it. So they helped me. They prevented me from buying a box of envelopes that day. See, what else is a funny
Awesome.
thing?
Love that.
Well, I'm going to tell you the most awesome thing my spirits have done for me. I'm crowned Anaisa Paye Danto. She is a Loa. She in life was a gypsy, a Romani, and she is considered to be the princess of the 21 divisions. She's the youngest of the Loa, and she's the only Loa besides Papa Legba that has a path in all 21 divisions. But the point is that I was practicing divination with her, and I said, Mama, I said, we got to find a new place to live, or we need to find an office space, because we need to get back to work. Like, we need to start pulling ourselves out of this pit with this whole COVID situation. So I said, do you want me to look for a place? And I threw the divination, and she said yes, because see, in my tradition, we have definite yeses and definite nos when we practice divination. The spirits are not ambiguous. You have to have a way to get a yes, no answer from your spirits. You can't just lay down tarot cards and try to piece together a puzzle of, well, maybe they mean this, maybe they mean that. No, you have to ask them a question, and they have to say yes or no, or I don't know. There's 3 answers that I get from my spirits: yes, no, and maybe. So she said yes. So I went. I was living in Chelmsford in Massachusetts, and my business was in New Hampshire at the time. So I start looking around at all these places in New Hampshire, Manchester, other places. So I went back to Anaisa, and I said, Anaisa, did you like the first place that I saw? She said, no. But it wasn't just like no, it was like a really bad no. It was like an ominous no, like, do not do that. Okay. I said, Anaisa, do you like the second place? She said, no. Same answer, same reading. So I said, did you like the third place? And she said, no. And now I'm getting scared now, right? Because this is like not a joke. Like, now I know that she's really here. We're really having this conversation. So I said, okay, maybe I need to ask her if I need to be looking in a different state. This is where your critical thinking skills come through, people. So I said, Anaisa, do you want me to find a place in Massachusetts? No. I said, Anaisa, do you want me to continue to look in New Hampshire for our place? She said, no. Okay, now we're getting somewhere with the spirit, right? So then I said, Anaisa, do you want me to look for a place in Massachusetts? No. And mind you, I'm getting the same answer over and over and over again now. So then I said, all right, so that means she wants me to look in Vermont or Maine. So I said, Anaisa, do you want me to find a place in Vermont? I threw it, Alafia. She's like, yes, good, you got it. Blessings, let's go. And I'm like, oh my God, So then I get on Craigslist and I start looking for places, and specifically office spaces, okay? Because I needed to get my business started. So I found a place, this building that you guys see me in. I found an office space that was listed for $950 on Craigslist. So I sent an email, hey, I'm really interested in that place for $950. Now, mind you, those places I was looking at in New Hampshire were like $1,200, $1,300, $1,100. I found one for $1,000, but it was like you'd have to pay for electricity and gas and internet and all of these services, right? So then I said, I'd really like to see this place for $950. They emailed back and said, oh, well, that office we had for $950 is gone, but we have another one for $1,300 a month. So I said, okay. And I emailed back and I said, I'm sorry, but we're in the middle of a pandemic, and I'm trying to open this business because I absolutely have to open this business. And I really was looking for something closer to $1,000. They emailed back and said, okay, we'll do it for $950.
That's amazing.
$1,300 opposed to $950. That's a lot of fucking money. So I said, well, I'd love to come see it. And that's where I'm sitting right now. I'm sitting in beautiful Brattleboro, Vermont. This is officially where the spiritual center of Brattleboro is located. It's where all the voodoo and all the Santeria and all the Palo and all the misas and everything's going to happen when we get this going. Oh, and it's going to be a place for Witchfoot to show up and do her Witchfoot thing. But the point is this business is not up and running, obviously, because of COVID. But the situation right now is, let's say, but look, I told Anaisa, I said, Anaisa, I need a place for you, and I need a place for the other spirits, and I need a yoga studio space, or I need like this and that and this. She gave me exactly what I wanted. Matter of fact, she gave me more than what I wanted. She exceeded my expectations 1,000%. But let me see but let's talk about this for a second. What if I received an initiation and I received a loa, and I put her pot up on a table and I took care of it, and then I go to talk to my loa and I throw down the divination? Should I take this place? And she says no. I said, should I take this place? She says no. Should I take this place? She says no. Maybe you think to yourself, okay, I don't think I can trust this. This is not, this is getting really weird for me. Like, now I know that, like, what if I'm getting fucked over here? Like, what if something's going wrong? Or what if I should just go ahead and take that place? I could have taken that $1,100 space and ended up with $1,400 worth of bills on a month. But she said no. Anaisa said no. She said, I've got something better for you,
right,
somewhere else. I know exactly where I want you to be. And I listen to my spirits. So let me tell you something. When I put down my motherfucking tarot cards and my spirits give me a message, I say, okay. And I don't even question it. And people might think, well, this guy's crazy because he bases major life decisions off of like a pack of tarot cards. Fuck you. Yeah, I sure do. And I don't even care if you approve of that or not. You know what I mean?
Working pretty damn good for you. So
well, not only that, but when I lay down the tarot cards for other people, that shit comes true too.
Right.
And so I'm like, all right, you know what? There's something going on here and it's bigger than me, but I am not going to question it. I spent most of my life trying to worry about where all of this stuff comes from. I don't anymore. When I talk to my spirits and they give me an answer, I say, okay.
I'm as intelligent as you and as elevated. Seriously, you're pretty young to be so smart.
No, I'm stupid. I know nothing. I know absolutely nothing about nothing. I know shit fuck about the world. The only thing I know is the stuff I've read, and I've read a lot and I've done a lot of things, but that doesn't mean all of those things aren't lies. That's why I'm a spiritual person. I'm not religious. I don't rely on the Bhagavad Gita or the Bible or the Quran or any of those other spiritual books to be my guide. Okay. My spirituality is based on reality and based on living in reality and direct contact with spirits, not thinking about spirits, not reading about them, but working with them. And when you start getting into the realm of really working with your spirits, then that's what happens. Then all kinds of shit starts happening.
Right.
Good and bad.
Wow.
Because it's not all good.
Right.
It's not all good. And some people think that spirit guides are all love and light and look like angels. That's some bullshit. I got some really badass motherfuckers in my spiritual court, and they're scary. They are scary. There are some people in my spiritual court. One spiritualist one time screamed. We were sitting there and we were doing a consultation, another spiritualist, and then all of a sudden she just screamed, "Ah!" And I said, "Are you okay?" She was like, "There's a spirit behind you. I see a spirit." And I'm like, "Yeah, what does it look like?" And she started describing one of my spirits. And I was like, "Yeah, that's about right." And she turned white. She was like, just horrified. Because not all of our spirits are pretty. They're just not. But that doesn't mean they're dangerous or will harm you. It just means that they're a little bit rougher than the other ones.
Get the fuck out of here. I've been drinking San Pellegrino for probably 6 months now.
Let me tell you something. We sacrifice animals in my tradition. and I used to be a vegan. So that shows you where I have evolved from. At one point in time, I was vegan, and veganism did not work out very well for me. And I had to come to the realization that every single thing that you cut down, kill, or harvest is dying in order for you to live. You realize, well, there's a speciesism there where a mushroom's life isn't as important as a cow, or an entire deforestation and destruction of wildlife in order to create agriculture, to grow Monsanto soybeans, or to chop down forests in order to make cheap wood for IKEA to make all of its cheap ass furniture. Something is dying for you to live always.
Right.
So you can either feel bad about that, or you can be grateful and show respect to. That's why you should always pray when you sit down to eat your food. Growing up Christian, we always prayed and thanked God for our food before we ate. And I was like, when I got out of Christianity, I stopped doing that. I got out of the habit of thanking God for the food that I was about to eat. And then I became a vegan. And then when I realized that veganism was not a path I could be on, and I had to go back to eating meat, I started praying again.
Oh, wow.
I started thanking God for the food that was in front of my face, because I realized that every single animal that I consume sacrificed its life in order for me to eat.
Right. Exactly.
Interesting, huh?
You're just a plethora of knowledge. I could talk to you for till the day's long. Let me tell you.
Well, I
need
got
to-
nothing to do and all day to do it. And make TikToks, stupid ass TikToks.
When are we going to get a tour of your abode?
I'll show
Got
you.
the nice place that Spirit gave you. Let's
You
hear
know
about
what? Well, the thing is, okay, all right. I'm really embarrassed because this place is such a wreck. Okay, so just bear with me. I'll show you. I trust you guys.
it. Right on.
Where is it? All right. So this is a couch from the last place that I lived. The guy let me buy it from him. See, I don't know what's up with this freaking, whatchamacallit, this camera. When I go like that, it goes like that. When I go like this camera is like acting counterintuitive for me. This is my little cage I have when I bring up Miss Ferret. Outside this door, we have this long hallway here. And if I go down the hallway to the right, I have my first office space, which is the room with all the spirits. There's more stuff in there. I just can't show it to you. And then there's another room I have where all the witchcraft is. See, it says witchy.
Right.
I spray painted that on. And there's all kinds of other magical things going on in here I can't show you, but it also says, get the fuck out of here.
That's amazing.
I have this sink over here, and then this is the actual studio that you guys see me dancing in. This is the yoga studio.
Oh, wow.
This yoga studio can fit about, this studio could fit about 16 to 18 people if there was absolutely no problems with COVID, because if they lined up side by side with one another, you could fit about 6 mats in a row. So there would definitely be place for at least 16 people. That's tight. But then and actually you guys saw the shrine I have for Mary. This is my shrine I have for Hecate.
Oh, I love Hecate. That's beautiful.
Yeah, I just got her some new tea lights. They burned out. But she's got, this actually had a candle in it, and it did not turn out well for me with the candle. But this is her classical image. And you guys, whoever was here in the last live with me in this last Zoom, these are the same flowers that were out the last time.
Oh, wow.
These are the same flowers that I had out from the last Zoom meeting. And I'm going to tell you a secret about working with your spirits. One way to know if your spirits are happy with you, put fresh food and fresh flowers out on their altar. If it goes bad overnight, there's something wrong. I can put out fresh flowers for Hecate, for Our Lady of Guadalupe. I can put out fresh flowers for Anaisa Pae. Those flowers will stay fresh for a month, and that ain't natural. That is definitely natural.
I am always buying flowers, and when I put flowers in my house, they last for about 2 days, and I take good care of them. Water them, put the stuff in the water, keep sun. They last for about 2 days. If I put them on my altar, they last for about a month. Talk about insane. Like, what is in my house that is making it like that to where when it's on my altar, it's fine?
Well,
Or,
that's where that's where your spirits live. So
my house, like what kind
no,
is going on?
no, not necessarily. No, I mean, what you can do here, you can always do the lemon or the orange or the lime test. If you feel like the energy is funky in your house, go buy a lemon. Excuse me. Go buy a lemon at the grocery store that is ripe, turning ripe. So it's still a little green on the edges, but it's turning ripe. So it's just about to be ripe. Put that lemon in your living room or somewhere, or in your kitchen or whatever room you're feeling stagnant energy, and see how long it takes for that lemon to turn. If that lemon starts turning before it's time, it means that something needs to be shifted around in the room. It means maybe you need to you need to change the furniture around. Maybe it's time to take that black comforter off and put an orange one on. You got to do that feng shui shit and like really figure out the energy flow in your house. There could be some blockages in the rooms that don't allow things to get in and out. Spirits, sometimes when they feel trapped, they'll back themselves into a corner, or maybe they'll even be in the corner on the ceiling, and you have to that's why when you smudge, always make sure you get all the corners so that you get all the spirits out, even the ones that live in the corners of your room.
Right.
And then open those windows, get some fresh air in there, and take your broom. It doesn't have to be a cinnamon broom, but take that broom, that witch's broom, and fan it and try to get that fresh air in and fumigate your house. And that should help move negative energy out. If you have an attachment on you, like an intranquil spirit, or you got some serious spiritual problems where you feel like you're being spiritually attacked, you got to be really careful. You got to be really careful before you start jumping to conclusions that, what it is that's in your house you can't get rid of. You can't do that. You got to be really forceful with spirits. You got to be very firm. You got to tell them to get the fuck out of here.
Right.
If they start, here's another thing. The spirits can't control you. You still have free will. And even if the spirit tells you not to do something, it doesn't mean that you can't do it anyway and reap the consequences of it. I'm going to tell you how. I had a divination with a spiritual practitioner about going down to Florida and getting scratched. I went to a Babalao, and I specifically wanted to find out whether or not getting scratched was what I should do or something I should do. And the message Ifa gave me was, yeah, you can get scratched, but it's going to cause problems for you after. So I said, okay. So I went down to Florida and I got scratched and caught COVID.
Oh,
and came back to Boston and continued to do readings with COVID for a month. So guess what? Ifa was right. I got scratched. It's what I needed to do, but I also experienced the suffering after. The spirits are not ambiguous about these things.
Right. And I like that you mentioned Mr. Elias. He's amazing. Son Elias, he's great. I've worked with him.
Essence City Conjure.
He's gave me some insight and some readings, and has done some work for me. I just love him. He's the deal. He's the deal for sure.
He's not a joke. He's a Polaro.
Yeah, he's no joke. That's for sure. Do you ever watch any? Well, you do watch some of his YouTubes, huh?
Oh yeah, I'm a huge fan of his YouTubes. We used to be friends on Facebook before I deleted my Facebook, so I can't keep up with the stuff he posts. But I love him to death. And to be honest with you, when I get up in the morning, I check my email and then I jump on TikTok and Clapper and I see what's going on there and I try to keep the pulse there. But it completely has absorbed all of my time and I don't have the ability to look at any other social media. I never go on Instagram. I never go on Twitter. I deleted my Facebook. I hardly ever get on YouTube unless there's something specific I'm looking for. Most of my life is consumed with doing readings for people right now, managing my TikTok account, and serving my spirits, doing everything with them I need to do. And people who have paid me to do spiritual work that I've done with my spirits for them.
Right. So after this COVID and everything, and you get your studio going and all that, are you gonna have time to be online much? Or I mean, because you're gonna have like 10 full plates.
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, if what I would like to do seriously is if I could keep the flow of readings coming in like they have been, because right now I'm trending on TikTok. I'm just popular. There's a lot of people talking about me, but what happens when people don't talk about me? You know, I have to find a way in order to stay relevant, in order for people to want to continue to get readings from me so that people can benefit from the shit that I know. So I have to continue to make clappers and TikToks in order to keep my visibility within the witch community. Because if you're not visible in the witch community, everybody forgets about you. You know, the witches are like fucking bar friends. They're only your friends when you're sitting at the bar, right? But when you're not there, nobody's gonna send you a message or an email saying, hey, how you doing? You know, that's very rare. Matter of fact, let me tell you some shit. I deleted my Facebook profile. Guess how many of my 5,000 Facebook friends have reached out to me since I've been off Facebook for the past year and a half? Guess how many of those people have sent me a message saying, hey, why aren't you on Facebook anymore? 0. I had 5,000 friends on Facebook. And after getting off Facebook, like miraculously disappearing, no one ever said, well, where'd Ryan go? No one ever sent me an email to ask me if I was okay. So I know what you have to do in order to stay relevant. Right. So I got on TikTok, and I got on TikTok because of my daughter. I wanted to see what my daughter was posting. I also wanted to check out this app to find out what kind of shit she would be dealing with. Okay. Now her mother is really, really strict and like really restricts her ability to get on TikTok and the time she spends on there or whatever. But the point is I never got on TikTok with the intention of doing anything spiritual at all. But I'll tell you what, I started making videos when I started watching the sloppy, shitty messes on TikTok, pumping out all kinds of misinformation with 5,000 likes on it and 100,000 views. I'm like, really? This cocksucker over here is telling people that they can do this and that and this and that? Really? Seriously? Like he can't, like, what are these people thinking? Have they never read a motherfucking book about anything? You know, someone talking about voodoo and working with voodoo spirits, but they are not initiated. What they're saying about the spirits is incorrect. They're using images from American Horror Story. They've never read a goddamn book about voodoo in their life, but they're teaching people on TikTok how to practice voodoo. I was like, oh, hell no. So I've been that person since I got on TikTok that everybody hates because I tell people the truth.
Right. Well, and that's why I love you. So
if you guys didn't like me, I guess you'd be gone, right? Rosa, you have a question. What's up? Oh, I'll come back to you, Tammy. Hold on. Let Rosa ask her question.
So I wanted to know, how do you know when a good spirit's talking to you and when there's a bad one? Like, how can you identify? Because sometimes I don't want to like be tricked into someone saying, I don't know how to explain it, but
trickster spirits.
Yeah. Like, I know my mom, I can hear my mom talk, but then I don't know if there's like a trickster one that's acting like my mom. You know what I'm saying? Like, how would I tell the difference?
First, let me tell you about something about that. Okay. Being a psychic medium and having psychic abilities, and while your psychic abilities are continuing to refine themselves, it's very scary. as your psychic abilities continue to grow, you will become more and more confident with the messages you receive that you feel are authentic, opposed to ones that might be random bullshit. Because I get random bullshit thrown in my head too. And if I feel like it's random bullshit, then I completely disregard it as being irrelevant and bullshit. And I keep on moving with my life and working with my spirits. So the thing is do all of the proper warding around your house, put the garlic out by the door, hang the broom on the front door, put some cascarilla out by the windows, make a floor wash, move the furniture around in your home, make sure you fumigate it, wipe everything down with Florida water, say your prayers, play your spiritual music, make sure that your Boveda is always clean and it's always neat, and talk to the spirits and build that strong relationship with the spirits. There will be no room in your house for negative shit.
Okay.
There will be no room for negativity, because ain't no negativity coming into this motherfucking office. Let me tell you, with the shit that runs around this office, ain't nobody, no one's gonna just walk into this space that I'm in with the amount of spirits that come through here. It's like Ghostbusters around here. So fill up your space with positivity. And if you feel like the message coming through is creepy, or you feel like the message coming through might be artificial, or you feel like the message coming through is really super negative, it's probably coming from a trickster or a negative space, because your elevated spirits would not be behaving that way.
Okay.
Can I add to that, Ryan?
Yeah, absolutely.
So on, what was your name again?
Rosa.
Okay, so Rosa, this is what I was thinking. Ryan, had not to say that you have a mental health issue, because I don't know you from a can of paint, but
Oh, I do.
but
I do.
you know, people got to also distinguish the voices they're hearing. Not that you're hearing voices, but like we all have that internal voice that likes to break us down, likes to fuck with us sometimes. That's our team. And sometimes we have to, you know, decide, is this something of me that's fucking with me, or is this actually something else on the outskirts? And when Ryan was trying to discuss that on TikTok, and then he got a bunch of,
I know.
are you fucking people retarded or what? I mean, that's not a good word either, but give me a break. You have to be sound mind to be able to get. It takes a very strong mind to be able to do what he does, or what any other legit spiritual does do. So when we get messages, sometimes I get messages and they're fucked up, and I'm like, no way, I don't believe that shit for a hot second. And it's usually not true. It's usually my self-esteem or something. You know what I'm saying? So we just sometimes need to learn to distinguish, and it's hard, and I'm still learning. And that's all I can say about that.
I agree with you. I've had that issue before. I still have it too, where I kind of like, it's, I guess, my anxiousness versus a spirit trying to tell me something, but it's like, yeah, like it's like, I don't know if my mind manipulates it or something like that.
Right, exactly. But fear, I've learned, will close you out of everything. Fear will close you out of every goddamn thing, you know? I tend to carry a lot of anxiety and panic disorder. So fear closes me out of a lot of stuff. And I'm like, no, fuck that. I'm going to get back at it, you know? So hope that helps.
Yeah. Thank you.
And you also have to, you have to stand up to spirits. If a spirit is really attacking you, you're going to have to stand up to that spirit. I have stood up to spirits. Matter of fact, a lot of shit has gone down in my dreams where I've been spiritually attacked. And of course, those motherfuckers, they always send out the dead in the middle of the night, because that's when they want to get you. They want to get you when you're sleeping. They want to get you when you're asleep. Man, I had somebody throw some witchcraft at me, and something attacked me in the middle of the night, and my spirit mounted me in the middle of the night, and I went into a full-on witch war that lasted for I don't even know how long. And finally that shit got out of there, and I kicked that shit out of there. And when I came out of my trance, I was hissing like a snake, like an angry snake. I was going like I was just completely mounted, coming out of a mounted place. And Yeah, shit like that. But you know what? I could tell you that, but no one would believe me because it's all going on in my head, right? I mean, it's all in your head. Because here's the thing about it. Mental illness and psychic abilities can almost seem completely inseparable from one another. Or believe it or not, I've talked to people who will sit and they will calmly talk to you and they will be in complete psychosis, but they'll be talking to you like a normal person, having a regular conversation. Everything's just fine. And then they start talking crazy stuff like, oh yeah, and this happened and that happened to me, and then this and this, and I talked to that person, and they'll start talking about all kinds of stuff. And you'll just be like, oh damn, I'm talking to somebody who is really has gone so far out there, they can no longer distinguish the world from what's going on with psychic experiences. And the psychic experiences become the entire world, and they completely lose all touch with what is physical, what is material, what is reality, because no matter how spiritual you become, we are still anchored to this physical body.
Correct.
And you know, here's the difference between someone who is experiencing psychosis and someone who's a trance medium. If you're experiencing psychosis, you do not know you're in psychosis. A hallmark feature of recognizing whether or not mental illness is in play, or whether or not there's some kind of real trance possession in play, is that that person does not know what's going on. Whereas someone who is in control of their mind will know what is going on. If you took 10 people and all put them in a room and you gave them magic mushrooms, all 10 of those people are going to trip. And when they come back out of that trip, every single one of them is going to describe a different experience to you that they had. But that doesn't change the fact that they did experience whatever they experienced. But a person who's not mentally ill can take a step back from that trip and be like, okay, well, when I was sober, I was thinking this. And then when the high started coming up, I felt this. And while I was tripping, I saw this. And then afterwards, I felt like this, and can actually be a person who has the ability to distinguish between different states of consciousness, opposed to someone who's mentally ill that is only stuck on one thing because they have lost control of knowing reality. It's talking about consciousness and how the mind works is it's deep.
Yeah.
The mind is scary. The mind intimidates me a bit.
Yeah.
Because it can put you in a fucked up place real quick. I mean, quicker than any drug. Your mind can completely have you elsewhere, you know?
The reason why I made the videos on mental health the other day that I made is because for some reason, the universe has been bringing around some people that I feel like need more attention than what I can give them. It's not like I don't get people that tell me, you know, I think that bitch threw witchcraft at me. Or I know that bitch lit a candle to steal my husband. Or I was doing divination the other day and a trickster came through and scared me. Or, you know, I know that there's some negative entity in my house and I need to get rid of it. But I can tell the difference between someone who is sane, rational, has the ability to think clearly, think critically about dealing with these things, from someone who has gone into psychosis or some other form of self-deception. It's a completely different thing. I mean, and it's scary because I'm only a psychic medium. I'm only an oracle. People come to me to help them diagnose their spiritual problems. But when their spiritual problems start spilling over into mental health related things, that's problematic for me as a practitioner.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, you can't diagnose or cure, and you have to let people, like, liability.
And well, it is. I mean, I maintain HIPAA practices. I maintain that client practitioner confidentiality. And being a reader like me is not easy because, you know, nobody pays $50 for a reading unless they're really, really, really needing to know the answer to a question, or they're having a real problem that needs a solution. So whenever someone comes to me for a reading and they've paid me for a reading, I respect the fact that they chose me over 1 million other people to try to help them sort out their spiritual stuff. So
Right.
I always appreciate every single client that comes to me. And then every single client that I talk to, I'm taking each client on an individual level and listening to them, listening diligently to try to see what are they trying to say, what are the spirits saying behind what they're saying, and trying to determine what's really going on. And it's a lot of work. People don't understand how much work it is to actually do this and really do it. I don't mean bullshit. I don't mean like throw down 3 cards and tell you what the card means, past, present, and future. That's not what I do.
Right.
That's not what I do.
Yeah, I can't wait to book a reading with you.
Oh.
But I haven't yet because I'm like, he's so busy. He's so
No,
busy,
there's,
you know.
but the thing is there's no way to actually get on my schedule unless you book me through Booksy, because now what I've done, my official rules are now that everyone has to book me through Booksy, or if they've been one of my clients in the past, they're in constant contact with me. People I've already given readings to, they'll text me back and forth all the time, because I'm not one of those people that just gives somebody a reading and then will never speak to you again, or says, good luck, motherfucker. I hope everything works out for you. You know, I don't do that. I'm always trying to help the people that come to me. But in order to get people like plugged in to what's going on, I need them to be able to like schedule me through Booksy, because I cannot. I
Okay,
wake
that's
up.
good to know. Good to know.
I wake up to like 25 to 30 text messages a day, and half of those people are clients I've told to do shit. People I've told to take a spiritual bath or read a book, or you wouldn't believe the shit.
Wow.
Every single day when I wake up, I have clients that I've read contacting me about a follow-up on something that we've already done. That's a full-time job.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
So
I was going to ask you intuitively what you thought of this if you had time. I follow this this group called Do You Hoodoo, and it's on Facebook, and her name is Frederica. She's a Black lady, hugely smart. I mean, she's just intelligent beyond words. She, has practiced hoodoo her whole life. She's, I don't know, probably about 60 years old, 55, 60. Huge following on Facebook, huge, probably 500,000 people. I don't know. She's got a huge following. That's probably an exaggeration, but you feel me?
yeah.
So anyway, we
I wish
follow
I
her. She's
had
got a big group.
500,000 followers.
Oh my God. And then she sells these oils and stuff. Some of them are, for different reasons or whatever, dragon's blood, all the, normal oils that people would sell that, are in magic, witchcraft, hoodoo, whatever. And these oils are amazing. I've bought a grip of them myself, but I mean, she sells out of them so quick, and they're not cheap. They're about $15 a piece. So I'm just thinking to myself, man, this woman, and she's always talking about how she doesn't have a want for money because it always comes to her. You know what I mean? She's just this magnet she seems all glorious on the outside is what I'm saying. The thing is that sometimes she can be real nasty, like if people ask her the same question and somebody asks the same question.
I mean, she's like me. She's like me then.
Yes and no. Yes and no. I think that she's almost kind of tired of people to where you're more forgiving. You're like, okay, listen, motherfucker, I'm gonna talk, to where, I mean, it's almost like you want to help. She wants to help, but I think she kind of feels like she maybe is sick of people,
Okay.
She's got so many people in her group. She does this hoodoo work and she teaches people how. She does a great service for sure, but she's never cultural appropriated anybody. And if you do, while you're in her group, you get kicked out. Now, I don't know if that's because, okay, only Black people should practice hoodoo. She says everybody can practice hoodoo as long as you are respectful. So, okay, I understand that. But what's really the fucking truth here? Because I'm not trying to do some shit, which I've been in it for quite a minute and it's been okay. Everything seems to be going swell, but I just want to be right. I don't want to,
You know
Sometimes
what, and
people
I
say
am,
it's okay, but I don't know.
yeah, and I'm going to totally tear that subject apart for you because it's one of my favorite things talking about white people practicing voodoo and any other tradition that's African based. Okay. Because, you know, boy, let's go down that rabbit hole. Because I got a lot of things to say about it. I don't just have one thing to say about it. I have a lot of things to say about it. And the first and foremost thing is whenever I'm talking to people about any particular closed religion or practice, be it ethnically or religiously, and when I say religiously, I mean like a religion that has to be practiced with a priesthood that you have to be initiated into.
No, this is hoodoo.
Right, this is hoodoo. So specifically hoodoo. There are people who see, it's of my opinion that white people should not be calling what they do hoodoo, because hoodoo comes from the Ashanti people. It comes from the Akon people and some of the other African groups that were brought to the North Carolinas and Virginias and the plantations on the far east part of the United States. Whereas voodoo made it up into New Orleans via the French and the Africans that became Haitian voodooisants. The people that practice hoodoo in the East primarily were subjugated under puritanical societies, and also Protestant Christianity. So hoodooist traditions are people that practice hoodoo. They primarily grew up in a Baptist or a fundamentalist or some kind of form of evangelical or Protestant related Christian tradition. So most people who practice hoodoo would just consider themselves Christians, to be honest with you. Just like if you ask a lot of Mexican curanderas, or you even ask a voodooisant what their religion is, they would say, I'm Catholic.
Right.
You know, but when it comes down to the voodoo and the hoodoo practices, which are the traditional things, for the most part, I know that when my hoodooists friends practice their hoodoo, they're calling on their ancestors. And when they say their ancestors, they're meaning Black slaves that were enslaved in the United States of America, in those Carolinas and the other eastern parts, and also throughout the entire South. They're calling on the ancestral spirits of their ancestral spirits were Black slaves. If you don't have Black slaves in your ancestry, you don't have Black slaves to call on to do hoodoo work for you. You're calling on someone else's ancestors. You're not calling on your own. Now we can say, well, hoodoo doesn't really mean anything. It's just a word. But if I was doing something that offended one cultural group that I had absolutely no cultural heritage to, and I had no initiation into any of their traditional religions, and one person said to me, you know, I really don't want, it really upsets me when you use white sage because you don't really understand that, you know, it's problematic for people who are not native to use that plant within my culture. You know what I would say? All I would need is one Native American to tell me not to use sage. And guess what I'd do? I'd use cedar. I'd use Palo Santo. I would use rosemary. I would burn weed. I would burn tobacco. I would use just about any other cleansing plant other than white sage because I know it offends one person. That's me, because I have an overdeveloped sense of justice. But, you know, if I'm a white person who says, well, you know, I want to practice hoodoo, I don't have any relation to any Black people in the South that were slaves at all, but I'm practicing hoodoo, I'm practicing this African tradition because it is African in origin, then it's kind of like, well, you know, maybe you need to like practice the traditional folk practices of your ancestors, which might have been the Pennsylvania Dutch, which is called Baroque or Appalachian folk magic, or the folk Catholicism that came down with the Irish through the Appalachians during the potato famine. You know, why don't you practice a conjure tradition? And they're all conjure traditions. Why don't you practice a Southern conjure tradition that's not hoodoo? That's what I'm saying.
You totally opened up my whole entire mind, and I can't even thank you enough.
Hey, achievement of the day. I unlocked 100 diamonds. No, but here's the thing, baby doll. This is what I'm trying to tell you. What I'm trying to tell you is the religious experience is based off ancestor work for me. Okay. So what I'm saying is before you go start trying to pick up all kinds of spiritual practices and disciplines and religions and things from people outside of your culture, stick to your own culture. Now, that's not being racist. That's saying, you
where
know,
the power lies,
that's
right?
saying your power comes from your ancestors, then reach out to your ancestral spirits. I didn't get plugged into my power until I got plugged into my ancestral spirits.
Right.
And I started receiving the things I needed to receive to connect me with those spirits. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is people should really, and people might think that's racist, because then they might say, well, you're a spiritual segregationalist. You want to segregate people, and now you're trying to push people back into their ethnic groups. No, if you're not Black and you don't have any ancestry to link you with one ancestral spirit that was a slave on a plantation in North Carolina, and
Then
you're
where
a
does your
vegan
power lie?
living out in California who has absolutely no relation to it, well, what is your relation? What is the license that you have to do that practice if it's not yours? Like, it's not okay to take a practice from someone just because you want to. And that is the spiritual colonization process. But they've already done that with yoga. God damn it. The amount of soccer moms that get up and go have their grande vanilla chai latte enema every morning at Starbucks and spend $5 on that cup. And then they go to the YMCA and they check the kid into the daycare while they do their yoga, and they wear their little sheer thin, like you can see just about everything underneath those Lululemon $80 spandex things to hold up their ass. And they're doing, oh, I'm doing yoga and I'm going to lay here for 5 minutes in my Shavasana. And now I just got my chakras all aligned. And now I'm going to get up and I'm going to go out and I'm still going to be an asshole. That is how America has appropriated yoga and Hinduism into our culture. Okay, so in my opinion, the only people that should really be the custodians of yogic wisdom are the people that it originates from, which are people who are born and raised in India, born and raised in that culture, part of that tradition, and can say something about that culture, speak on its behalf, rather than a whole bunch of people in America, white people, turning it into a goddamn industry that makes $1 billion a year. That is the colonization process. That is the spiritual colonization process. So yeah, everybody loves hoodoo because it's cool and it's really fucking powerful. But you know what? Just because you think something's cool and powerful doesn't mean you need to do it. And people definitely don't need to be getting initiated into Santeria or Palo Mayombe or indeed voodoo if they don't know what the fuck they're getting into. I know what I've gotten myself into.
Right. So now if I go and, when I get a reading from you, will you be able to tell me, because I'm drawn to conjure. I'm drawn to conjure like a moth to a flame. I mean, I feel it in me. I feel that, that's where my path leads for that.
And let me tell you.
I did the witchcraft thing for a while and I'm into that as well. So
okay, well, I'm going to tell you something now. I have an idea of a spirit that walks with you that is probably driving you towards these practices, because our spirit guides are responsible for getting us to where they want us to go. Now, let me tell you something. I'm going to flip to the other side and I'm going to give you the other spiritual explanation for why a white person might be called to do hoodoo practices. Okay. And that would be because they have a spirit guide in their spiritual court who was a root worker in life, who was someone who practiced these kinds of practices in life. And they are trying to work with you to get you to do whatever it is you need to do based on how they feel you should do it. And I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. This is Madama. This is my Madama. This is a statue that's dedicated to my Madama. She's got some ancestor money and a cigar just for her in there. But this is Madama. This is one of my primary spirit guides. She is like my mother, and she bitch slaps me if I screw up. That's my Madama. In life, she was a root worker. She practiced hoodoo. She was on a plantation. She was in the Carolinas. And I think she potentially was someone who was on a plantation that one of my ancestors on my European side might have owned. That being said, my Madama works with me. And when she tells me what she wants me to do, I do it. And if that if that pushes me into the realm of hoodoo practices, it's because I'm following the direction of my spirit guide, because the only person who you should be listening to really is your spirit guides. But
Right.
am I going to get on TikTok and make videos about everything I just did and show everybody all the hoodoo I just practiced with my spirit guide? And I'm going to tag it and hashtag it with hoodoo and conjure. And I'm going to, what is the clout? Where's the clout? Like, what's the point of the clout? Like, why do you need that clout? So I have a madama. I'll tell you what, my madama saved my ass when I was in Florida. Okay. Like I said, she's one of my primaries. And I woke up in the middle of the night, 3 a.m. in the morning, and I was laying in bed. I was laying on a cot, and it's when I caught COVID, and it finally hit me. And I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning on Sunday morning, and I was sweating bullets. I was hot and freezing cold. Teeth were chattering, and I heard a voice say, "Get up, boy, right now and make your salad." She said, "Get up." And I was like, very clearly, that message was coming from my madama, and I could see her in my mind, and I could hear her saying whatever it is she needed to say. And she told me to get up, get your ass up, or this is over for you. Yes, ma'am. I got up, I went into the kitchen at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I started chopping vegetables, a whole clove of garlic, a whole red onion, a whole apple, vinegar, all kinds of, I started making my rescue salad, fresh rosemary, fresh basil, fresh this, fresh that. And then I was feeling so sick and so nauseous, and I was so cold and so hot at the same time. And I just started shoving down all of the stuff down my throat, forcing myself to eat all the garlic, all the onion, all everything. And I was eating it, and I started feeling better. And it felt like it was opening up my sinuses and opening up my respiratory system and going into the digestive process, And if I would not have done that, if I would have not listened to my guide, and I would have just laid in that motherfucking bed and put the covers back over my head, I could have had a much different experience, couldn't I?
Oh, yeah.
So the point is that my madama and my gypsy, they both screamed at me at the same time because they worked together. And I was like, the message I got from them was like, "Yo, you got to get up now." And I was like, okay. All right.
There's no
Now,
best.
here's another thing that you have to remember about spirits, though, okay? And this is not something that many people know. And this is kind of like going off into a much deeper level of theology when it comes to spiritism. When you call one spirit, oh my God, do you hear this guy?
Yeah.
Did you hear that guy scream Jesus Christ out there?
Yeah.
This is a minister that stands on the side of the road on Sunday afternoons after they go to church with a bullhorn and starts yelling at everybody who drives by that they need to repent and come to Jesus Christ.
We got one of them too.
I went down there one time and yelled at him. I said, get the fuck out of here. Nobody, I said, do you think any of these people are going to listen to you just because you're standing there screaming at them? He's like, I got a responsibility from the Lord. The Lord told me that I need to go out and warn these people. The end is nigh. I was like, oh my God. Came back inside.
You should go dance for him like you do us on TikTok, Brujo.
No dancing. No dancing. So yeah, anyway, if I wouldn't have listened to my spirits, then I would have had a much different experience.
Absolutely.
So what I'm saying is that I guess the point of what I'm trying to say is I've had too many experiences now working with my spirits for me to ever doubt that they exist or to ever doubt that they'll come through for me in the end. My spirits saved me from what could have happened to me in COVID that was really, really nasty. Anaisa Pae put me exactly where I wanted to be in life with my where I'm at. If you go to 5 different psychic mediums and babalaos and voodoo azants, and they tell you every single time that the same spirit walks with you, and these people live on opposite sides of the country, They've never met each other. There's absolutely no way in hell they would have ever been able to talk to one another to tell you who your guardian angel is. You best believe that whoever is coming through is your guardian angel.
Oh, wow.
Do you understand? So like if
Yes.
I go to, and that's what I'm saying, that's what I've done. I've been down the path all of you already have been, which is why I'm trying to help you. I've tried to do this on my own. I've tried to do everything by myself. I tried to avoid the traditions, not come around or not receive anything for lots of different reasons. But when you have the same spirits coming through for you, giving you messages like, God, how many times has that happened to me that I've said, oh, I see this particular spirit coming forward, and this particular spirit is like this and this and this and this. And the practitioner I'm talking to will say, yes, that's my spirit. I know who that spirit is, because you're not the first medium to tell me that spirit's with me.
Right.
You see what I mean? So that's why I can be pretty sure that I know who my mother and father are. And Santo doesn't necessarily mean I want to have the ritual to pull them down. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. But the point is that you have to follow your gut.
Right, right. So when I get my reading with you, you'll be able to tell me, do you think, who you see with me?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, 100%. What we'll do is we'll sit down, we'll chit chat for a minute. I'll shuffle up the cards when I feel like the cards have been shuffled to my spirit's satisfaction. I will lay down the cards and we'll start looking for all kinds of things. We'll look for elements that are important to you. We look for energy, and we also look for like negative situations that need to be avoided. That's a big thing for me, looking for situations that could be avoided, disasters. Like I told this girl one time, yo, start saving your money because you're going to need it in 3 months. Well, literally a month and a half later, the girl called and texted me and said, yeah, we got into a car accident and had to buy a brand new car, and we would not have been able to do that if you didn't tell me to save my money.
Oh shit.
And shit like that happens all the time. And so then I also wait for spirit guides to come forward. Now, because I'm so used to working within this tradition, I might see a spirit guide step forward that reminds me of an Orisha, or it might remind me of a Loa, or one of my Loa might be very, very adamant about, oh yeah, that's me. And then when I will say that, somebody will say, you know what? I know who Elegua is, because I feel like that spirit has been coming to me because I recognize that. And then we'll be able to help that person get farther along on the path they're trying to get along on. Sometimes family spirits will come forward, but that's the whole point. It's like a spiritual investigation I do for you to see what kind of spirits come through, and also to find out about your paths. Some people, all the paths are good for them. Some people just espiritismo. Some people are called to voodoo because they've got a very strong tie to voodoo, because that is part of their family line. And then there are other people who are called to Santeria and to, but I tell you what, one of the most interesting readings I had recently is I had to tell a woman to go back to church.
Oh, wow.
Because what she really needed was to go back to the Catholic Church, and she needed to pray her rosary, and she needed to say the prayers, and she needed to work on the Holy Guardian Angel. She needed to put out a candle for Mother Mary. She needed to put a candle out for Saint Michael. She needed a lot of protection, and she needed a lot of ancestral healing. I didn't tell her to get cleaned in Palo. I didn't tell her that, oh, voodoo is your solution. I told her she needed to go back to church and figure out her shit.
Right, right.
I
You
said, there's
became
something
one of Jesus loves you people.
Huh?
You became one of Jesus loves you people.
Oh, yeah. No, it's not that. It actually doesn't have anything to do with the religion. It doesn't. It has everything to do with the spirits. Like, why do we do things traditionally for the spirits? Well, it takes a long time for the spirits to change. The spirits change, they can learn how to do things over time, but whenever you're introducing new things, new concepts, working with spirits, you don't want to confuse them. So the reason why we do things traditionally, it's because it's what the spirits know, it's what they recognize. Also,
that's an eye-opener.
and because most of the spirits we work with are spirits of the dead, right? That means they want to be honored how they were honored when they were alive. They want to have the things around them they wanted when they were alive. They want their rum. They want their cigars. They want to have their special meal, whatever that is, plantains. Maybe it's pineapple juice. Maybe it's Florida water. Maybe it's a fresh goat. Who knows? But the point is that when we honor these spirits and call them down in ritual, we're doing it within the context that they understand. And we're also giving them the things that they need. Okay. So if this woman has lots of spirits in her spiritual court that are very, very, very Catholic, and they're trying to pull her life together, maybe her spirits are telling her that she needs to get her act together and she needs to go back and repent. She needs to figure all that stuff out, and then she can move forward on the spiritual path. My job is to just give people the message. Whether they actually listen or not is not my problem. And sometimes, you know, people need different things. But yeah, so that's the whole thing about working with spirits. That's why I tell witches who are working with pagan spirits or want to work with pagan gods, well, what do you know about the language? What do you know about the culture? What do you know about the, you know, what do you know about the mythology? What do you know about the culture that existed prior to it, after it? Like, what do these deities want? What do they want offerings for? What do they need? Like, do you know all of those things before you go start trying to call or conjure any kind of god or goddess? The problem with Western magical traditions like Wicca, being a Wiccan, or traditional witchcraft, or people who are devotees of gods that are like either Norse pagan or Greek or something like that. It's like the priesthoods for those traditions died with those practitioners when they stopped practicing that religion. There might be vestiges of Egyptian religion still in Egypt, but the people that were the priests of Isis and the priest of Osiris and whatever those mysteries were, those priests used as part of their mystical experience, we'll never know. We'll never know, because that culture is gone. Same thing with us. You know, it's very difficult to figure out how to approach a goddess like Isis or a god like Horus or Ra when there is absolutely no priesthood on earth surviving to give us an idea of what that was. That's the difference between African religions and European religions, because the Africans never let go of their practices. They never stopped practicing their traditional practices. There was something enduring about those religions that survived, that other religions did not survive. So that's also something to look at from a historic point of view. Yeah, Catholicism pretty much destroyed the entire world, but it didn't kill Orisha tradition. And it sure didn't kill voodoo. And it sure didn't prevent people from practicing Palo Mayombe. So when I wanted to plug into a tradition, we want to plug into a tradition that has a priesthood that is traceable all the way back to its indigenous roots. You're looking at these traditions. And most of you are probably attracted to this tradition because you can feel that. You can feel the energy, because you can feel like something about this is different from everything else you might have learned about.
Yes, I'm just insanely attracted to hoodoo, and I just really don't, I mean, I don't believe I have any lineage to it. My dad was full Spanish, my mom is full German. I have no lineage to African American traditions or people or bloodline that I know of anyway.
Yeah, but the thing is if you did have a African ancestor and you had like one of them or one or two of them, which you probably have, we all have lots of different people have mixed with lots of different kinds. That doesn't mean that comes out in an ancestry result or a 23andMe result. The only thing that's going to come out of a 23andMe and an ancestry.com result is your higher percentages. What are you the most? 23% Scottish over here. Can't believe it. 23% Scottish. And then there's the whole England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales. Then there's Portugal. Then there's Spain. Then there's France. Then there's indigenous Puerto Rico, indigenous Cuba, then the African stuff. And the African stuff, of course, is getting lower and lower and lower in percentages. But at the same time, like that represents a very large group of people. That represents parts of my DNA that are very, very large portions of my DNA. It doesn't mean that you don't have an ancestral spirit that was there for it. The thing is if you have a spirit guide in your court that is a hoodooist and they teach you and work with you and guide you to practice hoodoo, I can't tell you not to do it. And you also can't not do what your spirit guide tells you to do. But I wouldn't go advertising it. I wouldn't post my shit all over the place. I wouldn't make it a big thing, because then all I do is open myself up to criticism. Then all I get people saying is, well, you're white. You can't practice hoodoo because you're white. And then it just becomes a thing. And it doesn't matter if you say, but you don't understand. I have a spirit guide and this is what she's telling me to do. These people in America are so motherfucking stupid. They don't know shit about fuck. They really don't.
That's true.
They don't know anything. And people get really angry at me for saying shit that they don't like. Like, don't make me go down that road. I've said a lot of things that people thought were highly offensive, but they were 100% true.
Right. Right.
And that's the thing about the religions. I'll say it, just because you're Black doesn't mean you have a license to practice these religions. I've said that before on TikTok too. And people are like, you motherfucking white motherfucker. Who the fuck are you to tell a Black person anything? I can say it because these are religions. You have to be initiated in it. A religion requires an initiation. If you're Black, that doesn't mean that you have ownership over any of these traditions. It means it's in your ancestry. But it doesn't mean you're a part of the religion until you're actually a part of the religion. It works for white people the same. It doesn't matter. You're not special when it comes to a religion. You're either initiated into it or you're not, you know, and
so you can't practice Catholicism unless you're initiated into it?
You're not a Catholic unless you're a consecrated Catholic, baby doll.
Oh, wow.
That's what I'm saying. If I was born into an Irish family, okay, an Irish American family, in America, let's say I'm a second generation or third generation white guy, Irish guy, who was born into a Roman Catholic family that are really Roman Catholic, they might baptize my head when I'm a baby, but I have to go through the entire initiation process as an adult. You have to go through whatever the school it is or the classes to learn the catechism. You have to learn the doctrine of the church. You have to do all of the study. You go into a year-long program. At the end of the year, you are baptized or fully initiated as a Catholic, then you're a Catholic. Then you can take communion. If you're not a Roman Catholic, you cannot walk into a Catholic church and take communion. Only Roman Catholics can take communion in a Roman Catholic church. So you can't just be, I couldn't just show up and be like, yo, serve me Holy Communion because, you know, I was baptized Christian. No, you're still not a Catholic. So unless you get initiated into Santeria, you don't have anything to say about Santeria other than I would like to be in Santeria and I believe that this particular Orisha is with me. But unless all of that stuff is verified through the proper channels, that means the priest and the spirits themselves, you're not a part of it. So you might say, okay, you can, anyone can venerate any spirit they want. Anyone can put out Yemaya, Oshun, Obatala, Alegwa, any of them. They can put out shrines to these spirits. That's just fine. But you can't do things a priest would do because you're not a priest. Like I wouldn't show up at the Roman Catholic Church and open the door on a Sunday morning and be like, yo, everybody, I'm going to be preaching the gospel today and serving communion. I can't do that because I'm not a motherfucking Catholic priest. So why does any motherfucker think that they can wake up one morning and decide that they're a priest in Santeria when there's an entire cult in the Caribbean that practices this as a religion? That's why people from the Caribbean will look at these people who are basically thinking they can do whatever they want and saying, you don't know what you're doing.
They're just bastardizing it, really.
Well, I mean, they're just creating a different kind of religion. But the problem is, and I am not sorry if anything I said offended anybody because I feel very strongly about it. But the point is that, oh God, what's the point? What was I going to say? You know, things are either closed religiously or they're closed ethnically. Ethnically, there are some things that I would not do because I'm not Native American. I wouldn't do Native American practices. My jam is everything that comes out of Puerto Rico because I'm Puerto Rican. On my mother's side of the family, I'm Puerto Rican, and that is the traditions I follow, the stuff that comes off the island of Puerto Rico, because I have that ancestral heritage, because I can call on Tainos, because I can call on my Congos, because they will show up for me, because they know me, because I'm part of a spiritual lineage and also a biological lineage to these spirits. When you start working with spirits outside of your ancestors and outside of your culture and all of this stuff, you can bring a lot of fuckery. And also calling on like Lucifer or any of these other, I'm not going to say anything about anybody's spiritual practice. I'm just saying that before you light that candle and put out that offering and start calling on spirits' names, you need to know everything you possibly can about them. And as far as hoodoo is concerned, if you practice hoodoo with your spirit guide, because that's how they're guiding you, don't advertise it. Don't set yourself up as a target for people to attack you, because it's nobody's fucking business at the end of the day anyway.
Right.
Because people are going to do whatever they want to anyway. So how's that for an answer
That's
to your
pretty good.
question that
Yeah.
you asked like an hour ago?
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely get a full bucket. That's for sure. I never a dime wasted with you. That's for sure. Like I always get more and then some, and I love it. Absolutely.
It's complicated because we're in this whole reckoning in the United States about race relations and systemic racism and just, you know, how horrible the criminal justice system is. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be reformed and a lot of reparations that need to be made for people who are a direct result of all of the injustices that have been done against them. And so these topics are really fucking touchy. Especially when you're talking about like religion. You know, there's two things you don't talk about. You don't talk about religion and you don't talk about politics. Matter of fact, they make you afraid of talking about religion and politics. They don't want you talking about it because well-informed, well-educated, and adults that have critical thinking skills can think for themselves, and they can tell the government to go fuck themselves.
Yep. Absolutely.
But everybody else who just wants to sit around on TikTok and believe whatever somebody says, they can continue to do that. But that's why I only have 100,000 followers, but I almost have 2 million likes on my account. That means that people that actually follow me engage with my content. They comment on my shit. They like my shit. Okay.
Yep.
If I didn't run my mouth, I can guarantee you I probably would have more followers by now.
Yeah, but you have to weed some of the people out because that's your greatest charm, is being able to tell somebody to get the fuck out of here. I mean, for real, you need to get t-shirts made because that's very true. You guys are talking shit. Get the fuck out of here. I'm here to talk about the truth, you know?
Do you know that I literally pissed off every Celtic witch in the world when I told everyone that you could get a fairy to get into a pot and come home with you? Do you know how devastating that those witches were to me because they did not agree with my view that you can get a nature spirit to live in a pot? That's Palo Mayombe, baby.
Yeah.
Palo Mayombe is going into nature, finding spirits of nature, spirits of the dead, talking to them, asking them to work with you, coming along for the ride, getting them to come live with you, to live in the homes that you give them to live in, all that shit. But you're over there and you're sipping your tea and you're wearing your little black pointy hat and wearing your little fucking black pointy heels and going and getting your vanilla chai latte enema first thing in the morning and going to the YMCA and doing your yoga, you know, with your fitness yoga, wearing your little spandex pants, and then go home and put back on your little pointy hat and then get pissed off at me because I tell you you can put a fairy in a pot. Get the fuck out of here.
That's gotta be the best.
I mean, goddamn, cut me a break, you know? I mean, have kind of like cultural sensitivity or open your mind a little bit. Do you white bitches sitting over there really think you're the only people that know how to work with fairies? Really? You're a bunch of Karen witches. You're practicing Karen craft. That's what that is. Karen craft. To believe that no other culture on the planet knows how to work with fairies or what do they call them? Duendes or any of the other spirits that are the little people in other people's cultures. Right. Nobody knows how to do that except us.
Right, right. Yeah.
Man, that lost me. Like whenever something controversial comes out and I say something that people don't like, I will lose 20,000 followers at a time. Like they'll start dropping off. My numbers will keep going up and going down at the same time. And I will literally lose thousands of followers in a day from shit that I say.
That's crazy, because then it seems like you gain 1,000 more just right back. Like it's a
Really,
constant shifting situation.
it's almost like a social experiment, you know. I wish I because I make it controversial. I say something that people don't like, and then everybody jumps on it and says he's racist, he's homophobic, he's transphobic, blah blah blah. What do you mean? All this stuff. And then they stitch my stuff and they duet it. And then like the next morning I wake up and I'm down, 2,500 followers, and it takes about a couple of weeks to gain those followers back. And it's just what?
Right.
Whatever.
Or that, he's gay.
I can't
he's not
deal.
great. Who cares?
I'm
Who
just
cares?
a 40-year-old dude that's read a lot of books and done a lot of things, but I used to be a porn star. You know that, right?
Yeah.
I used to do porn, and I never experienced that level of fuckery. Even doing that shit, like literally the stuff that they do on TikTok is out of control. Out of control. I'm like,
and what makes you think that? I don't understand when they did that, when they put you up on the crucified you on the cross for that. I don't get that. I was so lost when they did that. He does porn. Oh my God. So what? He can't be initiated into all these practices, and he can't have knowledge. And I mean, since when the fuck does somebody can't do porn that can't be a highly intelligent individual? Are you nuts?
Yeah,
Since when that's so dumb.
That's where feminism should have worked.
Yeah.
That's where a lot of feminists are failing, because that's sex and sexuality is a huge thing. And I'm going to tell you what, I'm initiated into Palo Mayombe. They will not scratch a gay person to priest in my tradition. They will not make a gay person a priest. They also will not make priests out of gay people in Ifa, which is Orula's tradition of Babalaos. There are traditions that only heterosexual cisgendered men can participate in. And Babalaos and Ifa is one of them, and also priest in Palo Mayombe. But did I prevent that from getting initiated into Palo? Did I have such a problem with that I decided to throw the baby out with the bathwater and not work my ancestral tradition just because somebody might think I don't deserve to be a priest because I've sucked a dick once in my life? No, I don't care. So you don't like that I suck dick? Fine. I'll take my initiation that you'll give me. I'll take my scratching and I'll work with my spirits and have a nice day. I'm going to respect the tradition. I'm not going to go into the tradition and then try to change it by pointing my finger and saying, you're homophobic. You can't treat me this way. You're a homophobe. Fuck you. That religion's been around for, thousands of years. How long have you been around? 21 years. Just shut the fuck up. It's not a big deal. It's like people who are trying to pass these laws that say if a Catholic priest or any other Christian priest gets on the platform and condemns homosexuality as being a sin, that's hate speech. They're trying to turn people's religious opinions into hate speech. And whenever I call a motherfucker out on TikTok, guess what I get banned for? 80% of the time, hate speech, bullying. I did not realize that calling a motherfucker out for being a motherfucker was hate speech. I thought we used to be able to call out motherfuckers for being motherfuckers. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, you can't say nothing to nobody no more.
No. And the thing is I find that kind of culture to be toxic. I find that very toxic. I find that to be very scary, actually. It's absolutely suffocating. When I experience these people, I almost feel like, God damn, they must have been shoved into a closet and locked in because they don't have perspective. They don't have the ability to take a step back outside of their own experience. That's what's scary. Because see, I might not agree with you, but I can also say, okay, I get it. I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, dude, I understand why you're a white supremacist. I can understand why people become white supremacists. I get it. I understand the ideology. Are they wrong? yes, they're wrong. But the point is that I can still look at, I'm not a Catholic. I'm not a Jehovah's Witness. I was raised a Jehovah's Witness. I'm a third generation Jehovah's Witness that broke ranks and broke an ancestral curse. But the thing is I know Jehovah's Witnesses. I know exactly what they think. I know exactly what the Bible says. I read it twice. I know exactly where their reasoning is coming from. Am I going to stand there and argue with anybody?
Right.
I don't have fucking time for that, to argue with people over that stuff. But I find it very toxic when people aren't able to express themselves and ask questions and to learn from their mistakes.
Right.
It's another problem with cancel culture. The other problem with cancel culture is that's kind of like saying that someone can't ask for forgiveness and they can't learn from their mistakes. Because once someone's canceled, they're canceled forever, and maybe they needed to learn that lesson. So it's very
Right.
dangerous. It's a real dangerous situation to be in. But I don't want to get into it because, like I said, I am not trying to be political. I'm trying to keep things on the spiritual and religious side of the conversation, because even the religious and spiritual side of the conversation is going to be affected by this stuff.
Right.
Because
next question: when I do book a reading with you, how long are your times out from it, do you think? I mean, just to guess.
like how long, you mean like how far in advance am I booked?
Right.
Oh, well, I take 4 clients a day, and all of those things are scheduled on my app. So when I open my app, it tells me that I have, a 12, a 2, a 4, a 6, and this app regulates the amount of clients I take during the day and the amount of space I have between clients. So all you have to do is go to Booksy. It's an app, and it's also a website, BOOKSY. Type in Brujo Ryan. I'll pop up, and then you can just pick the next available time. I've got it too. Yeah, you just have to look.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how you would book a reading with me.
How long are your readings usually?
About 45 to 50 minutes.
Right on. Excellent.
Yeah. And the other thing is that if I don't see something, I'll tell you, I'm sorry, I can't help you. I can't see what you're looking for.
Right.
And I'm honest with people. Like, I'm not going to sit and lie to people about what I see. If I don't see anything, I'm going to tell you, I'm sorry, I don't see anything. And if I see something that I think is problematic for you, I'm going to tell you. Like, I'm not going to tell someone, I'm not going to sit there and look at cards and not tell you the truth.
Right.
I mean, sometimes I'll be very cautious about what I say, because you don't want to scare people. You don't want to get the 10 of Swords and then look at the person and tell them they're going to die if they don't go see a doctor. But if the 10 of Swords is coming up in a very particular place and I feel that it's important to tell them, then I'll tell them, go see a doctor. I'd like you to get a clean bill of health. And I'm sure for a lot of people who are in this room that have had a reading with me or worked with me in some way, shape, or form, I might have told you that you need to get a health checkup. So I will tell them everything that I see, but I will not sit there and scare them or make my reading fantastical or try to, I'm not a celebrity reader. That's not my shit.
Right.
I just tell people what I see.
Right.
And the spirits will appear to me the way I see them. But then sometimes people will say that they were able to reach and bridge a connection, because see, as someone who's a psychic medium and a tarot reader and an oracle,